Chapter 1, Part 1, Knowing the Future. He ducked his head deftly, allowing the spitball from behind him to go over his head and land on someone else. Wah, ugh. Who did that? Naruto's face was that of a person who was bored out of his mind. He used his thumb and pointed it behind him lazily. Kiba did it. Sakura got up from her place beside the Uchiha, stomped up the space between the rows of students until she was beside the blonde boy who looked very disinterested still. Without warning she proceeded to give the Uzumaki a knuckle sandwich. Attempted to. Naruto simply leaned back and the rosette's knuckled hand struck the desk with a loud thud. The girl yelped and pulled her hand back sharply and placed the back of it against her mouth to suck on it in an effort to dull the pain. Ack! Naruto nearly sighed long enough to deflate. She had never hit him yet, and the way things were going, she never will. This time around, she couldn't complain that he let her hit the desk by trying to hit him. That was dumb. In the back of his mind though, he could only muse about how old this was getting. Really, really old. Do you think I'm an idiot? Stop lying. It came from your direction, the girl shrieked in a small effort to regain some composure and respect. I said it was the Inuzuka. But I don't care if you believe me or not. Just leave me alone. The boy said with a roll of his eyes. The girl huffed and went back to her seat crossly, upset that her attempt at some justice went unfruitful. Everyone was minding their own business. This was nothing new. It was a constant that Kiba would try to prank Naruto, but it never worked. In fact, Naruto was never surprised. If the worst came to worst, and it usually did, someone else would get it instead. Naruto was an enigma. He never got caught, he never got surprised or frightened. He always told the truth, never lying. Above all, he was never lazy, just bored, emanating utter disinterest in everything that took place around him. There was something to him that no one knew. Irika came into the classroom and conducted the daily lesson as usual. He wrote on the chalkboard and gave his lectures. And as expected, as Naruto had done every day, he took notes of all that was taught, being a teacher's dream of a perfect listening student. As 3 p.m. struck, everyone filed outside to the taijutsu mat, today being Friday. It tended to take place on Friday, so if and when they got injured they could heal over the weekend and be well enough to return to school come the following Monday. Today was no different. The students gathered around the large square mat under the expansive shade of the 2 large trees that grew nearby. It was slightly padded to soften landings when the students fought each other. Anything else, one could say it was unusually smooth. It was said that this was to promote better fighting capabilities in slippery places, but it was a well-known fact the mat was replacing a coarser version after Kiba had practically sanded off someone's face on it when he was angry one day. The victimized boy is now going to a civilian school these days. 27 students stood around, crowding the mat while waiting. As expected, Irika made his way through the students and stood at the center of the mat, waiting on the students to settle down. They soon did, knowing that the sooner they got this out of the way, the sooner they could go home and do whatever they pleased for 2 days. All right, it's time for taijutsu, Irika announced, looking over the students. It will be between those as I see fit. I won't pit weaker students against someone who's excellent in it, as usual. But be prepared for next week. You all know that the genin exams are next week, and if you know you need some extra work, then do it. I'll let free challenges go first. After that, I'll tell you who goes against whom. The civilians challenged each other and made some small bets on the side on who would win. All too soon, it was the rookies/colorful people remaining. Those were Shino Aburame, Choji Akimichi, Ino Yamanka, Hinata Hyuga, Kiba Inuzuka, Sasuke Uchiha, Sakura Haruno, Shikamaru Nara and Naruto Uzumaki. The 9 did not make a move to challenge each other. They were the best in the class and they all knew who was the best in taijutsu. It was the pecking order. It was almost as if they had their own society and social classes and each knew who they could beat, who they could match in strength and who they would lose against. Irika knew this as well as them, and explained why they waited. There were 9 of them, it was inevitable that one wouldn't fight or they would fight twice. Irika would match them up so it would be fair, in a way. Hyuga Hinata and Yamanaka Ino. Irika stated to the crowd, almost as an order. The 2 aspiring kunoichis came to the mat and bowed to each other. Naruto closed his eyes. They'll run to each other, Ino being faster because she has more confidence. Ino will try to punch Hinata's right cheek, but then she'll deflect it with her left hand and hold onto it. Hinata will feint a tenketsu jab at Ino's throat, but when the Yamanaka tries to avoid that, Hinata will disable Ino's captured arm with a jab at the shoulder. Because it's so painful to her, she'll forfeit. Hinata will apologize a lot while blushing before fixing her arm, and then Sasuke and I will fight. Naruto opened his eyes to watch what he had thought play out before Irika called out again. Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke. HN. Forfeit. The class started laughing at Naruto, Sakura being the loudest. He's afraid of Sasuke-kun, she catcalled with other students in agreement. I don't have to prove anything to any of you, he grumbled in a bored tone. Somehow, the low volume of his speech rose over the din of the laughter. His tone was a real buzzkill, the laughter ceased. The Uchiha smirked slightly. He's got the right idea. Everyone here is substandard. The only people here up to par are him and the Aburame, and Kiba. Maybe Shikamaru on a good day. The class continued with Shino beating Sakura a bit badly, Shikamaru forfeiting to Choji. Kiba practically destroyed another civilian learner when Irika called it quits. The students thought he probably did so before he could get into trouble for letting a sparring fight go too far. Alright, that's enough, class. You may leave. The students dispersed, going in separate directions to depart for their homes. Irika beckoned to Sakura and the student who lost to Kiba to follow him to the academy's nurse to patch them up. Best friends paired up, clan heads and orphans went solo, and soon, the area was empty of people. =X=X=. Chapter 2. Begin. He took up his pen and wrote in his name. Suddenly, he squinted at the paper, inspecting it in deep scrutiny. It seemed fine, but something felt off. Looking around to the teachers to see if any were looking at him, but fortunately, they weren't. He placed his pen back on the paper to ensure that it would not blow away before bringing his hands together under his desk. He formed the ram seal under the desk and very lightly performed the genjutsu release. Kai, he muttered under his breath. The paper rippled and suddenly, it was shown to have been upside down. This was made clear when he saw that he had written his name where the bottom of the page was. He shook his head as he retook his pen and crossed it out with a straight line. Pretty sneaky genjutsu. All my answers would have been written upside down and in all the wrong places. He turned the paper around, wrote in his name on the proper line, and started to do his test correctly. Who could have done it? Was it Mizuki? He gave me my test. It also could have been during the preparation, while it was being made, someone cast the genjutsu then placed it upside down in the stack. Was it meant for me then? Or someone else? He looked around at the teachers. Mizuki was looking at the Nara who was sleeping, presumably already finished with his test. Irika met Naruto's eyes, both staring. Finally, they broke it off and both returned to their respective tasks. Nah. They handed out the papers in a particular order. And all our seats were pre-arranged for the test from the start. I am sitting in 6th place. It would have been a simple thing to just put my paper 6th from the top, so I got that paper. He put in another answer. One of these teachers, if not both, are out to get me or botch my chances for passing or something. He purposefully put in a wrong answer at the next question. Okay, one more incorrect answer and put in the rest right. He finished his test easily and put his head down on the desk. He remained in deep thought as paranoia started to plague him. After half an hour later, the teachers announced the exam's end and took all the papers before Irika walked off with them into the back room. He soon returned and shouted at Shikamaru to wake up. After the boy was rudely awakened, or so the Nara himself complained, Mizuki told them to file outside to the taijutsu mat and the aspiring genin all complied with the order. At the taijutsu mat, they all grouped around it with the teachers at the center, waiting for them to speak. When they were assured that they had settled, Mizuki began to speak. This year, the academy is doing something different. Normally, the students would fight each other in taijutsu or even the teachers, but we have found it more reasonable to do the testing in another fashion. This year, you bunch will fight a jonin. What? How the hell are we supposed to fight a jonin? A boy shouted. Most of the other students, particularly the civilian-born ninjas, mumbled and whispered in agreement. Quiet. Irika shouted. Just listen. When we're done explaining, you'll understand. The students fell silent while someone coughed somewhere in the back. The Chunin instructor started to speak again. It was noticed that students of different strengths fighting would give the stronger an unfair advantage. Like when Kiba took down Roanna last week, someone hissed to another. Who said that? Irika said angrily. Getting no answer, he continued. Also, you're all aspiring genin. In the past when you fought Chunin instructors, we didn't expect you to win, because us Chunin have strength, skill, height, and weight classes above yours. Kiba at the front raised his hand. But this jonin will be an adult, right? Not much of a difference. Why not just you guys after all, Irika-sensei? Not the case, Inuzuka, Mizuki spoke up. He's 14 and he's your average size. Said teenage jounin came into being out of a swirl of leaves. He was, as mentioned, their height, but he was in ANBU uniform and wore a blank mask that had the kanji 4 leaf on the forehead. This is the bunch, correct? He asked. Yes, Yumano replied, not perturbed for a second. But do you think it is fair to fight with armor? He removed his armor pads and it was discovered that he was wearing a brown vest underneath. He then gave his armor to Mizuki, who strode to the edge of the mat with it and placed it out of easy reach. He will fight you one at a time alphabetically. When he's done with each person, he'll announce your grade, 10 being the highest and 1 being the lowest, the scarred Chunin announced. Any other concerns? What about his mask? Naruto asked, trying to look over the crowd of students. With the mask on, we can't go for face hits. It's still like armor, not flesh. The ANBU Jounin performed 3 hand seals in a blur and removed his mask slowly. When he looked up, most of the students gasped. His face is blank. Sakura shrieked. A civilian puked to one side before Naruto spoke up again. For the love of Kami, calm down. It must just be a very strong genjutsu. He obviously isn't allowed to show his face. The aspiring genin looked ashamed for a minute before the ANBU spoke up. I'm ready. Who's the first? The Aburame walked up to the mat. That would be me, ANBU-san. Mizuki and Irika nodded before the Umino took out his marking sheet. You may begin. The ANBU dashed to Shino with low speeds, bringing himself to fight closer to a genin's level. Almost mechanically, he sent a punch to the Aburame's gut. The glasses-wearing boy sucked his gut in as the punch got him and grabbed the teenager's arm and wrenched it. The ANBU simply went with the arm-wrenching motion and did a roundhouse kick at the Aburame's head. The boy had to release the arm to block his head. Without letting up for a second, the ANBU leaped up with his remaining foot and kicked Shino in the chest. Shino fell to his back and the ANBU righted himself in the air and landed neatly on his own 2 feet. Shino got up quickly and charged the ANBU. Feint kicking with his left knee, he finished with a full-on waist-sweeping kick. The ANBU was prepared for the action and he caught the leg at the knee and twisted the foot savagely. Shino went with the motion and fell to the ground on his front. The ANBU thought for a while. His juniors were weaker than him, of course, and this was his first grading. Were they all better than this, or worse? Was this standard? This could be rectified later, but you'll have an 8. The ANBU dropped the foot and the Aburame started to get to his feet a little shakily. The ANBU held out his hand and Shino took it and heaved himself up. He bowed his head at the ANBU, who reciprocated. Shino then walked back to his place under the tree before he sat down. Next. The ANBU said. All the civilian ninja students went one right after another. They all got scores going from 2 to 5. Choji got 7 when his leg started to get twisted before he gave up. Sakura got 6, she quit when she got caught in a painful arm lock. Hinata went next and got a 7 before he got inside her guard, grabbed both of her hands, and kicked away her legs at the ankles. Kiba went in soon after and got a 9. He got pinned under the ANBU's weight with his arm bent behind him, wrist touching his upper back. Shikamaru put in a little effort into his bout and got a 6 when the ANBU swept his legs out from under him. Civilians went again now, this time, they were fewer of them, so Sasuke didn't have long to wait. The Uchiha smirked to himself. It would be a boon to get a chance to test his prowess and how much he'd grown against an ANBU. If he was this young, this ANBU must have an extraordinary amount of talent and skills. He was probably holding himself back so much it wasn't even funny. Like, Itachi. Alright. Uchiha Sasuke, you're up next. Irika ordered. About time. He walked up to the mat, ignoring the squeals of his fangirls. He stood across from the ANBU and observed him. Huh? That faceless thing he has going on feels intimidating. No wonder the civilian scores are so pathetic, they must have been scared to touch him. He entered the stance for the interceptor fist created by his clan and waited. Hajime! Mizuki announced. Both teens ran at each other quickly to strike at the other. The ANBU, being faster, crossed the halfway point first and reached the Uchiha. He used his acquired momentum and sent a blurred fist at Sasuke. The boy countered it by grabbing it at the wrist with his left hand and pulled the ANBU forward. In the same motion, he attempted to elbow the ANBU in the invisible nose, pulling him into it. The ANBU was prepared and ducked it, bending his head backward. The elder then planted his left leg behind the Uchiha and pulled him along with him, tripping Sasuke backward. The boy started to fall but kept his grip on the ANBU's wrist and both ended up falling together. The ANBU wrenched his hand back from Sasuke the moment they both hit the floor. He was counting on the fact that when they dropped, the Uchiha's grip would be lessened so he could reclaim his own hand. Both fighters rolled away from each other and got back to their feet quickly. Sasuke, seeing that the ANBU's speed was greater, settled for defending, so when the ANBU threw a punch feint, he was prepared for the thrusting shin kick the ANBU intended to carry out. He simply moved his foot out of the way and kicked away the ANBU's leg right in the calf, driving it with the front of his sandal. The teenager sucked his breath in sharply in pain. Not wasting a valuable opportunity, Sasuke sent a punch to the ANBU's solar plexus, but he raised his guard in time. Not yet done, however, Sasuke dealt a rabbit punch through it that caught him in the chest. The ANBU stepped backward as the punch caught him, lessening the hurt from the blow. The fight went on for a bit longer, and Sasuke's stamina waned. Noticing it, the ANBU decided to stop the fight before it lowered the boy's performance and ending score. "I've seen enough. 9, the ANBU said, and drop Aburame's score to 7. Sasuke smirked as he dropped his stance. He bowed head and shoulders to his opponent and the ANBU reciprocated the action. Sasuke strode off the mat, the only one so far to leave it without injury or suffering a tap-out constraint. Iruka wrote the number 9 next to Sasuke's name. His eyes then moved down one place to glance at the next name. Alright. Up next, Uzumaki Naruto. The blonde had retreated to the back of the group during the earlier fights. When the crowd of students parted to give him way, Iruka saw the boy sitting on the ground, fidgeting with his hands. He slowly opened his eyes and stood up and stretched, joints cracking. Yeah, I'm coming. He strode between the students and stepped on the mat, facing the ANBU who had already moved back to his place. Wonder if the fight will show me if I can do anything wrong, he whispered. The ANBU barely heard him but he nodded. Both fighters settled into their stances. The ANBU in a sort of loose Chunin stance, while for Naruto's stance, he stood sideways to the Jounin, positioning his left foot facing forward towards him with his right foot behind him, pointing to the right. It seemed reminiscent of Sasuke's stance but looser. No, it was more baited, as if he was confident he could dodge and punish anything. The ANBU studied the stance, he had never seen it before. It made him want to challenge it. Hajime. Mizuki started the match. As usual, the ANBU made the first move and charged, but Naruto didn't even move as he approached him. The faceless teen threw a right hook to Naruto's jaw, but in an instant, Naruto's hand rose and pulled it down, wrenching it towards the ground. Not done, he brought up his knee to smash it into the ANBU's chest, still keeping his grip on the arm to make sure the ANBU didn't try to lessen the impact. The teenager merely blocked the knee with his other arm. The Uzumaki released the arm, and as soon as the ANBU stood up straight, he made a full 360-degree turn and roundhouse kicked the ANBU in the neck. The Jounin almost gave a bored vibe as he caught the foot at the ankle with both hands and twisted it. Naruto leaped off the ground with his other leg and went with the twist, now in midair with his back facing the sky. He now used his hopping leg and kicked the ANBU in the chest, pushing him backward from the force, making him let go. Legs now free, he half-curled himself and landed on the ground head and shoulders first, performing a perfect PK roll. Standing back up quickly, he ran at the ANBU, still getting back up. He kicked his elder in the shin of his right leg with a thrusting kick, he dropped and sweep-kicked his left leg and the ANBU fell back down again. He then proceeded to try and stamp the ANBU in the gut, but the ANBU rolled away from it, barely dodging it. When he was still in the roll, the instant he rolled onto his stomach the second time, he pushed off with his hands and feet forcefully, getting back up quickly. Naruto ceased going after him and resumed his stance. The ANBU seemed to hesitate a little, realizing the boy's stance and its punishing nature before he charged the Uzumaki again, running with his weight close to the ground. He made a knee feint at the blonde, but Naruto merely stepped backward a couple of times. By the time the ANBU had abandoned the feint and finished with a full-on leg kick, Naruto wasn't in that space anymore. The boy grabbed the foot of his oppressor and took a move from Sasuke. He kicked the ANBU in the thigh with the front of his sandal driving upwards. As the ANBU flinched in pain, Naruto used his free arm and elbowed his elder in the shin as hard as he could. The ANBU in desperate pain pulled back his foot and tried to stand, barely able to because of the damage dealt to it. Not giving him a chance to recuperate, he kicked away the good leg of the ANBU with the hook. As the ANBU fell to his back, Naruto leaped over the man's prostrate form and grabbed his own ankles, falling with all his weight with his knees right into the ANBU's stomach. The ANBU made no sound as he got the hit. In fact, it looked as if he was trying to but couldn't because of all of his air being pushed out of his gut at once. Naruto grunted as he got off the ANBU and locked the teen's neck in a chokehold. It was mainly for effort and to show that he had the ANBU in his power, and didn't actually try. In fact, he released him in a few seconds and got up. He could see his genjutsu start to ripple a bit, meaning that the pain was starting to make him lose control of it. Squatting next to the ANBU, he whispered close to his ear. "Hey! Control your genjutsu. It's starting to fall apart." The ANBU made no response, but Naruto, who could start to see green where the man's eyes would be, fade away again into nothing, showing that he had resumed control over it. Naruto got back up and lightly stood on the man's uninjured foot. He then pulled up the ANBU back up his feet by his hand. The ANBU shakily stood up and braced most of his weight on his good leg. He bowed his head and shoulders and Naruto did the same. Yes. That's a definite 10. The ANBU chuckled. Pretty good for an academy student. Thanks. But I could have been better. I would rather go for a 9, or 9.5 if possible. Don't want my head to swell any bigger, Naruto said wryly, and especially since you weren't going all out. 9.5 it is then, the ANBU replied. Irika, whose eyes were the size of dinner plates from watching the match, wrote 9.5 next to Naruto's name. Everyone else seemed to be in similar states, sans Hinata, who seemed to be happy for him and blushing, Sasuke, who had observed the bout with a bit of begrudging respect, and Shino, who only lifted an eyebrow over his shades. The happenstance was surprising. How many handicaps were you using? Naruto questioned, much to everyone's surprise. The ANBU chuckled again amusedly. Weight seals on all of my limbs, non-use of chakra to enhance my attacks or cushioning damage, and some Chunin taijutsu. Could have been done better if I used only one foot without the handicaps. You wanna fight again, kid, for real? The others listening on could not believe the number of debilitations the ANBU was using. It did diminish Naruto a little in their eyes, but he had done what none of them had come close to achieving, except for Sasuke, and that was to actually beat him. He was also relatively unhurt. The ANBU limped off the mat and blurred through a set of hand seals, and a second later, his hand lit up in an ethereal green glow. He ran it slowly over all his injured areas, and when he was done, he stood again, as good as new. Naruto walked off the mat and went under the tree beside Sasuke. The Uchiha merely glanced at him for a moment before closing his eyes. Nothing else was left to look for. The ANBU walked back to the mat. Next, he said stoically. Irika looked back at the list. Yamanaka Ino. Most of the students had already gone over to the past side of the classroom. They had completed the ninjutsu portion of their test and all sported their shiny new forehead protectors. Most opted to wear it in the usual fashion on their foreheads, while others wore it around their necks or around their upper arm, like Shikamaru. Uzumaki sat beside Uchiha and Yamanaka, waiting for his turn. He had the feeling that he was going to fail again, but so what? Wasn't going to be the end of the world. At least he put in a good effort this year. Besides, he wasn't too anxious about getting out of the academy to start a career that had a high mortality rate. He sighed as he looked around at the students who had already passed, noting how happy they are. I'm in denial. I won't whoop for joy if I pass, but I'm not gonna get all moody if I don't. But it's so damn boring in here. I guess I do want to pass. A boy exited from the ninjutsu testing room excitedly, face beaming as he pointed a thumb at his hitayate. He half ran to his friends who had already passed, all boasting. Mizuki, who had followed the boy outside, gave an almost TSK vibe as he watched them. He turned to the last three examiners. Uchiha Sasuke. You're next. The onyx-eyed youth got out of his seat and followed the silver-haired man inside the room and shut the door behind him. 2 minutes later, he was back out, now sporting a hitayate on his forehead. Seeing that the exams were almost done anyway, he just sat back in his original seat beside Naruto. The blonde lifted an eyebrow at this but said nothing. At the back of his mind, he was wondering where his counterparts' fangirls were, but he realized that almost, if not all of them, were now sporting large bruises and welts on their faces and arms from the earlier taijutsu portion. They were no doubt embarrassed and ashamed of them, since Sasuke himself had only one that was near invisible. Or they were thinking that the bruises were marring their good looks. Either way, Naruto was happy for the quiet. Mizuki poked his head out of the open doorway. Uzumaki, Naruto, you're up next. He got out of his seat at the beckon and made his way inside. Once in, he closed the door and looked to his teachers, both of which were seated. He could see 2 forehead protectors in a box close to Irika on the table. He quickly refocused his attention to Mizuki, who had started to speak. I need you to do a henge. Make your attempt when ready. Transformation. Naruto seamlessly henged into Shikamaru Nara and yawned in the impersonation, muttering the word troublesome. Irika half expected it though, knowing that the 2 boys shared a few attitudes. The blonde broke his henge and once again stood at attention, waiting for his next test. He already knew what it was, though. Alright. Now, do a kawarimi. Let us know when ready, Mizuki said. Ready, Naruto said immediately. Irika took up a senbon sitting in a cup on the table and threw it at the boy's thigh. In a poof of smoke, it was revealed that he had substituted for a chair. Yumino sighed in relief. Last year, Naruto had replaced himself for Mizuki, and as of consequence, the silver-haired man took it in his leg. While impressive to be able to substitute himself for a Chunin when he was not yet a genin, he got a lot of flack for the action. Naruto re-entered the room from outside, plucked the needle from the chair, then placed the furniture back outside. He then gave back the needle to Irika, who replaced it in the cup. The boy then returned to his place, thoroughly ready to fail. Alright, Naruto. Time for your last jutsu. I need you to perform the Bunshin no Jutsu. Clone Technique 3 is the requirement. Mizuki stated. The boy sighed inwardly. Well, that's just how it goes. At least I have all of this year's notes in case I fail. I won't have to take them again, but damn. This is getting too goddamned repetitive. I should have tried to find out if I would pass or not. He went through the 3 hand seals, ending on dog. Bunshin no Jutsu. He cleaned out his desk, gathering all of his notes together, and put them in his knapsack. He then strapped it to his back and prepared to leave, but someone stood in his way. Of all people, it was Sasuke. Naruto. What you want? He asked evenly. He didn't know what he wanted. Is he feeling smug or something? How come you're not wearing your headband? I didn't pass. For a full second, the Uchiha looked surprised, something that Naruto had never seen on the youth before. How come? Bunshin. I can't do it. Ah, maybe it's like my mine. Did you know that I've got problems doing it too? Naruto lifted an eyebrow. No. I didn't. If you did, how did you pass? I usually use up most of my chakra before attempting the jutsu. When I've less chakra, it's easier to control before doing it. The first thing I did this morning was to use most of my chakra before coming to school and doing the exam. If they're going to make use attempt it all year at end of terms, then it was bound to be in the practical too. Naruto thought over what the Uchiha said. The chakra theory made sense. It should be easier to create a jutsu by putting all the chakra you had left in it when running low than to use a tiny amount of chakra when you had too much. But one thing did not make sense. So why are you telling me now, when I've already failed? Hell, why try to help me at all? He questioned. We don't talk. Sasuke gave off a shrugging vibe. If you'd mentioned your control earlier, I would have told you. And for the fact that I will have to be placed on a team soon. You're probably the only person here with enough capabilities to make a decent teammate. Unlike these others who barely try. I don't want anyone slowing me down, Sasuke admitted before he started to walk away. You should go talk to the teachers and see if they'll give you a second chance. Naruto stared at the retreating boy. That he did not see coming. All he said made perfect sense, but he never would have thought the Uchiha had that side to him. He shrugged before he went off in search of one of his Chunin teachers. He saw Mizuki first, inside the ninjutsu test room. Excuse me, Mizuki-sensei. I would like to speak to you about something. I was just about to go look for you. But you may speak first. He put down his paperwork and listened. I think I've found a way to be able to perform the Bunshin technique. Is it possible for me to retake that particular portion of the test, say? He briefly wondered what he could do to burn off all of his chakra. He'd need time. Tomorrow? Mizuki was doing cartwheels in his mind at the incredibly easy opportunity to get what he wanted. No, Naruto. You can't do this test again. You did pretty well in the other portions of the test, so I thought I'd tell you about another make-up test that is possible at this time. I'm listening. Naruto finally finished reading the jutsu theory thoroughly for the second time. Alright. So I just formed the hand seal like so. He made the modified ox hand seal and started manipulating his chakra. Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. Shadow clone technique. A plume of smoke erupted beside him, out of which a clone emerged. Already sure that the clone was a success, he decided to test it nonetheless with a fist bump. Both did it at the same time. Felt pretty solid. He dispersed the clone and turned back to the scroll. He saw numerous other techniques that barely made any sense to his eyes, and most of them had next to impossible requirements or needed scarce resources. Absent-mindedly wondering how many clones he could make, he abused the stronger version of the technique and was delighted when he found himself able to make hundreds. He also found that he could make them far more durable by expending more chakra into them. Not much more was gleaned after that, and after 30 minutes more of experimentation, he felt himself running on fumes. All of a sudden, he was discovered by one of his Chunin instructors. Naruto? What are you doing with the scroll of forbidden jutsu? Irika yelled, dropping from a nearby tree branch and entering the clearing the Uzumaki was in. Naruto blinked. I'm just doing the secondary test, Irika-sensei. You should know about it. After all, Mizuki-sensei said that all the ninja were in on it. Secondary test? What secondary test? There's no such thing, Naruto. Kami, what else has Mizuki been saying to you? Irika asked the blonde, unbelieving. A large Fuma shuriken sailed horizontally through the clearing from behind Irika. Naruto saw it coming and tackled the scarred man to the ground, making them both lie flat as it passed over them, slicing through more trees, leaving destruction in its wake. Oof! Kyuso! Irika had most of his breath knocked out of him when the blonde dove into his stomach. He was about to protest when he saw the weapon sail above him, right where his chest would have been. He quickly rolled the Uzumaki off of him and took out a kunai from his pouch. Who's there? Mizuki stepped out of the shadows in the trees and smirked. My, Irika. Don't tell me that you had to be saved by an academy student. What's this all about, Mizuki? Irika stepped in front of Naruto as he yelled his question. It's an exam exercise. Didn't you know? He subtly shook his right hand, loosening his hidden kunai from its place inside his sleeve. We were testing Naruto. Mizuki laughed. The hell? Don't break character. Naruto failed. There is no such test, Mizuki. In answer, kunai fell into his waiting palm and he threw it at a great speed. Irika couldn't dodge in time. So he tried to turn a little, the knife taking root in his lung instead of his heart. Still, not looking too good. Ack. Mizuki, you're a traitor. Naruto, who had watched the whole exchange, now realized what was happening. He was tricked to steal the scroll of forbidden techniques. Now the person who could defend him just took a hit from someone he was inferior to. In short, he was low on chakra and he had to go versus a Chunin who was very likely to kill him. Naruto, give me the scroll. The silver-haired man's tone spoke volumes of seriousness. Naruto tried to think of a way out. He hoped that the Hokage was watching this and was on his way to help him. He'd better stall. You're the one messing with my tests, aren't you? Even the one today. Yeah. That's right, Nine Tails. The Uzumaki frowned. Nine Tails? Mizuki grinned. Didn't you know? Don't tell him, Mizuki team. It's forbidden. The man on the ground choked a little on some blood before he spat it out. What's forbidden? Naruto asked, his expression confused. When the Kyuubi appeared 13 years ago, yeah, the Kyuubi wasn't destroyed or killed by the fourth Hokage. It was sealed in a newborn infant at the time. That's why you have no parents. That's why you have those whisker marks. That's why everyone hates you. It's because you're the nine-tailed fox. Mizuki shouted. He unstrapped his second Fuma shuriken from off his back. Enough chit-chat. D. He slung the massive shuriken at the boy. Irika was about to throw himself in front of it when Naruto took a kunai and pushed the Chunin out of the way. As the shuriken was about to cleave its way through the blonde, he sidestepped it and stuck the kunai through the shuriken's center hole. He felt its driving force getting to be too much to completely stop it, so he slammed it into the ground. It started to cut through the soil, but after a moment, it stopped and stayed. The other two Chunin were wide-eyed. What? You can't expect me to learn everything at school, did you? Naruto smirked. Besides, I already had my suspicions about the fox. If anything, I like the whisker marks. Removed his kunai from the shuriken hole and assumed his taijutsu style, with the kunai in a forward grip. Mizuki took out a kunai and readied his stance as well. You're getting ahead of yourself. I was going to kill you quickly, but now, I'm going to stab you in every organ, then, I'm gonna drive my kunai through your eyes. Meh, I got nothing. The boy shrugged. Mizuki sprinted at the boy with his kunai driving forward, fully intent on carrying out his threat. Naruto lifted his own kunai and parried it to his right. As Mizuki started to lose his balance at his diverted velocity, Naruto grabbed the man's arm at the elbow and turned him around fully before pushing him away. He then threw his kunai at the man's back. He had unfortunately missed all his vital organs. The silver-haired Chunin merely grunted in pain before he reached his free hand behind him and plucked it out. GH. He turned around and glared at the boy. He gripped the kunai in a fist of iron before he threw it at a terrific speed, aiming for the boy's face. The lad fell flat as it passed over him, the bloody kunai embedding itself in a tree. Naruto got back up and started throwing his shuriken at the man, but he deflected them all. Soon running out, he noticed the Fuma stuck in the ground from earlier close to him. He pulled it up gingerly before he started spinning around twice, swinging the massive shuriken before he threw it at the traitor, but he simply sidestepped it. In a blur, Mizuki had charged the boy and buried his foot in Naruto's gut. The Uzumaki gasped for air weakly before he tried to press on, grabbing the foot at the ankle and turning it on the inside. The man went with the turn and fell flat on his face with Naruto still holding his leg. Before he could lash out with his second leg, Naruto lifted his leg and drop-kicked the man on the ground with his heel, right into the small of his back. Gah! Gah! Naruto finished twisting the man's foot, finally feeling satisfied when he heard a crack. The man yelled in pain before he finally kicked away the boy, who fell onto his back. The man got back up painfully and unsteadily onto his good leg before he shuffled over to the boy. He took out his last kunai and plunged it down at the boy's heart. The boy poofed away into a log, making Mizuki give a small yelp in surprise. He was about to go search for him, but the boy fell out of a nearby tree ungracefully in a heap on the ground. Naruto was panting heavily. It took all the chakra he had left to perform the substitution, and his body had given out on him. Mizuki pulled his kunai out of the log and smirked before shakily making his way over to the boy. Said boy was staring wide-eyed as his about-to-be killer come over to him, only to be stopped by Irika, who grabbed his foot. "What the? Irika, let me go," the traitor said angrily, trying to pull away. Irika mumbled something incomprehensible. Mizuki, finally having enough, stabbed the man in the back, right where his heart would be. Irika grunted weakly. He looked over to Naruto and mouthed, "I'm sorry." The light faded from his eyes as Naruto stared in disbelief as his former teacher murdered another. Mizuki was still caught in a dead man's grip, but he shrugged it off easily and callously. Naruto felt something start to stir inside him as his visage became more feral, his whisker marks deepened and his eyes red and slitted. He found new strength in his chakra coils, and the boy got to his feet, thoroughly befuddled why this was so. He looked at his hands to see them with extended nails, resembling claws. The boy scowled as he looked up once more at Mizuki, who was startled at the boy's intimidating feral looks. The boy snapped before he snarled in anger. In a blur, the boy disappeared and reappeared behind the man in a burst of speed, slashing at his neck, releasing a red torrent. Not done, he kicked the man at his earlier stab wound, making the man faceplant. The boy grasped both of the man's legs and swung him around, his blood splashing around them with perfect radius before he flung the man against a tree. At the last second, Mizuki had turned himself so his back would impact it instead of his head. He slid down it in a heap, blood freely running down his body and dyeing his clothes a deep shade of crimson in the worst way. Naruto picked up the man's kunai and stalked over to the man and picked him up by the shoulder, pressing most of his weight against a tree. He then started stabbing the man repeatedly in a hellish fury while screaming, as if it would bring his teacher back to life. The man had already died from the 20th stab, but the boy kept going, the front of the boy's orange jumpsuit now stained red and bloody, as was his stabbing hand. His rage continued well further stab before he plunged the kunai through the man's right eye socket, driving it through to the back of the tree and staked him there. Viscous eye fluid mixed with blood flowed out of the socket down his cheek, resembling tears. Naruto backpedaled slowly from the bloody scene as he came down from his emotional high. When the Hokage and 2 ANBU showed up a few minutes later, they found the boy slumped against another tree, watching his shaking, bloody hands. Chapter 3. The Sandaime Hokage's eyes flickered to all three people in the clearing. 2 of them were corpses while all 3 were blooded, particularly Mizuki. The corpses did not hold his attention for long, though. Instead, it was centered on Naruto, who was in some type of catatonic shock, who still hadn't acknowledged his or the ANBU's presence. The boy was just sitting there as if he had just witnessed a murder, which he practically had. Whilst striding over to the boy, he motioned to the 2 ANBU to check Irika for a pulse and to remove Mizuki. Reaching the boy, he mentally recalled what psychology books and experience had taught him in adverse times such as these. He sat beside the boy in the grass at the foot of the tree and waited for Naruto to speak first. When it showed that he was capable of speech, then he would speak to him. Hiruzen watched the 2 ANBU look over Irika before shaking their heads to him. The man sighed as he waved at them, signaling them to take the man to the morgue. They did and soon returned and checked Mizuki's carcass. At first, they were fussing over how to remove him from his spot on the tree without making it worse. That's when they realized that it couldn't get any worse for the man. With a grunt, one of them yanked out the kunai, pinning up the man to the tree, and shunshined away with him as well. They returned quickly and then picked up every weapon on the ground. In a matter of minutes, besides the crimson smears on the ground and the bloody Uzumaki, there was nothing unusual in the clearing. It had been a few hours. Sarutobi had long since dismissed the ANBU and waited patiently beside Naruto. It was now midnight, the start of Saturday morning, but he was a man of patience. Besides, if Naruto could stay still and watched his own hands for 3 hours and he as a Kage couldn't, he no longer deserved the title. Irika-sensei, he killed Irika-sensei. He was trying to help me. And he killed him. Hiruzen looked to him, waiting expectantly. He knew what was coming next. And then I killed Mizuki. He looked at his hands and as if he just noticed that they were bloody, he tried to wipe them on his clothes. When he realized that his clothes were also bloodied with Mizuki's life, he started to furiously wipe his hands on the grass, but the blood was already dry. It's my fault, the Sandaime stated as he watched the boy's actions. If only I had arrived sooner, this could have been prevented. I had some difficulty finding here because nothing is outstanding to this location. I must really be a demon. He started to stutter. Naruto-kun. Stop. You are not a demon. You merely hold the beast back at bay. You are its prison, you are its master, you dash. Used its power to kill a handicapped teacher. Hiruzen shook his head. They lived in a bloody ninja world. Mizuki was about to kill you. Were you going to let him kill you? No. Of course not. If only I had my chakra at the time, and beaten him up or something. Or, if I had tried to find out dash. Naruto. Perhaps you should come to my home and sleep instead. It would benefit you more if you weren't alone right now. The Hokage stood up and held out his hand to the boy. Naruto watched him for a moment, not knowing what to do for himself, before grasping the man's hand. As soon as he did, they both disappeared in a body flicker of a swirl of leaves. Naruto's eyes snapped open suddenly, as was his habit every day to awake at this time. He already registered where he was the second he saw the ceiling. He knew what was happening once more. His memory kicked in about what happened the night before. His body slightly ached in soreness as he remembered stabbing a dead man. The man had no identity to him. He was just another person, didn't matter if he was good or bad. He knew all the speeches that would be given him, all the condolences, for Irika. He might as well get breakfast, and the sooner he got this day over with, the sooner he could get to training. Now that he had killed, his ninja career had taken off, he could train without repercussions for training in regimens beyond that of his class in the open. So I took one day to get over it? Is that normal? Recalling that there was a demon sealed inside him, Naruto realized that nothing about him was normal. He kicked off the sheets and leaned over the edge onto his feet. He immediately left the room and made his way to the kitchen to have breakfast. It would be his second time, so he knew where to go, not getting lost or wandering into the wrong rooms along the way. Finding the kitchen, he plopped down in an empty seat in between the older man with brown hair and a goatee and a little boy who was still changing teeth. He already knew their names, but if they were going through introductions again he would just roll with it. Morning, Naruto. How did you sleep? The elder asked, putting down his booklet. Like the usual. The blonde grunted. The man took that as a good sign that he was over his shock. Naruto, huh? The little boy said. Mornin', Naruto. My name's Konohamaru. Hey, Konohamaru. The man with the goatee got up and started preparing breakfast. You didn't stumble your way into our rooms on accident coming here, did you, Naruto? No, Asuma-san. The man lifted an eyebrow. How did you know my name? You're well known in the village. Naruto lied smoothly, not wanting to disclose that he knew him from their future meeting. Oh? Well, good for me, huh? I'm popular. The Sarutobi chuckled as he prepared some soba noodles and eggs and dished it out to the two boys, as well as some for himself, before seating himself again. Naruto frowned a bit, staring at the soba. It was his least favorite noodle type and he had to go through it again for the second time. He shrugged and started eating, hurrying to get it over with and out of the way. Soon finished, he placed his dish in the sink. He was going to have to be ignorant for a few hours. Nothing he couldn't handle. So, Sarutobi-san? Asuma looked up from his meal. Can I have my clothes? I can't just go out in underclothes that I slept in. That's going to be a problem. We disposed of your bloody jumpsuit. You didn't expect to go back to wearing it, did you? So what am I going to wear then? He retorted. I'm sure I can find something around here you can try on. At least until we get you to the clothing store that outfits ninjas. Besides, if you have any more orange jumpsuits at home like the one you were wearing, get rid of them too. Honestly, kid, you're gonna need to lose bright colors so you don't catch a kunai in your back when you're out in the field. Outfit change, eh? Oh yeah, I will. I definitely will. X equals X equals. Naruto and Asuma completed their journey to the ninja service establishment, one of them gratefully. The younger of the pair wore a jacket and pants 2 sizes too big and the cuffs he had put into them were beginning to come undone, not to mention the fact that the clothing wasn't already cumbersome and awkward enough, to begin with. They pushed the door in and entered, allowing the smell of brand new clothing and lubricating oil to hit their nostrils. The store was relatively empty of other patrons, so they just made their way to the front desk and tapped the bell waiting on it. Hello? Asuma called. I'd like some service. Coming. A girl's voice sounded from the back. Almost immediately, a twin bun-haired girl entered through a door behind the counter, came up to the two males. Welcome to Higarashi's Shinobi Supplies, she welcomed. It sounded more genuine than routine, and Naruto smiled in appreciation. Hey Tenten, the Sarutobi greeted. I came down to get Naruto here some things to prepare himself to be a ninja. He gestured to the boy by patting him on the head. And get him some new clothes. The girl smiled at the blonde. Naruto, is it? I've heard of you before. Good things, right? He lifted an eyebrow. He goofily did a pose to amuse, but the girl merely shrugged. Well, they said you were so quiet most people didn't know what you sounded like. The Higurashi smirked. I guess I should count myself lucky. Let's begin shopping, shall we? Asuma suggested to the children. In a short half-hour later, Naruto was dressed in a dark blue close-fitting shirt with a V-neck and long sleeves that were slack around the elbows. Black ankle-length pants went far in completing the look and gray sandals rounded it all off nicely. It echoed his previous outfit, but the drab color scheme was more agreeable with everyone present. He had a backpack on his back that he placed his mesh armor inside to carry home, as well as a set of dozens of new shurikens, kunais, and yards of ninja wire on a spool, and about 10 each of C-ranked and B-ranked paper bombs. He had everything sorted out in different pockets in the said backpack, and with the even distribution, the bag felt right at home on his back. Now for a weapon. Tenten slightly squealed in her excitement but stopped when she saw the patrons staring at her as if the bukijutsu tools hadn't just been purchased. What? I just like weapons, okay? Sheesh. She waved her hand dismissively before she turned to Naruto. Don't you want something to fall back on when you've just about thrown everything else? Never fancied that kind of situation for anyone. So, what kind of weapon would you like to use? She took his hand and stretched it while feeling his biceps. Good definition. A strength type O guy? He retracted his arm and started to think about how he stabbed Mizuki full of holes. I must still have trauma. Something blunt? Tonfa? Iron knuckles? Hammers? Staffs? Asuma felt put on the spot. His father had asked him to help Naruto get equipped, but he didn't count on his purchases going into this region. Let me see your staffs. And mind the pricing. She led them to the back rooms to look over their merchandise of staffs, which was quite impressive, showing them staff after staff. Nothing fully appealed to the blonde. His mind started to wander back to when the Hokage asked if he would have let Mizuki kill him. He didn't want to kill anyone, but sooner or later he would need to. It was his profession. Besides, he knew what he wanted. He decided to speak up. Is there anything that's both blunt and sharp at the same time? Anything? She stopped what she was doing and looked up to her forehead and thought. Well, I think I have a tonfa with a blade on one side dash. No. Something else. To be honest, we got something experimental from the Land of Iron 2 years ago. No one wanted it. Well? What is it, Tenten? Asuma asked. It's like some kind of folding blade. It's also like a weird kind of jutty, too. Let me ask Tusan if he knows where it is. She ran back to a door that likely lead into her living quarters while the males waited on her return. A few minutes later, she returned with a relatively small box in her palm before she removed the cover and presented it to the Uzumaki. It was like an oversized rectangle-shaped handle with slight palm grips on either side. It was about 6 inches long. Asuma gave a disbelieving air. That's it? Where's the rest of it? Tenten firmly gripped it before she swung it down rapidly. The rest of the weapon extended out by 2 feet, thick at the bottom and small at the top. On one side, it was rounded off and blunt, but the other side was sharp to a decent degree. It was like a one-edged sword with an extremely blunt opposite side. 2. That's new, the man with the goatee remarked, observing the development. The boy next to him beamed at the sharpened baton and asked the girl how much it cost. I asked Tusan about it and he said he had clean forgotten about it. He says you can have it for half price. That's 8,000 ryo. Asuma's cigarette fell out of his mouth when his jaw dropped. That thing was 16,000 ryo? Yeah. Tenten smiled cheerfully. It's made with some expensive alloy to guarantee durability. Besides, chakra can be infused into it. That's always a good thing. Right? I mean, I don't know if he can do it, but sooner or later he'll learn, right? I don't have that much on me. Asuma scratched the back of his head while he picked up his cigarette off the ground. I'll be back. Gimme a few minutes. He hurriedly left in Shunshin's, leaving the children to stand around awkwardly in his absence. So, used anything like this before? The blonde asked. No, never. If you're going to learn, you'll probably need a sword user and a baton user or something. She shrugged. Or figure it out yourself, worst case scenario. I self-taught myself, but it always feels lacking. Maybe you could read a book on human anatomy, figure out the best places to hit in the meantime. The chat continued like this for a while until the man came back, patting a pocket with more confidence than he'd had previously. All right. I think I've got enough to cover the whole sum. They went back to the front desk where the brown-eyed girl retrieved a calculator and the two patrons crossed back to the correct side of the counter. As soon as they were settled, Tenten added up the prices. Okay, let's see. Kunai, shuriken, bombs. She punched the buttons in the buttons on the calculator while she announced the items. Wire, and, that half-blade thing. Naruto sweat dropped at her name for it, as it continued to show how little she knew about it. That's 23,810 ryo. Good thing it's not my money. Asuma counted out the money exactly when Naruto stopped him by holding his hand out in front of him. What is it, Naruto? Just give her the full 24,000. Like a tip. A tip? The man smiled like the cat who ate the canary. You like 10-10, Naruto? The boy was not about to be embarrassed. Yeah. She's nice, he said in earnest. Asuma, now realizing his tease had no effect, merely grumbled to himself before handing over the money to the blushing girl. Whatever. Naruto took up the tactical weapon from off the counter. Thanks, 10-10. See you around. Yeah. Later. She turned around stiffly before disappearing into the back room again, muttering something about blondes. Naruto merely sighed. Well, that's that. I'm just gonna go home to drop the things off and then we can go visit old man Hokage. X=X=X. The aged Sandaime sighed as he stroked his forehead in, trying to chase away the growing headache. And Naruto was the source of it all. Naruto learned the shadow clone technique in a mere hour. He's got some good battlefield sense too, fresh out of the academy and taking down a Chunin, albeit violently. One of the Hyuga ANBU told me that he used the Kyuubi's chakra in the final moments. I should have him under watch for a while longer. Sensing that he was about to be disturbed, he looked at the door, just before it was knocked. Getting a feel for the chakras on the other side, he invited them to enter. Come in. Just dropping Naruto off, Asuma said as they entered, nudging the boy forwards towards the man. He said he wanted to see you. Okay, Asuma. You can leave. If anything, Naruto can explain some things. With a quick wave, the man left via the door again, allowing the two to be alone. So, Naruto-kun, the Hokage said to the 13-year-old, how are you feeling now? I feel better. I'm not at a full 100%, but I'm better. Maybe I'll never be at a full 100 again. You mean a loss of innocence? He asked rhetorically. It's a terrible ninja world, Naruto-kun, and I won't lie to you, you'd be expected to kill again, by your own choice, when you don't have one, and when your home asks you to. It's not an endpoint that everyone wants, and it'd be up to you to gauge all your options first. I know all that. It's just... The boy hesitated. Could have done without all the trauma, all that bloodshed. Kami. And Irika. He didn't deserve that. And what about me? Having the Kyuubi in me? Did it help influence that? Hiruzen thought of the answer's ramifications in the long term and shook his head. So I can't blame it. I did all of that myself. I want to say that anybody that I do end up killing might be people who deserve it, that they're nasty, bottom-of-the-barrel scum. It's something that you do get used to, taking a life. Different ninjas have different ideologies and methods of dealing with it, and all of it is reasonable, as long as one doesn't like it. Never. Good. If you need to discuss that morbid topic further, I could get you some psychiatric help. It's not uncommon. I can imagine a long line, to be honest, Naruto interrupted with the jest, getting the Hokage to smile a bit. But what's your ideology about killing? It's either the cure to the bane of other people, or the end of a person's pain. Hiruzen allowed the boy some time to consider it and could see that he was slowly adopting it as his own. He could feel his headache starting to disappear already. You were forced to grow up sooner than you should have, but in any case, I'm glad to know that you were spared in this disaster. I provided some money for you to get some supplies. About that. Am I a ninja now? Hiruzen chuckled. Naruto was somewhat more friendly with him. Perhaps it was because of the bonding they were doing recently. Yes, Naruto-kun. In fact, here is your headband. I wanted to give it to you myself. He reached inside his desk and fished out a headband with a blue cloth and tossed it to him deftly. Congratulations. You're one step closer to being Hokage. Naruto caught the headband and looked at the leaf insignia. Hokage, huh? He placed it on his forehead and tied it behind his head. I guess so. If not a Hokage, then what? The man used to hear the boy proclaim about being Kage up until 3 years ago. Did he have a new dream? A person who always makes the right decision. Can't say being perfect, but being wrong sucks pretty bad. He had somewhat rehearsed his answer. Is that so? Making decisions based on others' past experiences? No. Well, yeah, them too. But mostly decisions based on mine. Sarutobi was befuddled. The boy was only 13 years old. How much experience did he have to make wise and informed decisions? Anyway, Gigi, I want to say thank you for paying for my supplies. Especially for the last weapon. What was it? Naruto described it to him and how it worked in a nutshell. And one side's sharp and the other is blunt. I see. Will you name it? Hell no. Anyone who names a weapon obviously doesn't have time to be making friends. The last thing I want is another reason to need a psychiatrist. It's a fancy jutty. Everything came to 24,000 Rio, by the way. Seeing the Hokage's surprised reaction, he went on to explain, it would have been more expensive if I wasn't given a discount. That's what they told me anyway. Besides, I'll pay you back when I get a high-ranking mission pay, huh? Hint hint? I want to go save a princess or something. Hiruzen chuckled, no need. My own account is quite sizable after all these years of saving. I don't even really make purchases that often anymore. That so? Well, my apartment needs a little renovating then, if you don't mind. Perhaps in a fortnight. Get some planning done and such. Naruto bowed his head and shoulders in thankfulness. Thanks, GG. =X=X=. He sat down in his usual seat, bored as usual. Everyone jostled around excitedly, sporting their headbands in their respective places. Most were conversing loudly about how they were going to be the best, yelling who was better than who, and so on. The door opened slowly and all eyes turned to see Sasuke Uchiha wearing his usual stoicism on the outside. The last Uchiha saw fangirls swarming his usual seat, waiting on him to sit in anticipation. He groaned internally before sitting beside Naruto. When all saw his action, it was then that they finally took notice of Naruto's presence. Naruto started to count in his mind. 3, 2, 1, Q Inuzuka. Naruto? What the hell are you doing here? You failed the test Friday, idiot. This is just for people who are real ninjas. Naruto had rehearsed his answer. I am a real ninja. But if you want to know how I passed, wait 3 minutes. You'll soon find out. What the fuck does that mean? Kiba yelled the question. Kiba, be patient. His answer is curious, but if it has merit, we shall see what he means when 3 minutes have flown, Shino said quietly, placating the boy. Everyone shrugged and decided to wait as well. Something had always been strange about Naruto. Perhaps today they could get some answers. Sasuke closed his eyes. So you passed, huh? Yeah. Your advice was useful but it wasn't what I used. Is that so? What did you do? The coal-eyed youth asked. 2.5 minutes. HN. Exactly 2.5 minutes later, a puff of smoke erupted behind the teacher's desk at the front of the class. When it cleared, it revealed the taijutsu testing ANBU from Friday. It is now 9 a.m. Get to your seats, he ordered in his monotone. Everyone who was standing or seated inappropriately quickly got to their correct seats, thoroughly intimidated. When they were all settled, the ANBU began to speak again. I will speak only once. I will not repeat myself pertaining to any controversial matter involved. If anything is unclear, seek clarity elsewhere. Getting their affirmative response, he nodded. Very well. I've been commissioned by the Hokage and Naruto Uzumaki to bring some issues to light. It was to be done in the hopes that all of you would rid yourselves of complacency and childish ways, as the life of the shinobi is riddled with death, lies, and betrayal. Only a few details were to be spared. He threw a kunai blurring quick that took root in Shikamaru's desk, right next to his head. The boy was jolted awake by the sudden action. As in that case, I could have killed him in his slumber. The ANBU continued. Suddenly, everyone else who had started to zone out was back at full attention. This wasn't some ordinary customary warning anymore. On Friday, Mizuki, your Chunin teacher, deceived Naruto and convinced him to steal the scroll of forbidden techniques for himself to pilfer. Before the scroll could change hands, Irika Umino found Naruto trying to learn a technique from said scroll. Just as Irika confronted him for stealing it, Mizuki arrived and betrayed them both. Irika was mortally injured, leaving Naruto to fend off Mizuki. Before he could be killed, Irika intervened, and was murdered trying to protect him. Everyone leaned forward, eyes getting bigger and bigger as the ANBU told the tale. Mizuki finished off Irika by stabbing him in his back, right into his heart. When Naruto saw that Irika got killed, he himself killed Mizuki in reprisal by stabbing him. Over 50, Naruto muttered. Over 50 times in his upper torso, before stabbing Mizuki through his eye and pinning him to the tree in his rage. Everyone gave the blonde a horrified look before they tried to inch away from him, sans Sasuke. This is why none of your teachers are present. Irika is now buried and Mizuki is now ashes. The reason for this recount is to make it clear that you understand what kind of life you're getting into. Being a ninja is not fun and games. To be completely straightforward, we kill for a living. All who think this is too much for them to handle, please leave now. Everyone looked at each other, a bit unsure. Slowly, Roanna got out of his seat and strode out of the class. With his exodus, more and more of the students trickled out until only 18 students remained. If that is all, I shall now read the teams with their respective squad numbers along with Jonin Sensei's. There will be some improvisation for teams broken with the probable loss of some team members who just made their exit. He quickly announced teams from memory recall to the silent class. Next is Team 7. Uchiha, Uzumaki and Haruno. Team 8 is Hyuga, Aburame and Inuzuka. Team 9 is still in circulation. Team 10 is Yamanaka, Nara and Akimichi. Your senseis will come to fetch you at times of their choosing in this room. He looked over the class through his mask in scrutiny. Good day, he finished, before leaving in a body flicker. Most of the students started to breathe more easily in the ANBU's leave. They all looked to Naruto, who still retained a bored and hard look. Now you know why, Inuzuka. Find anything wrong? Something unclear? I don't believe it. Besides, you still can't even create a decent clone. Do you think you're hot stuff? You're still shit. Most of the girls were hesitant and no one agreed with Kiba, Sakura especially, not knowing how to speak since he was now her teammate. Suddenly afraid, she started to wonder if he would kill her, seeing that she always tried to hit him. He would have plenty of chances, now that they were on the same team. She wasn't even feeling celebratory knowing that she would be on the same team with Sasuke as well. Naruto formed the crossram hand seal and formed a clone out in the walkway beside Kiba. You were saying? Faye. It's just one. Most of us can make a half dozen. Naruto nodded to the clone, who nodded back in response. The clone decked Kiba in the face right below his eye, making the boy fall back onto his butt. Stay down, the clone said before it reached its hands up and snapped its neck, dispersing in smoke. Kiba was too frightened to even move from his spot on the floor. Hinata from where she was sitting was saddened by Naruto's actions, starting to think that there was more to him that she hadn't seen, and more that she didn't want to. Shino merely raised an eyebrow while Sasuke was intrigued. That's new. Yes, it is, Sasuke. Yes, it is. It had been 3 hours. The door slid open to reveal a Jonin with a half mask and spiky silver hair that styled upwards and to the side. He also wore his hitayate over his left eye, which had finished covering up his face by a fair 3/4. His right eye looked over the remaining 3 students who were waiting for him. Naruto was spinning a kunai on his fingertips trying to improve his chakra control. Sasuke was sitting beside him with his hands balled under his chin and Sakura sat behind Sasuke, reading. He noticed that the girl was glancing nervously at Naruto, and from what he had heard, Kakashi believed that he knew why. Looks like a quiet bunch. Team 7, meet me on the roof, he announced before walking off, leaving the door open for them to exit as well. The students heaved themselves up and filed out to the roof, Sasuke in the lead. When they arrived there, they saw their supposed sensei waiting on them with his hands in his pockets. Hey, Kakashi-sensei, Naruto called to him when he was hailing distance. How do you know my name? The man replied in question. The genin finished closing the distance and sat on the steps in front of the jonin. You're very well known, he lied. Kakashi narrowed his visible eye, detecting the lie. Why would he lie? How does he know? That's fine, he stated, not betraying his thoughts. It was a good lie because he was well known. How else, however, could he know, and why would he want to hide it? He'd find out later. As you all just heard, my name is Kakashi Hatake. We will have some introductions. Who's first? Kakashi gave an example himself on how it was to be done, but he downright skipped telling them anything besides his name. Now it's your turn, Sakura. All right. My name is Sakura Haruno. I like dash. She looked over at Sasuke and blushed heavily. I dislike. She glanced at Naruto and hesitated. Ino pig. My hobbies are. She looked at Sasuke with her peripherals. Making scrapbooks and reading. And my dream is, she now squealed a little. Okay. I'm almost sorry I asked. Brooder, you're up. Hold up, Naruto interjected, you looked at Sasuke, talking about making scrapbooks and he paused in hesitation. Never mind. Go ahead, Sasuke. Let's save the best for last. By the way, you better check to see if you've lost some of your hair or some shit. Sakura yelled that she didn't do anything like that, and Naruto laughed until his eyes started to water. Whatever. My name is Sasuke Uchiha. I like to train. I dislike fangirls. My hobbies and likes are the same. My dream, no, my ambition is to kill Itachi. A little dark. Kakashi sighed. Blondie, you're next. My name is Uzumaki Hatake, he said evenly. His visible eye narrowed before he relented. Fine. You call me by name and title, I'll call you yours. Naruto, introduce yourself please. Naruto held his hands up. Hey, sorry. Don't want to sound disrespectful, but I don't like hearing Blondie. It sounds really disrespectful. Just use my name, especially since we don't know each other so well. Okay, some perspective. Can I call you Emo Eye Patch? I get your point, Uzumaki, Kakashi said, his voice getting stern. Now make your introduction. Alright. My name is Naruto Uzumaki. I like to be well-informed and surrogate family members like Ayame and Hokage. I dislike those who are biased towards me. My hobbies include, what do I like doing? I think training, and I guess fixing things. Yeah, fixing things. My dream is to always be able to make the best decisions. It's a stupid kinda dream, but it'd be nice to have people be able to depend on you, he said with a small smile. It's impossible to always make the right decision, Hatake remarked with a small sigh. My time with Obito and Rin is proof of that. It is impossible, Naruto admitted carelessly, but all you need is a little foresight. Now, what's next, Kakashi-sensei? Kakashi coughed into his hand to clear his throat. The test you did Friday was merely a screening process to see who would and could be genin material. You still have another test. Say what? Sakura nearly shrieked. Aha! You have to pass the respective Jonin's test. Each of us Jonins has our own exam and mine is a bell test. Elaborate please, Naruto said. I'll tell you tomorrow. And don't eat any breakfast tomorrow or you'll puke. Sasuke shrugged at this, Naruto grumbled about mad teachers, and Sakura was downright indignant. Kakashi smiled. Test starts at 7 a.m. Later. He disappeared in a puff of smoke. They all stood up and straightened themselves with a small stretch. Well, that's that, Naruto said. Let's all go home and get some sleep. Rest ourselves. Who died and made you team leader? Sakura asked. Who died? Naruto asked back the question. Never mind. She shook her head quickly. Sasuke merely grunted before he ran and jumped off the roof at the third story and landed nimbly, going home. Naruto did the same by swallow diving off the roof at the adjacent corner, flipped in midair and landed on his feet before performing a perfect PK roll, sprinting home. Sakura shook her head. Show off. I wish I could do that. She took what she figured was the normal way down the stairs and made her way home as well. At home, Naruto finally gathered his things together and changed into something casual. He then placed his last two identical, kerosene-laced, jumpsuits in a trash can outside before striking a match and dropping it in it. The contents inside the bin burst into flames with a flare. New day, and new start he asked himself quietly. Guess so. He walked back into his house and pressed his new outfit before fashioning a small holster inside his weapons pouch for his new tactical weapon. He had a simple dinner before going to bed at 6, just as usual. Chapter 4. His eyes snapped open suddenly and flickered around the room, taking in every detail at once. As soon as he gathered his bearings, he slid off the bed to one side and got to his feet. A second later, his clock changed to 6 a.m. and the alarm rang. Before it could annoy him, he turned it off. He stretched while yawning and made his bed quickly before moving on to the kitchen. Laughing to himself about Kakashi's rule, he had a fairly brisk breakfast and some strong unsweetened coffee, before he went and got dressed in his new clothes. He looked himself over in the mirror, satisfied with what he saw. He looked over to the clock to see only half an hour had passed. Well, he's gonna arrive at 10 a.m. I've got heaps of time. I just need to arm myself and make some surprises too. The guy's a strong jonin. I could try to catch him off guard. He quickly got his weapons and strapped his blade baton in a holster at his side, the weight of his new weapon giving him a sense of confidence. Lastly, he put on his backpack, filled his toad wallet with money from his savings, and ran out of his apartment. Although he had plenty of time, he had none to waste. Making his way to a tumble-down house in his district, he then navigated his way carefully inside, dodging fallen beams and boards with rusty nails on the floor. He went into the bathroom where there were broken toiletry furnishings and a shower. Reaching for the broken shower rail, he finished yanking it out of the wall and started smashing it against the ceramic tiled walls and floors, breaking the tiles into small pieces. He grunted as he went about the job, almost akin to a wild animal. In a few minutes, he had enough for his purposes. He swept them all up together with his foot into a pile before he took a tin out of his backpack and scooped up all of the preferred pieces inside, which was still more than enough. Having what he needed, he put the tin back in his bag and left the house before sprinting to Higarashi's shop to get his next ingredient. He pushed open the door and stepped inside. He felt déjà vu hit him strongly as he inhaled the smells of the shop, but he ignored it. Déjà vu hit him too often. Ringing the bell for service, a burly man then stepped out of the back room and strode to the counter. It seemed that with every step closer the man took, Naruto felt like he was going to get pushed out of the shop due to displacement. The man was all muscle and built like a mountain. Good morning, young man. What can I do for you? Good morning. I would like some explosive tags, please. Naruto replied in request. The man stroked his chin with the back of his hand. Well? What kind of paper bombs? We stock from A rank through to DS. What's the lowest grade that can still kill or maim? My opinion? See, the D ranks, honestly, feel like little more than firecrackers to me. The CS have a decent blast radius with enough force to blow a man's legs off if he's close enough. Above that, you're just about spreading him all over the place. As if just noticing the boy's size, he asked him if he was a genin, to which the boy admitted. I wouldn't sell you the B-ranked and A-ranked ones just yet. As a recommendation, you'd need some more experience with them. D and C for now. Is that so? Naruto took out his wallet and emptied the bills inside. How much of those C-rank tags can this get me? The man scrutinized the pile and sifted through it. He finally pushed back a small amount of the coins back to Naruto, as change. The here can get you 8 of them. 5-second fuses when chakra activates them. Should give you enough time get far enough away, or curse me out for selling them to you. I'll have earned my living either way, but I'd rather you be careful. Naruto laughed. Yeah, I'll be careful. I'll take it, Higurashi-san. The man took up the money and put it inside the register before he took down a box behind him from off a shelf. He opened it and counted out the explosives and gave them to Naruto. Here you go. Take it and welcome. The Uzumaki took them from the man. Thanks. No sooner than he had taken them from the man, he ran out of the shop. The morning was cool, almost chilly. Naruto was sprinting through the early morning streets, adding his flair to it by doing vaults when necessary, trying to warm up. By the time he had arrived at his next destination, he was warm from his exertions. He walked casually into the next shop, one that had a large sign at the front with the kanji for crafts and toys. The owner inside was an old man whose vision was going, and knowing this, Naruto felt confident that he couldn't recognize him. After exchanging pleasantries, the boy ordered 8 rubber balls about the size of grapefruits and a large bottle of glue. Quickly paying for it, he went straight home again but went to the roof. He thought back to what he knew. All right, let's make some surprises. Using a kunai, he cut open a neat circular hole into the top of the ball before proceeding to pour a little glue inside the ball. He then tipped a considerable amount of the tile pieces from his tine into the ball and swirled it around until he could no longer hear any loose ones making noise. The glue was enough to make them all stick to the inside. Taking out an explosive tag, the Uzumaki read the seal on it. As the blacksmith had cautioned, there was a 5-second fuse, and the knowledge merely made him smirk deviously. Balling up the tag, he wrapped it in a bit of aluminum foil paper to protect it from being torn up by the tile pieces and dropped it back inside the ball. Finally, he glued the top of the ball back in its place and wiped away the excess adhesive. The ball now seemed ordinary once more, with nothing depicting it different except for a small weight change. He repeated the process with the rest of the balls and soon had them lined off perfectly. They were simply shrapnel explosives. While normal bombs relied on blast damage, these would rip into flesh, probably right to the bone. And he knew the perfect jonin to test them out on. A bomb alone won't stop him, though. I need help. And maybe I can think of something else to take him by surprise. All his preparation done with all last-minute purchases, with everything he would need for the test, he walked hurriedly to Training Ground 7 to find his other 2 teammates standing around. Morning. The blonde greeted. The last loyal Uchiha grunted in reply while Haruno gave him a nod. She still disliked him, but she didn't want to get on his bad side. Last night when she had asked her mother about Naruto, Mabuki gave her a strict warning about staying away from him as much as she could because he was unstable and dangerous. Given what she had heard from the ANBU regarding the Mizuki betrayal incident, she had no problem believing her. It was going to be hard being on a team with him if things continued like this. We're probably going to wait a while longer before he shows up, Naruto said out of the blue. Sasuke raised his head. Naruto hesitated, did some research on him. He's always 3 hours late to everything. Late for everything, I swear. You better hope you never end up in trouble while waiting for him, or you're screwed. Sakura swooned a little seeing Sasuke's indifference before she realized what Naruto was saying. Wait. He said that he was coming at 7. That means he's coming at 10 a.m., Sakura-san. He instantly fell back into his bored vibe. Oh Kami. Sakura slapped her forehead in exasperation. What should we do until then? Just wait? Sasuke gained a thoughtful look on his face. I still wonder what his test is about. I've got a few theories, Naruto lied as he took off his bag, slouched against the tree his teammates were under, and slid down it, making himself comfortable. Just a few theories. Which are? Sakura asked expectantly. They're just theories. Nothing concrete. Besides, I think we should all just have breakfast while we wait. He trailed off. Somewhat? Sasuke asked, his curiosity now rapidly elevating. Breakfast? Naruto unzipped his bag and took out 2 small kits, as if in response to his question. They all knew about the man's rule, and Sakura was the first to remind them of it. I heard him. What kind of activity could make us vomit anyway? Is he gonna spin us around in circles? Naruto replied, his voice bleeding sarcasm. Who wants to vomit? She retorted. Hey, I think you should eat. I'm going to try to be as clear as possible. Our sensei, who shared so little information about himself, is always late by 3 hours and lied about the test starting at 7, is trustworthy enough to skip breakfast on his say-so? Valid point, the raven-haired boy agreed, and even if we puke, we'll just puke and be done with it. But we all already skipped breakfast, and none of us brought any food. Well, yeah, Sakura agreed. And besides, it's too late to go back to buy food and then have it before sensei comes. Naruto could only marvel at how quickly the girl changed her tune to match Sasuke's. In order to have everyone work together, as far as he realized, he and Sasuke would have to be in accord first. Fangirls. Naruto rolled his eyes, expression jaded as the conversation repeated itself, déjà vu ringing in his head. I already had breakfast. But I knew that you all would skip it too, so I brought some. With that said, he retrieved 2 small plastic dishes from the kits and handed each to Sasuke and Sakura, the latter of which took it rather hesitantly. I'm gonna want those back when you're done, they're my only ones. The dark-eyed youth popped the lid off his to find a rice cake inside and a peeled orange cut into 2. Sakura opened hers as well to find the same. Naruto went on to take out 2 more small clear plastic bags that made his teammates' eyes widen a bit. One had 2 large umeboshi plums and the other had 2 ripe tomatoes. They had no qualms taking these from the blonde, and Naruto had to double-check his hands to make sure they didn't just catch fire. He laughed at them both before he took out 2 water bottles and set them on the ground. And that's that. Sasuke started eating immediately while Sakura watched and waited as if she expected something bad was about to happen. The Uzumaki noticed before he lifted an eyebrow. Something wrong, Sakura? Poison maybe? The girl caught his tone and shook her head uneasily. It's just that. I'm not that hungry after all. Her stomach growled suddenly and audibly like an irascible dog, making her male counterparts shake their heads. Sounds like you are. But you're hesitant. Scared I poisoned it, he taunted. It scared her a bit, enough to make her think that he actually had. No, it's just that Kaa-san told you that I'm dangerous, he interrupted, getting to the heart of the matter, am I right? She was shocked to hear this. How did you No? I'm not a well-liked person in the village. If everyone was a shade of gray in the village, I would say that the whites like me while the dark shades or black downright hate me. The vast majority have dark shades. Guess what? Your mother is a dark shade. He replied sagely. Why is that? Sasuke asked between mouthfuls. Meh. Probably my pranks I did before I became 10, he said indifferently. Or a creature that craves mass destruction was sealed in me. Anyway, the food is safe. I'm not gonna poison anyone. Besides, I don't need the notoriety. I don't want to give them more reason to give me the stink eye, he joked lamely. She shrugged before she started eating. When Sasuke was finished, he moved on the orange and pried it open, only to see some kind of white substance inside. Naruto. Yeah? What's the white powder inside the orange? Sakura became alarmed and was about to spit out her food when the blonde sighed, seeing the girl panic. It's glucose. Oh. They finished eating before they moved on to the water. They finished drinking it and felt more comfortable. They were finishing the dregs when their Jonin sensei came into being via Shunshin in front of them, startling them a bit. Hello, Team 7. Sorry, I'm late. I had to Do something important? Naruto cut off. Kakashi didn't hesitate much. Was visiting the memorial stone important? Yes. It was important. Then we can let it slide. Naruto got to his feet and stretched? Do you have to do it every day? Yes, I do. Kakashi realized what he said too late. Naruto turned to his teammates who all shared a nod with each other. Okay. The Uzumaki was fast becoming their spokesman, despite not realizing it. Let's have our test then. I want to go save a princess and get famous and stuff. Sakura stared at the blonde incredulously with a sweat drop, wondering if it was a boy thing. Kakashi smiled under his mask. Fine. And then the sun came out and the misery shall begin. All right. The test. You will be having a confrontation exam. What kind of confrontation? Sakura asked, becoming nervous. Thought someone would ask. A confrontation against me. He walked over to a small memoriam-esque area and produced an alarm clock out of seemingly nowhere. He wound up the alarm and set it down atop a stump dramatically before turning back to his students. You will be fighting me to get these 2 bells. He took out 2 bells from out of his weapon's pouch and strapped it to his waist before he tapped them once, making them ring. You'll be fighting me to get these bells from me. However, all mirth left his voice. The person who doesn't get a bell will be sent back to the academy for further training. But there are only Yes. 2 bells, Sakura. That means that no matter what, one person will not get a bell. The strongest will pass, and it will weed out the weakest out of your group. They all steeled themselves, gathering their confidence and willpower while their sensei went on. You have 2 hours to get them from me. The person who doesn't pass will get tied up and gets to watch the others have lunch. And cue the rumbling stomachs. He didn't get the satisfaction of hearing any. Naruto chuckled a little. All of us had breakfast. No, wait. Let me amend that. I had breakfast while I carried food to aid my fellow teammates. Figured you were up to something. Kakashi looked to the shade of the tree and noticed 2 plastic dishes stacked under a tree neatly alongside 2 bottles. I told you if you ate any food, you would vomit. The Uzumaki giggled a little before he turned to his teammates. Guys? Remember the powder? Turns out that it wasn't just glucose. What? Oh, calm down, Sakura. It is glucose. It's just that I added some ground-up anti-regurgitation medicine in it too, just to make sure that no one would actually vomit. You know, the pills they give bulimic people. So even if you touched your uvula in the back of your throat, your food is staying down, as it should be. Sasuke smirked. Good thinking, Naruto. Naruto shrugged. I also put antidepressants in your water. I'm joking. Jokes aside, Naruto, by helping them, you've now handicapped your chances of passing without extra competition. And you broke my rule, which is law. That's disobedience. Naruto waved off the man. Nah. It wouldn't be fair. Besides, even so, my big kind heart wouldn't allow it. Besides, we've got brains. Don't get me wrong, we won't be rebellious, but if it's a shit rule, it ought to be broken. Kakashi pondered on the blonde in front of him. He already knows about the importance of having good teamwork and effort. But I still need to go through this test to make sure they all know what it means, especially Sakura having trust in Naruto and less partiality to Sasuke, and the fact that Sasuke seems to prefer parring with Naruto and disliking Sakura for her advances on him. Come at me with the intent to kill. Doing your best will be the only chance you have. Naruto grinned widely. Wow, yeah, he said it. To kill, huh? The grin slightly disturbed the Hatake, but he shook it off. Yes. Begin. Sasuke threw down a smoke bomb and all left the sensei in the smoke. By the time the smoke cleared, the Jonin was standing alone. Standard by-the-book evasion tactic from the academy. With a great sigh, he took out his worn edition of Ika Ika Paradise. To the genin, 2 of which felt put off by the man's indifference while Naruto just felt, same old, same old. He had his plans. It was straightforward. Get the bells using the knowledge he possessed and to get on his future sensei's good side. He already knew what the test was about, but he needed to make it look realistic, so to speak. He formed the cross-ox seal and created a dozen clones to which he handed out his homemade creations. Kakashi, while a Jonin with a lot of experience with his years of being an elite, was going to get the surprise of his life. Hopefully, he wouldn't get absolutely maimed in the process. In the meantime, Sasuke finished setting up his trap and primed the kunai in their places. I'm willing to bet that me and Naruto have the best chance of getting the bells. Right now, Sakura's dead weight. Look at her, in the trees. Why the fuck is she watching me instead of Kakashi? He glanced up into the tree where a patch of pink was visible through the leaves. Pathetic. He jumped up into another, much taller tree using chakra and hid there, taking 6 shurikens out of his weapon's pouch. Gotta drive Kakashi to the trap. He peeked out tentatively and watched his teacher read while Naruto strode into the clearing across from his teacher. What the hell is he doing? The Uzumaki stopped about 15 meters in front of the teacher, who watched him lazily. Naruto merely shook his head slightly in a placating gesture. So I have to get a bell, huh? Yes, Naruto. Kakashi stared at the boy with the gall to stand before him. May I have a bell, please? Kakashi sweat dropped. No. You can't. The other 2 genin were stumped. Is he retarded? You didn't say I couldn't ask. Geez. Anyway, it's time. Time for what? Naruto reached into his pouch dramatically while everyone watched him. To their surprise, he took out a blue rubber ball. I was, getting bored just watching you read that book, and I was wondering, wanna juggle it with me? Kakashi was silent, staring at the blonde. Didn't you have any friends who wanted to do this with you? The Jonin's mind briefly wandered to his past, reminiscing on Obito, who once asked him to juggle the ball with him, using his feet only. Back then, he merely walked away, but now, he was thinking, why not? I'll humor him. He's trying to distract me, I'm sure. Let's see where this goes. Okay. Sure. Naruto dropped it onto the flat of his foot and started juggling it. He kicked it twice into the air, then his forehead before he kicked it over to his sensei. Kakashi hesitated before he caught it on his ankle before kicking it as well. The composition is fine. Weight seems normal for a ball like this. There's no chakra in it. But then again, I think this is my first time handling a ball. This could be a trick for all I know. Better knock it back over to him. He briefly juggled it before he kicked it to Naruto. What are your friends doing? Spectating? They probably are. They must be thinking I've got no brains. They started to play a little more aggressively, kicking it to each other with more force each time. Naruto bided his time before he kicked it to Kakashi using chakra in his foot. The man didn't notice, but he kicked to him in a likewise manner, using chakra to augment their strength to get the other to miss a pass. Naruto started counting down the timer in his head, thinking of the bomb inside. 4. Naruto juggled it for a second before passing it to him again. 3. The silver-haired man caught it on his chest before letting it fall to his foot before passing it. 2. Naruto caught it but kept his cool, knowing that the time was brief. He kicked to the Hatake, trying to not make it look urgent. 1. Kakashi was convinced that this was an ordinary game, but it had to cease. He put in more chakra into his next kick, which would have been more than enough to burst the ball. The millisecond Kakashi's foot struck the ball, the damn thing blew up in a booming explosion. Naruto turned a full 180 degrees and fell flat as pieces of tile flew over his head, and a few embedded themselves in his shoes. A full 5 seconds after the explosion ceased, he sat up and pulled them out before standing up. Oi! Kakashi-sensei! I know you're alive. A hand grabbed his foot from underground. Shinjuzanchu no jutsu, double decapitation suicide technique, he was pulled into the ground, only neck and shoulders remaining above. Kakashi reemerged from the ground 2 feet in front of him, eye-smiling. That was quite devious. You're a dangerous one, you know that? Did it work? Kakashi made a half-and-half gesture. I got away with a kawarimi. But I still got some pieces in my foot and one nearly made it into my family jewels. What was it? Ceramic tiles. Made it myself. Naruto chuckled, despite his situation. I thought that shrapnel would get you. So you said you want to make wise decisions, huh? Let's see you get out of that predicament. There was a low thudding noise heard then, coming closer. It sounded exactly like a bouncing ball, and Kakashi saw that it was exactly like the one that had nearly maimed him. The man refocused on Naruto, who was flexing his muscles inside the hole, and broke through. In a few seconds, he was standing outside the hole, covered in dirt. Oh? It was mostly dry dirt. Guess all those push-ups were finally good for something. Kakashi seemed hesitant about the bouncing ball coming towards them. To run would seem cowardly, but to stay would hurt a lot. It bounced closer. He leaped away to what he thought was a safe distance and squinted his visible eye. Naruto caught the ball easily and tossed it from palm to palm, smirking at the Hatake. Confused at the fact that Naruto was handling it so well, he raised an eyebrow. All of a sudden, he had the ball, standing in Naruto's place. The boy had substituted himself with him. Kawarimi? Shit dash. It blew up on his person again while Naruto was laughing. It's frickin' hilarious. The second time? Fourth time? Shit. Or would it be the fourth time? This future crap is confusing, sometimes. He spun on his heel and ran away in a sprint when he saw Kakashi reading elsewhere while sitting on a rock, looking bemused. He was no coward, but chances that the team passed without his knowledge were unlikely. Well, that's part 1. Now to get my teammates. He leaped up into the trees, landing on the one in between Sasuke and Sakura. Hey, guys. What do you want, Naruto? And what was that thing? They're my homemade improved explosives. But forget that detail. We're going to have to team up to beat him. I don't need a team. Naruto, on his part, completely expected the Uchiha to say that, and he didn't even need his knowledge of the future for it either. He also knew that Sakura would predictably say, yeah, Sasuke-kun's an Uchiha. It followed through exactly. Despite it being the same as before, he thought her answer to be especially disappointing. He sighed internally as he made up his mind to let things run their course for a while longer, then he'd return to them. A short 10 minutes later, one of Naruto's clones was slapping Sakura awake in the face while another clone had to use a kawarimi with Sasuke, who was a victim to the double decapitation suicide technique. Now, they were more compliant and ready to listen. Alright, Sasuke. We're going to fight Kakashi-sensei in taijutsu from in front of him and behind him. Keep pressure on him. Sakura and a few of my clones will be throwing kunai from flank positions at sensei from the side. He's bound to make a mistake at some point. I also have around 3 more clones from behind Kakashi throwing my bombs. That reminds me. Here. He took out 2 balls from his bag and gave one each to his teammates. Just focus your chakra into them and they'll explode. 5-second fuse. Use your own discretion about when to use them. Sasuke hefted it in his hand to gauge for its weight while Sakura seemed hesitant at holding one of the bombs that even had their Jonin teacher wary of them. Won't they hurt us? Naruto shook his head. So long as you throw them at him and run like hell, you'll be fine. Just make sure you turn your back to it. You wouldn't want the shrapnel to dig into your face. She paled visibly before she put it away. But the 2 of you are going to fight him up close. Her statement held them, and it provoked the Uzumaki. I know what you're thinking. You think we're gonna take the bells for ourselves, especially since you're supporting us from afar. Frankly, our team sucks. I want all of us to move up, but we're all holding each other back. You don't want to be on a team with me, I don't want to be on a team with you, and Sasuke doesn't want to be on a team with anybody. It's so bad that we'd want to go back to the academy just because we can't be bothered with the dynamic. So worst comes to worst, we can all use the bomb balls to take out the one we don't want to pass. They were silent. Okay, too serious. How about we rock paper scissors for the bells later, then? They remained silent until Sakura finally broke it. It's an awful world, I think, she said, thinking about Iruka, Mizuki, and Naruto, the wild card who had concerned himself with the welfare of Team 7. She would prefer Sasuke on a team any day, but perhaps Naruto wouldn't be so bad either. I might not make the cut next year, and even if I do, I want good teammates. So if I have to, I'll fight the 2 of you for a bell. That squeezed a smile out of Naruto. Don't worry. If we kill Emo Eyepatch out there, we'll need you to replace him. Alright then, he beckoned, let's go get him, Sasuke. Uzumaki. They both leaped into the clearing, the middle of which stood the confident Jonin. Sasuke dashed straight towards him while Naruto flanked the man, running to get behind him and into his blind spot. Kakashi backpedaled a little to try and keep Naruto in view but retired from the effort to focus on the Uchiha who was picking up momentum to perform a straight punch. The man caught the hand easily at the wrist and wrenched the boy's arm harshly, making the boy groan in pain. He brought his right foot with a sweeping kick to the Jonin side but the man stopped it by blocking with his right hand, flexing it in a V. By this time, Naruto had made it behind him and seemed deliberate to wait until the man was fully occupied with Sasuke. Once that was achieved, he took out a kunai and lunged forward to stab the man in the back. In a blur, the man was no longer busying himself with Sasuke and deflected the knife with his steel wrist protector. Not daunted, he swung the knife into a reverse grip and started slashing with it. Kakashi kept dodging each arc of the blade, practically dancing out of danger each time. For kunai sailed through the air, flying towards the man from both sides. He rapidly took out his kunai and deflected them, letting them fall harmlessly at his feet. Sasuke now recovered some use in his hand, grabbed the man's kunai arm at the elbow while reaching another hand at the bells. At the same time, Naruto threw his kunai, aiming at the man's heart. In tandem, from all around the field, more kunai were hurled at the man again, plus additional shuriken. It seemed that the man had no way out. They all embedded themselves in his upper torso but he poofed away and left a log in his place, signaling a replacement jutsu. Shit. Substitution. Naruto and Sasuke looked around sharply before they heard slow clapping. They turned to find their sensei stroll into the clearing. Congratulations. You forced me to do a kawarimi because of too much interference. Sasuke shut his eyes momentarily, thinking about his second close encounter with the bells. Meanwhile, Naruto was yelling at the man at the top of his lungs for what could be called a coward's move. Well, it's a useful technique. And isn't the pot calling the kettle black? Kakashi smiled. But to the aspiring genin, it was more of an ice smirk. Throwing caution to the wind, the 2 genin males ran at their teacher, intent on getting the bells, no matter the cost. They both engaged in a brief bout in taijutsu but while the boys were on offense, Kakashi was playing strict defense, dodging what he couldn't and deflecting what he couldn't. It irked them a little but they refused to give in the towel. Finally, Naruto abandoned his stance and made a diving tackle at the man with his hands going forward, yelling at the top of his lungs. Hatake sidestepped him and engaged Sasuke while avoiding some flying shuriken. Naruto fell onto his arms first and performed a PK roll before quickly getting up, turning sharply on his left foot while he reached into his weapons pouch on his waist. He took out the handle and swiped it down rapidly to make it extend. With it in one hand, he made a diagonal slash at Kakashi's back. While Kakashi's skills had dulled somewhat over the years, he knew by instinct to dodge a blade when he sensed the air behind him getting cleaved. He sidestepped the predicted path of the blade while turning sideways to get a good look at it. It was like nothing he had never seen before. Unfortunately, in his moment of curiosity, Sasuke had drawn a kunai and slashed it at Kakashi's gut, with all of his strength behind it. Kakashi saw it coming and clumsily deflected it with his steel wrist protector. The kunai slid haphazardly across it and cut into the cloth of the glove, leaving blood trails on his knuckles. Still in shock that a genin actually scored a hit against him, the Uzumaki quickly turned the tactical weapon to the blunt side facing the sensei and swung it as hard as he could, aiming for the man's lower back. With a yell of effort, he smashed the weapon into the man's back with enough force to break it. The man exploded into a large plume of smoke that grew in volume and covered the area the males were in. They quickly ran out when they realized that the man had used a kawarimi while using some smoke bombs. Sasuke looked like he was running low on stamina. Naruto grumbled to himself. They'd done enough, and it was time to end the exam. Gesturing to the Uchiha, he pointed at the ground and removed his bomb ball from his weapon's pouch. Realizing that Naruto was indicating that the man was below the ground, he took out his own explosive, activated it, and dropped it, as Naruto did for his. Sakura in the trees saw what they were doing. She decided that she'd do the same, particularly because she couldn't see Kakashi but thought they did and were trying to flush him out. She threw hers as well, and it bounced right into the smoke. The two boys sprinted out of the clearing, trying to get the hell out of Ground Zero before the 3 bombs went off. By the time Kakashi came out of the ground for the last time only to find no one there, all he saw were 3 blue rubber balls. Despite having been a boy soldier on the battlefield, he might get PTSD from bouncing balls after this. Kakashi plucked a piece of tile from his jacket and dropped it on the ground at his feet, making a clinked sound. Those balls are nasty explosives. Naruto was tossing one of the now dreaded bomb balls up and down in a single hand. You are a jonin after all. Besides, you're still alive, aren't you? I'm a little upset. I was trying to kill you, just like you wanted. Your words, not mine. In response, Kakashi plucked out another shard from the collar of his vest, just short of his neck. He held it out to the boy to emphasize how close he came to getting killed. Ah, walk it off. Sasuke and Sakura sat next to each other for the first time, one giving off a celebratory vibe, the other a smug one. Naruto fist pumped the air in one of his brief moments of emotion. So, good enough to pass, right sensei? You failed to get the bells. So no one passes. He frowned like a thundercloud. Bullshit. This was a team effort. Naruto piped up. We knew that it was because no team can have only 2 genin and 1 jonin instructor. Besides, even if a genin got a bell, given the proximity of the 2 bells, they would have gotten the second in the same attempt. They would have to share a bell anyhow. Worst comes to worst, we 3 will stay together and get another teacher. How do I sound? He didn't answer. Anyway, on a side note, didn't you say that who gets a bell passes? Kakashi narrowed his visible eye in scrutiny. The other 2 genins were confused. Yes. I did. Well, I guess I pass regardless. He reached into his weapon's pouch and retrieved 2 bells. The others looked at them in shock before they looked to Kakashi's waist, noticing the lack of said bells. The boy looked bored again. I cut them off your waist when I dived at you with the kunai. Didn't you notice that you're not making any jingle sounds when you move? The look on the Hataki's waist, while priceless, told him that he indeed had. I got the bells, I passed. He walked over to his teammates and handed each of them a bell. Now they're getting bells, they passed too. No one said that I had to hold onto the bells to pass. Your test statement was flawed. Sakura and Sasuke weren't sure if that idea was even plausible, but the Hataki decided to accept it. They did show evidence of teamwork after all. It was a good sign, and he would be willing to try with them. All right, you were right. The test was about teamwork in the first place and you seemed to work together fine. Sakura distracting me with throwing weapons, Naruto and Sasuke fighting me with taijutsu, but there's one thing I don't understand. What's that? Who threw the ball bomb when you were stuck in the ground? Naruto replied that he had been using clones. And Kage Bunshins were helping Sakura with the throwing weapons, correct? The silver-haired man sighed as he stroked the side of his face. Well, good for you. I couldn't kawarimi very well when I had just gotten out of the ground halfway. You all got very lucky. I knew exactly when you were vulnerable. I knew. And? The Uzumaki raised an eyebrow. You all pass. I christened this squad as Team 7. However, his tone grew serious. All those who abandon the rules are trash. But those who abandon their comrades are worse than trash. I want you all to remember that. You're all unequally partial to each other now, but I'll keep all 3 of you together and see how you grow. We won't let you down, sensei, Sakura said. There was a brief moment of silence that Naruto soon broke. Can I get the food in one of the bentos now? I'm really hungry. Naruto walked around the corner and stood, leaning against the wall. He waited. After idling for a few minutes, he wondered about Iam's gambling. Maybe he shouldn't warn her. Nah, my heart's too big. He waited. Gonna be a big scrap today, and Sasuke and Sakura are gonna get hurt today. I should make that clone early. Maybe while Kakashi's signing us out. No, before that. I don't want him to see me making it. Shortly after this, he was out of things to ponder on and grew impatient. Come on, Tora, hurry it up. I've got to get that C-ranked mission today. He waited some more. Finally, after what felt like an eternal version of 10 minutes, a cat with a red ribbon around its neck ran right around the corner and into a cardboard box that had a few holes in it. The cat was running at full tilt and it had no chance to react to the box trap it bounded right into. As soon as it was inside the box, the boy simply shut the lid and hefted the box up to carry it close to his chest. Naruto? He heard in his earpiece, do you have the target dash? Naruto immediately lifted a finger to the earpiece that kept him in touch with the other members of Team 7. Sheesh, it's only a cat. I got Tora. Let's all just meet up back at the Hokage's office, huh? TCH, you're such a spoilsport, Naruto. Alright, my cute genin, let's all get to the office. As soon as he received Kakashi's confirmation, Naruto turned off his earpiece. He didn't need to hear Sakura's banter with Kakashi going on again for the second time today. One time was bad enough. With both hands underneath the box, he began making his way to the Hokage's tower. It was a bit of a journey but nothing that couldn't be solved with a brisk walk. Along the way, crowds parted for him as if he were an important official no one wanted to cross, but he knew better. It got a bit worse since the incident, he muttered to himself. No doubt because of me and Gigi's decision to come clean. Tora meowed and scratched at the sides of the box slightly in discomfort. Are you agreeing with me, Tora? He whispered. Meow. I'll look out for you a little. It'll benefit me more in the long term, anyway. This D-ranked mission's getting on my nerves, and you won't quit running away from your owner. Balancing the box on one arm, he took a small piece of pre-wrapped salted fish out of his pocket with the other and dropped it in the box. He silently delighted in hearing the cat fuss over the treat. He was walking past the ramen stand now when he heard someone call his name loudly from the establishment. Without even looking back to the caller, he merely yelled back his answer. No. Losses. Don't bet, I am Nichin. The said person seemed to be satisfied with the answer as they didn't say anything more. To an outside onlooker, the person would probably lift an eyebrow at the lack of any substantial information gained by eavesdropping. Naruto thought it was better that way. He didn't need anyone to even suspect what he could do, what he knew. Without any delay whatsoever, he reached his destination quickly. By some strange chance, all the members of Team 7 arrived at the same time, with nary a passing word to each other. This didn't bother Kakashi any at all. For some reason, the team was closer through the silence than through speech. Naruto's replies were too sarcastic and salty sometimes, Sasuke only spoke when he thought it was necessary, and Sakura had come to understand that she didn't have much say in a team in which she had the least to contribute. Kakashi thought it was worrying. He hoped they would get along better, or he might have to address the issue. The Hatake broke out of his musings when he realized that they were now in front of the Sandame. Mission accomplished, Hokage-sama. Tora was retrieved. The Kage took his pipe from his mouth as he released a puff of the smoke. That's record time, even for your squad, Kakashi-san. Improvement is good. He gestured to his genin. Naruto, the cat. The boy obliged and took out the docile cat of the box. The cat allowed itself to be manhandled and started to purr when Naruto started to stroke it behind the ears and neck. The others were slightly surprised at the scene for by all accounts, Tiger was a bit savage with the other teams, even with Sakura and Sasuke. Alright. The Sandame quickly sent Sakura to bring the daimyo's wife from another room so she could get her cat back. Upon entering, the woman rushed to Naruto, making the cat tense up. Oh. Tora, my darling cat. Naruto turned sideways to the woman, preventing her from taking the cat from him, trying to ignore the cat's claws that were digging into his hands. It wanted to make a break for it. Excuse me, young man. My cat please? Hold on. He stroked the cat a few more times in an effort to calm it. Finally achieving that, he fully turned back to the woman. Good morning. She tapped her foot in slight impatience. Good morning. Does the cat run away from you often? She hesitated briefly. Yes. Why are you asking this? Is the cat trying to get out of my hands? She begrudgingly admitted the fact, and Naruto tried to keep stoic, anything else would get him into trouble. Good woman, bad owner. I could do something about that. He handed the cat to the woman who took it, now confused. The second she grasped the creature, it scratched her hands to get her to let go. As she did, the cat dropped to the ground and climbed up the Uzumaki's pant leg, back into his arms. The cat dislikes your treatment of it. It's fairly obvious. I treat Tora with the best I have to offer dash. He raised a hand to stop her. Let me stop you right there. That's not what I meant. The whole time, the others in the room were fretting in some degree, hoping that the damned blonde didn't botch things up for Konoha. The Sandaime kept a cool exterior, however. He trusted Naruto to make wise and smart decisions. He had done so thus far, based on various situations both social and combat-wise for the past month. Worst-case scenario, if he spoiled things, Naruto would have to shoulder his own blame and be punished according to what the daimyo would think is best. I treat her well. No, you don't. While you clearly lavish it with food and beauty care and whatnot, the cat wants affection and you're not doing it right. He started stroking the cat slowly and gently, making the cat purr audibly. Do you hear her purring? I want to give her back, but if you don't, she'll keep running away and trying to find me, he tried to joke with a smile. Duazidu. For the next 3 minutes, Naruto lectured her and taught her how to treat the cat. At the end of it all, Tora was snug in her mistress's arms and she was marveling at the fact. Your cat probably won't run away anymore. You're welcome. The woman smiled broadly. Thank you, young man. She walked out, cooing sweet nonsense to the cat. Naruto wondered if he'd made a cat lady out of the woman, and shivered. And that's that? Yes. The Sandaime slightly grinned. That takes care of that little issue. Besides, we don't get money for doing missions for Daimyo Dano and his wife. We were expected to do it for free. I know. That's why I did it. Besides, I think the cat was starting to grow on me. Didn't want to wish bad for it. The Sandaime moved on. Well enough. Are you already done for today, or would you like another D-rank dash? Excuse me, just a minute, Naruto interrupted, talking before Kakashi could. We've had 25 consecutive D-rank missions. We're now eligible for a C-ranked one, and I want to save a princess. A pretty one. That is if Sensei believes we're ready. I do. He didn't need much thought to consider it. Doing D-ranks wasn't working for improving their dynamic. Perhaps they ought to go on a mission outside the walls. It could bring them closer and should be better than awkward radio silences. Hiruzen nodded. Tazuna-san. You may enter. The door opened after a moment, letting in a man seemingly in his early 60s who swayed a little as he walked. There was a glass flask sticking out of his hip pocket and he smelled strongly of alcohol. Sakura giggled behind a hand. That's no princess. Good morning, Hokage-sama. So this is the team of ninjas who are escorting me to Wave. Looks like a bunch of brats who don't even know how to wipe their own noses. How are they supposed to protect me? I expected adult ninjas. To his credit, Naruto didn't even look surprised, something that Kakashi took note of. The boy smiled grimly, as if he knew a damaging secret and wouldn't tell. Your lack of confidence in us is acknowledged. If you'd prefer, there is an alternative of you going solo. You could break your bottle over a bandit's head to defend yourself. He pointed at the bottle, which the man had the decency to poke it back inside his pocket to conceal it. Hope you travel safely. The man hesitated, catching the boy's drift. He's saying take it or leave it. If I go with them, there's a good chance that the Jonin guy could just do most of the work anyway. If only I had more money, I could just hire more, better ninja. What's your answer, Tazuna-san? Hiruzen queried as he handed a scroll to Kakashi, who began reading it. The man sighed. We'll depart at noon. I wish to leave as soon as possible. I've wasted enough time. Kakashi nodded, having already read the stipulations from the scroll. Supposed to be a textbook bodyguard mission. Very well. Hokage-sama, we accept the mission. Team 7, go home and pack for a week. Meet at the main gate at 10 minutes before noon. At 10 minutes before the hour, Naruto dropped from a nearby roof and rolled neatly in a PK roll, right in front of his teammates in charge who had arrived before him. In one of those rare times, Kakashi was early and currently logging their information with the gate guards so they could leave. Show off, Sakura muttered, you didn't have to. It can dissipate 2,400 pounds of force. Rolling comes easy to me and is very useful, even while fighting. Naruto defended, using a fact he'd picked up from a book somewhere. Use less chakra for cushioning. Besides, I think it looks pretty good. Sasuke merely shook his head. HN. His grunt sounded as if he was agreeing with what Naruto said. Or not. Regardless of what it was, Naruto wanted to tell him to fuck off if he wasn't going to use his words. Kakashi finally finished logging them and with a curt goodbye to the gate guards, the team left the village, looking back at it as it decreased in size as the distance grew. All the genins at present felt an air of adventure while Kakashi was indifferent. Tazuna walked in front with Sasuke at his side while Sakura and Kakashi walked behind the two and slightly to the sides. Naruto was at the very back, bringing up the rear. They were now quite far in the journey before Sakura broke the silence and asked what she could expect from Wave Country. While the bridge builder began to spin tales about the country in its heyday, Naruto began thinking about the events that would take place today. In fact, in his mind, he was accurately timing everything, right down to the second, while pondering if anything would change for the better. Or for the worse. There were going to be changes. There had to be. Soon, they came upon a wide puddle to the side of the road which all took care to not step in, avoiding getting their sandals wet. As soon as they passed it, a scythe seemingly materialized from it and spun in the air as it made a beeline for the jonin of the group. As the man turned to look at it, the reaping tool decapitated him and continued on its way. Kakashi's head fell with a thud as blood spewed from his neck. The body, not realizing it was dead, continued walking a few more steps before it collapsed, blood spilling from it like a barely stopped-up bottle. Kakashi-sensei. The pinkette gasped as she saw her teacher get brutally killed. Tazuna, in a similar sense, was already panicking that he would soon share the same fate. Naruto and Sasuke leaped to the adjacent sides of the small water body to dodge the scythe as it made a round trip and returned to the puddle. A hand reached up out of it and caught it at the handle as a figure emerged from it. Two more followed, and it was shown that they all had slashed kirigakure headbands that showed that they had declared themselves missing nin. They were all attired somewhat the same, but the second and third had clawed gauntlets that seemed to have poison dripping off them. One down. The man with the scythe grinned in a smirk as he regarded the dead man. And the rest will follow. Naruto saw it as an attempt to hurt their morale. Kakashi-sensei's an elite ninja. He's not dead. Naruto mouthed the words to his teammates who set their faces. Sakura placed herself in front of Tazuna and took out a kunai. Theory taught her to do this. She didn't know anything practical yet, but she needed to do something while her male counterparts would do most of the grunt work. Watch out. They're using poison. At the boy's shout, the three men lunged at the four people. Both of the men with gauntlets rushed Sasuke and Naruto while the last with the scythe ran at Sakura. Slightly panicking, she threw her kunai at the man to stop him or mostly slow him down. The man merely turned sideways while running, dodging it while not slowing down in the least. Naruto muttered curses as the scythe-toting man passed him to get to the kunoichi and Tazuna. He was about to try and intercept the man, but he had to abandon when a clawed metal hand nearly raked his chest, stopping him in his tracks. Sakura took out 6 shurikens and threw them as hard as she could, but the man laughed as he deflected all of them easily while making a show of it, using the handle. This is all Konoha has to offer? Just run along, little girl, or I'll kill you along with the bridge builder. He flipped the scythe deftly to make a reaping motion and raised it over his head to swing it. As he brought it down in a diagonal slash, she ducked to the inside of it, trying to stay clear of it. As the momentum of the weapon brought it down, he tilted the handle and slammed it into her forehead. Fortunately, it was mostly negated because it had struck her Hitaiate, but the pain of it was almost concussive. To her growing horror, she began to see doubles and the man ready to swing the weapon again as hard as he could. She had lost her depth perception and silently prayed for her sensei to intervene. Suddenly, a dark blur appeared in front of her. For a fleeting moment, she thought that Sasuke was going to save her and how romantic it was, but then she realized that the shade of the color was too dark. Naruto stood between the two, and as the weapon was brought down, the boy merely used his left hand and did a backhanded fist to the man's wrist, making the weapon veer off to the side. The blade dug into the ground, and before the man could react and shake it out quickly, Naruto kicked the man in his crotch with the toes of his sandal. The man screamed in agony, mouth wide open, and Naruto quickly took out a ball and stuffed it in the man's mouth. His anguished cries now muffled and doubling over in pain, Naruto grabbed by the hand and elbow and quickly dragged him away into the undergrowth. A few seconds later, an explosion erupted with them at the focal point, blood, gore, and organ matter splattering some of the surrounding areas. Sakura and Tazuna stared wide-eyed at the scene, both not daring to believe that the blonde had perished. Did Naruto just sacrifice himself to save me? Oi, Sakura! Look alive, these two are still trying to kill Tazuna-san. She turned to look to where the voice was coming from, only to see Sasuke and Naruto still fighting the men with what looked like poison gauntlets. Despite the situation, she couldn't help but sweat drop at her error. It must have been a clone. She touched her head lightly. Her head was still aching, but the pain was already fading. Tazuna-san, please stay behind me. The man nodded as he continued to stare at the 4 combatants fighting. He was still confused as to the fact that the boy was still alive. In the meantime, Sasuke had abandoned his interceptor fist taijutsu to use a kunai to try and parry the man's gauntlet. He realized that if so much as receive a scratch, the fight might as well be forfeit. Gozu kept up the pressure in the fight by launching his shuriken chain at the boy, aiming at his chest. He leaped to one side to avoid it and threw his kunai at the Chunin, still trying to keep his distance. Gozu started retracting the chain and in the process, deflected the tossed knife with his metal glove. On the other hand, Naruto had no qualms being within arm's reach of his opponent. He was in the best place, so far as he was concerned. Try as he might, every time Meizu swung his left-hand gauntlet, by the time the attack was executed, Naruto simply wasn't in the spot anymore. He couldn't launch his shuriken chain because the boy would simply dodge it, given his current capabilities. In frustration, he lunged forward with it, straight at the boy's chest. Finally spotting the opening he was waiting for, Naruto quickly took out a kunai in his right hand and ducked/turned on one foot to avoid the man's straightforward attack. As he crouched, he stabbed the man in the side with the kunai as hard as he could, right up until his foe handhilt gripping the knife slammed the man, preventing the kunai from progressing any further. The kunai had slid in right between the ribs and the man could already feel his lungs starting to fill with blood. He stopped, stock still to decide if he could still live if he abandoned the fight, but his wandering mind was brought back to the battlefield when Naruto pulled out his kunai. The man started bleeding profusely and Naruto quickly took out his baton blade and swiped it out to release the catch. Before Meizu could react properly, his kneecap got broken. Gah! He fell on his still intact knee and grasped the other, yelling in pain. Without any further hesitation, Naruto, using substantial effort, brought the blunt side down crashing onto the man's head, feeling the man's head cave in a little with the sound of his skull breaking. The man ceased his screaming and crumpled in a heap on the ground. Gozu saw all the events that had befallen his brother out of the corner of his eye and turned to gaze at his brother's apparent death, unbelieving. Meizu! He ran over to the man and shook his shoulder slightly as if trying to wake him up. Everyone else could only stare at the incensed man, at his shock and Naruto's almost indifference. I know what you would have done to us, who you would have killed. Not Sakura, not Sasuke, not any of us today. That's my choice, my intervention. Naruto growled to himself in frustration. I've done enough. Screw the consequences of changing events. He unsealed 2 water balloons from a seal at his waist and chucked them at the 2 men. The balloons broke on impact and the contents splashed over the 2 men, making Gozu ball for his eyes. Sakura watched the man scream long and loud before she smelt a mysterious smell in the air. Is that kerosene? The blonde shook his head. No. It's oil paint thinner. He looked over to Sasuke and gestured over at the 2 men on the ground with his head. There's not really a difference between the 2. The last loyal Uchiha got the hint and smirked. He quickly went through hand seals, ending on Tiger. Katan, Gokakyu no Jutsu. Fire release, great fireball technique. Instead of blowing a projectile fireball, he did a constant stream and for the rest of his life, all Gozu's world was on fire. His screams soon died down at the same time Kakashi came out, looking at the mostly disheveled genin. Whoa, my cute little genin are getting carried away with murder. Don't you think you've gone overboard? That's not murder, it was mostly self-defense, Sasuke argued. They were out to kill us. And if things were different, they basically killed you first. We retaliated. The man in the fire screamed again before going silent for the last time. We might have gone overboard, but it's not murder, Naruto said as if they hadn't been interrupted by the man's dying woes. Sakura looked to Kakashi's body, only to find a log with a small piece of it cut off at the top. Kakashi-sensei, why didn't you help us? What if Naruto hadn't helped me? I would have stepped in. I just wanted you all to get some first-hand experience in this line of work. Besides, all of you performed well, using all of your capabilities. The pinkette at the moment felt little more than dead weight but her Jonin teacher said helped her with her esteem a little. She shrugged it off and turned to the blonde. Naruto, thanks for saving me just now. But why do you carry paint thinner with you? I carry lots of things. I also have regular water balloons, essence of pepper mixed in water, dirt, and so on. I never know when I need stuff like this. Like starting a fire, blinding people, things like that. I even have a stuffed toy or 2. Makes for good distractions. Like when I distracted Sensei last week with the plush toy. The distraction only lasted for a second. Kakashi defended. Still made you look the other way. Elite ninja, they call you. Maybe I'll get to be Hokage pretty young at this rate. Sounds more like household items to me. Sasuke butted in. To which Naruto argued that they were cheap and effective. Tazuna trembled at the sight of the 2 men burning, their charred corpses now visible in the dying flames. These are kids? They're making light of what they just did. He turned to the team, only to see them staring at him. What's wrong? Kakashi was the one to reply. The one with the scythe said he was out to kill you. He was going to kill you and threatened to kill Sakura as well. That means they were out for just you and we were merely interferences. He struggled to think of a lie. Tazuna-san? Is there any particular reason why missing nins would be after you? These two men here Kakashi gestured to the dead men, their bodies smoldering. Are the demon brothers, Gozu and Meizu. They are missing nins from Kiri. What about the guy with the scythe? Sakura asked. I didn't recognize him. He was probably a small fry, so he didn't have a bingo book entry. Or he wasn't updated yet. And you'll never get the chance to recognize him, Sasuke remarked, eyeing the gore-filled and bloody mess in the undergrowth with a bit of disgust. That bomb blew him to pieces. Naruto shrugged, refusing to be judged for what he did. I'll try to make my work cleaner next time. What are you not telling us, Tazuna? Kakashi pressed. The older man sighed in resignation. I've been marked for death, by an evil man named Gato. Not everything can be so black and white, Tazuna-san. Naruto interrupted. He is evil. I doubt the man has ever suckled human milk. He steals and sells women into prostitution, kills the people who oppose him, burns down whichever house he pleases, and can get away with it all. Everyone's scared to go against him because theirs is no law. Even if there was, I doubt anyone would testify, and if they did, he's rich enough to buy silence and bribe officials. Even if that fails, he could be broken out by his army of hooligans, bandits, and thieves. Kakashi took a moment to consider what the man was saying. I understand all of this, I've heard stories and rumors of his notoriety. But why would he want to kill you? The Hatake pressed. He controls all the trade routes by the sea when my home, the land of waves, depends on these routes for supplies and trades. Because he monopolizes this, he leaves us to fend for ourselves, left with the dregs and exorbitant prices over which he has power. We almost live like animals. None of the members of Team 7 responded audibly. Their hearts went out to those of the country, imagining the picture which the man was painting in their heads. I wish to build a bridge that connects us to the mainland. If we could get it built, we could do our own trading and save Nami no Kuni dash. Now you're being foolish, old man. Excuse me? All eyes turned to the blonde speaker. Let's say you build the bridge. Yay, everyone's happy. Then Gato comes and controls the bridge. Makes things easier for him, because he wouldn't have to use ships anymore. Hell, maybe he demolishes it. It would be a waste of time and effort. Then he turns around and kills the people who made it out of spite. It's a massive waste. But for the bridge to even get finished, we'd have to protect you while you build it, as well as protect your coworkers. They might have bad morale, so they could take a long time. And you say he practically has his own army. While they could be unskilled, the way you mentioned them, it sounds like there's a lot of them. We've got skill on our side, but we'd be way outnumbered. Little strokes fell great oaks, Sakura mumbled the quote, getting apprehensive about the entire situation. They'd eventually crowd us and kill us. So what are you saying, Naruto? We cut our losses and go back to the Leaf? Kakashi asked. I didn't say that. We can probably handle the army. Along with some help. He said pointedly, referring to his usage of clones. What I'm saying is that the mission detail needs some adjusting. Sasuke leaned against a tree, expecting that Kakashi would probably carry them back home to the Leaf. Which is assassination. We're ninjas. We do anything it takes to ensure a mission's success, even if it means blinding ourselves if the client doesn't like us staring at him. We have to kill Gato to make sure that he doesn't sabotage and get us later. Kakashi finished silently. He looked at his sensei's son and trembled internally at the uncanny reasoning between the two. It was a facet that made the man so dangerous, and it was present in the boy in front of him. His face hardened so much that it was as if it were chiseled out of granite. So do all of you agree to help Tazuna-san? To be clear, you're not expected nor obligated to help him because he omitted important info from the mission detail. It's not even a C-ranked mission anymore, on account of these Chunins showing up. It's B-ranked now. So long as no other ninja show up, except for just bandits, I think it's all right, Sakura said, though knowing that she'd have to hope that Kakashi would bear a lot of the burden. If the others refused, however, then she wouldn't insist. These Chunins could be the only ninjas to layway us while the army of bandits is in Nami no Kuni. I'll stay on the mission. I'll stay too. It was getting boring back at home, anyway, Sasuke said. I couldn't agree more, Sasuke. Fighting really gets the blood pumping, the Uzumaki said lightheartedly, almost a full 180 foot from his previous serious vibe. He created 6 shadow clones and gave them orders to clean up while the group went on in their journey. They were all silent, but Kakashi was perhaps the most thoughtful. That's another incident when Naruto was fully prepared to deal with. I don't expect a genin to sense anyone from that puddle of water, much less prepared to act. He saved Sakura with a clone I sensed following us shortly after we left the gates. He must have created it then. How and why would he do that unless he predicted trouble that he himself couldn't intervene in? Was he just being cautious, or can Naruto predict the future? He discreetly glanced at the boy. He's never been wrong in a choice unless I noticed it deliberate. He knows how to fight me in advance. He also seems to enjoy finishing other people's sentences. Anyone can do those things with talent and practice. Maybe even a lucky streak, but Naruto needs some observing. After all, look at how he profiled himself when the team was formed. Maybe I'll ask him when the time's right. I don't even know if I'm hoping if I'm wrong. Sakura was also lost in thought. He saved me. Ka-sen must have been wrong about him, 'cause he's never done anything wrong, at least, not that I know of. He's always looking out for me and Sasuke. Maybe she's talking about how he kills people. He blew the man up with a bomb and helped Sasuke by burning a man to death. He even said he likes fighting. He did say he was bored at home. She tapped her head testily. All the pain from earlier was gone and she was grateful. I've never heard of a ninja who doesn't kill. It's not a good thing, but the scythe guy nearly killed me. Naruto's a good person even though he can be a little brutish. Naruto glanced at Sakura. She's safe. And Sasuke's alive. At least that I was able to ensure that we got out okay, but I don't know the consequences of what I did. Not knowing is dangerous. Ignorance nearly killed me when I stole the scroll of Kinjutsu and it Irika killed. Just when he promised that he would look out for me the week before. He didn't deserve to die. He died trying to save me. This damn knowledge. Is it a blessing, or a curse? It's useful, but I hate having to second-guess things like this, and it's binding my life in only one direction. He stared out in front of him, his eyebrows furrowing. He realized that things were changing, and he was vulnerable. I'll try to make the most of it. Chapter 6. The ferry ride was unearthly quiet. Anyone could claim that it was peaceful and tranquil, but to those who were on the said ferry, they thought that in silence this concentrated, the slightest pin drop would be akin to an explosion. Sakura stared out into the thinly veiled fog, trying to see if she could see land. She was visibly nervous and kept well away from the edge of the large boat. Regardless, if one thing was certain, the least she could do was make herself useful and announce if she saw land. It simply wouldn't do to suddenly run aground. Sasuke talked quietly to Tazuna, who spoke back in hushed tones. The Uchiha had thought it wise to try and find out more about Gato, what kind of organization he had, and the people who answered to him. So far, Tazuna was only able to tell him estimates of the number of thugs he bossed and what kind of weapons they wielded. They were nothing impressive, he noted. If anything, they were like ants. It was easy to kill or take out one, even several. But there was an obvious reason why people didn't go around disturbing anthills. Kakashi continued to read his worded smut and continued to steal glances over the book at his most intriguing charge, Naruto. The boy was seated on a wooden bench nailed to the floor of the boat and napped with his head in his lap. The Uzumaki seemed contented with his current situation, and by Kakashi's reasoning, resting was a good idea. Who knew when they would get another chance to do so? Besides, it invigorated the mind as well as the body. But that was not the most interesting issue. For the past 2 hours since the fight with the 3x Miss Nin, he started to suspect that Naruto was able to see into the future, or at the very least, was able to predict it. The lad had done some interesting things, said some interesting things, and now, if he was right, what was he supposed to do about it? If he can't predict the future, then he had a bizarre winning streak to never be wrong, chalked up to be some sort of blessing from Kami or some underhanded trick from the Shinigami, because he doubted that the Kyuubi would have some ability or talent like that. Foresight and luck were usually applied to birds and rabbits in lore, cunning and trickery only belonged to foxes. If he can predict the future, then would it be a boon? Or would it be something terrible? Opinion? He could be a fantastic shinobi, always knowing when, how, and where to strike and preventing the injury or death of any comrade. On the other hand, he would be specifically targeted for such a gift. Foresight could only get one so far. What if, one day, all he would see was that there was no way out? Dangerous thoughts there, Kakashi. Pull it together, the man thought. This is still based on a massive if that he can see the future. He looked to where he sensed the shoreline would be and saw it. Out of the corner of his eye, however, he saw that his female genin student was still staring out, trying to find it. She was young. She saw a lot, but couldn't notice things as well as he could. I should let her have this. Don't want her to think she's incompetent. Hey, Sakura, do you see land anywhere? Can't wait to get off and stretch, he remarked, smiling. Spying the nearing coast, she nodded. Yes, Kakashi-sensei. I see it. It's about 50 meters ahead of us. Tazuna looked up from his mostly one-sided conversation with Sasuke and turned to the ferryman and his assistant. Hear that, Bodo and Gyo? The middle-aged man looked up from his rowing at the stern of the boat, as did his son. We knew where it was. The man gave a piano-like grin. We knew, 'cause of experience. Hell, we could take a boat out on a moonless night and still find our way round. Ain't that so, boy? Of course, Tusan. Ease up on your steering with the rudder. We don't want to broadside those rocks sticking out over there. Kakashi looked to the nautical steering duo. Thank you for carrying us. It's just business. But I have to wonder why the sleeping one was the one to pay for all of you. Is he the only one trusted to handle the money? He did that because he wanted to take the easiest and shortest route, I believe. We intended to walk around the long way, but when he saw you, he suggested we take a shortcut. That so? Wake him up then. We're there, anyway. The duo stopped rowing and coasted into the shore where there was a small boardwalk that was meant for disembarking. Sakura and Sasuke hopped off the boat onto this while the Hatake shook Naruto's shoulder. Hey, Naruto. We're here. Let's get going. The boy roused himself quickly and stood up, stretching and yawning. Aha. Guess so. Thanks, old man. Anytime. The final two ninjas and Tazuna got off and watched the ferry go off again into the fog. Soon, it could no longer be seen and the travelers continued their journey. Tazuna claimed that it was probably for the best if they just followed the river in case the fog worsened so that they find the way to his home, as he was not much more experienced in such conditions. Naruto looked noticeably agitated when the man mentioned this and Kakashi took notice of it. The river? Do you live fairly close to it? Tazuna nodded. It runs close to the town I live in. If we follow it, getting home is a sure thing. After all, it runs to the sea. There's no other way? Well, if you would rather travel far out of the way while tripping over your own feet, then sure. Kakashi looked between the two, wondering why Naruto didn't like the idea of the river. It was as if he wanted to avoid it. If this is related to him having foresight and wishing to avoid the river, then I need to accept the fact that danger is lurking close to this water body. I could just say we try to avoid it, but it would create some sort of suspicion with the others, like why would we avoid taking an easy alternative? But if he can't predict the future, then it would be a waste, as not everyone can see through the fog as well as I, going merely by the groundless paranoia of one student. But he was getting a feeling. Something felt off. War times taught him to trust his gut. Very possibly, there was danger ahead. They continued walking by the river and Kakashi was torn between his decisions. A shot in the dark. A big gamble. If he's right, and we're making a mistake, then I would be confirming that he has foresight. He's just a genin, and he's got no skill or training to be the way he is now. Confirmation? To what gain? To some unwanted danger? If not, we'll be safe, and he can't predict the future, or at least not 100% accurately. He came to a decision. We'll follow the river. I'll take point, Tazuna-san in the center, Sakura and Sasuke to the sides and Naruto bring up the rear. Yes, sensei. Naruto seemed extremely reluctant and Sasuke noticed. What's the matter, scared of some water? Don't be stupid. It's just. I just got a feeling. That's all. What is it, boy? Tazuna asked, now being put on edge. Premonition or something? Kakashi tried to keep the peace and nerves calm. Now. We'll be fine. There he goes again. He's giving voice to his fears. Am I making the right choice? Sure we will. Some sarcasm leaked into his voice. They continued walking for another 10 minutes, the fog starting to increase in density. All of a sudden Kakashi heard the sound of something cleaving the air heading towards them. He had practically been raised on the battlefield to recognize what that meant. Everyone hit the ground. The genin were mostly caught off guard, but to some extent, they complied instantly along with their sensei. Tazuna, however, was not prepared for such an event. He remained standing. Naruto was crouching on the balls of his feet and grasped the man's ankles and savagely pulled on them towards him. The deed made the man fall flat to his chest and face painfully. The massive cleaver that made its entry out of the fog passed over them all who were lying down, but Naruto who was crouching was fortunate enough to only lose a few hairs off the top of his head. The massive blade half cut into the tree behind them and a man appeared on top of it. Naruto spun halfway and stood, as did the others. Now, it was he who was at the front and his sensei at the back, facing a tall man who wore bandages over the lower half of his face that came around his neck as well, akin to a scarf. He was shirtless but he wore arm warmers and a belt over his chest along with fairly baggy pants with a kiri-style striped pattern. Hey, you! The man who was scrutinizing the group, in general, focused most of his attention on the golden-haired boy. Do you know what the fuck you just did? No one, and I mean no one is supposed to touch a single hair on my head except me. Tall talking brat. Do you know who I am? Kakashi stepped to the fore while ushering Naruto to the side. Momochi Zabuza. Momochi Zabuza. All eyes turned to the blonde again who had announced the name at the same time as Kakashi. The silver-haired man noted that Naruto's reluctance to come this way and his knowing the man's identity had to be good proof that Naruto knew the future. However, the moment was a bit spoiled due to what he yelled next. Yeah. You. Momochi Zabuza. The prick who cut my hair. You think I normally look this good without effort? Tell you what, brat, how about I use Kubikurabocho to take some more off the top, the man said with complete seriousness, hinting that he was going to behead him if he didn't keep quiet. Not wishing to anger the man unnecessarily, Kakashi decided to talk down the man. What's your business with us? We've got no quarrel with you or Kirigakure in general. Oh, but I do. He allowed himself to drop off his sword and with the greatest of ease and took the blade out of the tree by the handle and pointed it at them, holding it completely straight. My business is to kill the bridge builder, and anyone who gets in my way. Overly dramatic, isn't it? The blonde Genin's teammate's sweat dropped despite the mess they were now in and Zabuza growled. Nonetheless, Sharingan no Kakashi, just leave Tazuna where he is, and I won't have to kill the lot of you. Sharingan no Kakashi? He's no Uchiha. How does he have that moniker? Sasuke mused. That's bullshit, Naruto said, all mirth having now left his voice. He was now as serious as a judge, knowing your background, you'd kill our sensei, even if we did just hand over the bridge builder. Knowing his moniker, you knew of his bingo book entry and you'd kill him just for the extra money, along with fulfilling your original duty as Gato's lackey. What? Oh, don't act surprised. But there's one thing that you should know. And what's that? Kakashi looked to his genin, doubts, and confirmation starting to grow. He discreetly lifted his headband and revealed a red Sharingan eye with 3 tomo while the boy continued speaking. You lose. I've won before, and I'll do it again, he yelled while smirk/grinning, cracking his fingers very audibly. His gaze leveled with the man's own, neither giving any ground nor showing weakness. Zabuza soon began to chuckle. Weird way to keep up his morale. The others are nervous, but he isn't. Brat, you must be fucking crazy. But if you're not, then you're not far. This is the first time I've seen the likes of you, and there's only one person I've ever fought and lost. The fog grew thicker as it swirled in from the river close by. And you're not him. Naruto said nothing. The fog began to grow thicker than ever before and killing intent washed over the group as the ex-Misnin started to speak, his voice eerily cast all around without a central point. There are 8 vital points dash. Shut the fuck up and get on with it. No one wants to hear your monologue. Naruto interrupted, frowning like a bull. Kakashi decided that Naruto was getting to be too much of a liability and needed to stop talking. He needed to be able to hear Zabuza stalking them, but the man was a master of the silent killing. That's right. Focus on me first. Forget about Tazuna. You want to kill me first. Right where I want you to be. Momochi lost his patience. Like an unearthly specter, he was behind Naruto and Kakashi and already swinging his massive sword at waist height. Kakashi spun around when he sensed the sword and was already leaping away. Somehow, in the back of his mind, he trusted Naruto to have some trick up his sleeve. He hoped so. He really hoped so. Naruto leaned back suddenly while turning sharply one foot. He did it both simultaneously, and by the time his back was almost on the ground, he was fully turned and was sending a driving toe kick to Zabuza's fingers gripping the hilt. He successfully ducked the massive sword, and in the process, by kicking his hand, the man lost gripping on the massive sword and it swung off into the fog, making a loud noise wherever it had landed. What do you call a swordsman of the mist without his legendary sword? Naruto asked while rolling backward with his elbow over his head and back to his feet. He stared unflinchingly at the man's rage-filled eyes. You call him a moron. The man growled and in a blur, sent a powerful right hook at the boy's jaw which Naruto avoided easily. In the meantime, everyone else was stumped at what the boy just did. Naruto created 10 shadow clones that dashed off into the fog. Soon, their footsteps multiplied and grew thunderous before they faded away. Naruto smirked when this happened. What are you smirkin' at, brat? He slipped out a kunai from one of his arm warmers and lunged with it at the boy, but Naruto sidestepped it before leaping backward, staying out of the man's range. Kakashi, now sure that he had lost track of whatever's been going on, sprinted to the front of Zabuza and the two men began a bout of kunai fighting, sparks gashing every time their ninja knives clashed. Naruto merely watched them before he spoke again to Zabuza. Nonetheless, Momochi, you should cut your losses and leave. The demon of the hidden mist growled. And why should I? About a week ago, I was carrying some shuriken in a storage seal. But the paper seal tore on accident and I lost it. It was gone. Gone forever. It was brand new shuriken, too, he said poetically. Naruto. This is not the time. Kakashi yelled. Hear me out. So each of my 10 clones created 4 more and there are now 50 of them running around. What's your point, you little fucktard? Naruto grinned. One of them has your precious sword in a storage seal. And they are all running in 50 different directions. The man froze. In his error, Kakashi's kunai slipped past his and sliced into his arm, drawing blood instantly. Zabuza quickly jumped back to the river and stood on it, awing the two still watching genin. Kakashi looked at Naruto out of the corner of his eye. That's good, Naruto. Have them destroy the sword. He started releasing some of his chakra to disperse most of the effects of the fog so they could see more clearly. Naruto folded his arms, hemming, and hawing. Well, the thing is, I don't want to do that. I can if I have to, but I think I want it. It looks expensive and I could use the money. I'm getting kinda tired of fighting with household supplies, honestly. If you had us going on better paying missions instead of finding that damn cat and cleaning up park rubbish, I wouldn't be second guessing this bullshit now. You think I need my sword to kill you all? You must be dumber than you look. I'll just kill you first so the clones all dispel. They won't get far. He started going through hand seals in a movement so fast they looked like one. Suetun, Juzei. Water release, gunshot. He spat large globs of water that propelled through the air at high speed, mostly centered on Naruto. The boy dodged them all by stretching as if he were limbering up for a long exercise. He did a jumping jack to hop over one, tilted his neck to turn his head to avoid another. Soon, he ducked another to the chest by bending at the waist and touched his toes. Zabuza grew angrier and made a 5-gunshot volley, certain that the boy couldn't avoid it. Naruto saw something interesting on the ground a few feet away and walked over to pick it up, completely evading the jutsu in his casual manner. Oh look! A Ryo coin. You gotta save one to earn one. He gazed over to where Zabuza was stewing in anger. Well, shit. Did I miss something important? Wasn't paying attention, you know. Sorry. Zabuza looked at the area behind the blonde and surveyed the destruction his jutsu had caused, denting trees and rocks and gouging out dirt. The man completely lost it. Needless to say, Tazuna mustered up the nerve to cover Sakura's ears when the long stream of curses spewed out of the man's mouth. Zabuza, having vented his frustration and now worried for his sword's whereabouts, went through more hand seals. Kakashi started going through them as well. After what seemed a long moment, both called out their technique. Suetun, Tsuryuden no Jutsu. Suetun, Tsuryuden no Jutsu. Water release, Water Dragon Bullet Jutsu. 2 large water dragons rose out of the deep river water and each rushed to their foe. In order to save themselves, each man manipulated their jutsus to crash into each other. They both exploded into large deluges of water that threatened to wash away the others. They all fell to maintain a low center of gravity to remain where they were, but they were all ignored. Kakashi, not losing a beat, flashed through 5 hand seals. Raitun, Jibashi. Lightning release, electromagnetic murder. Electricity arced from his hand and channeled to the river where Zabuza was still standing. The man, seeing where this was going, leaped off the river to a tree and noted the man's usage of lightning release. I'm severely outclassed right now. I've lost Kubikirabocho and Hitaki uses Raitun. I wonder where Haku is. He eyed Tazuna, still trying to get up off the wet ground. He remembered his original objective and chucked the kunai at insane speeds while resorting to using Juzei to keep Kakashi occupied. Kakashi had to strafe left to avoid the water gunshots, but Tazuna was off to his right. I'm getting too sloppy. Need to save Tazuna, not just my own skin. Not to mention my genin. Should I get Naruto more involved? He seems capable. He threw his kunai at Zabuza's to intercept it, but a high-speed Juzei deflected it by pure chance, just as it left his hand. The ninja knife fell harmlessly to the ground, leaving the bridge builder to gawk at the kunai heading for him. Sasuke steeled himself and stepped in front of the middle-aged man and deflected the kunai to the side with his own. The action made Tazuna and Kakashi sigh in relief, but it made the nuke Nin from Kiri fume. He formed the dog hand seal and created 10 water clones, and all of them rushed the travelers. Naruto quickly unsealed what looked like 2 large cast-iron mugs and held them by the handle. The top part was covered in what looked like black plastic bags as a film. On my way, sensei. Watch me end this, Databeo. 6 of the water clones headed for him, 3 for Kakashi and 1 for Tazuna. Sasuke easily took care of his with a fireball after it got occupied with countering some shuriken Sakura had thrown. Kakashi started to move around constantly to avoid getting impaled with kunai courtesy of the 4 Zabuzas, tearing his eyes away from Naruto and the rest of his charges to focus and keeping himself alive. Naruto didn't mind. The 6 clones ran at him in a V formation and the boy ran at them likewise. Just before he was about to get stabbed by a kunai to the chest, he sidestepped it and struck the clone at its chin with the wrought iron cup while in the same motion. thrust kicking another clone with his right foot, using a thrust kick to the groin. The kick dissipated the clone without much effort, and the Uzumaki found himself having to lean forward and step to keep his balance. The remaining 4 clones, not about to waste such an opportunity, closed in from 4 directions in a perfect X. Sakura gasped as she saw Naruto get stabbed from 4 places, but instead of blood splattering, he poofed away into smoke, revealing nothing but a small blue ball that bounced on the ground briefly. The Zabuza clones stared at the object before they were blown and ripped apart by a tile shrapnel explosion. On reflex, the 2 genin raised their hands over their faces. Substitution. Classic Naruto. Sakura thought. He's never where you want him to be. Sasuke started entertaining the idea of getting more involved in the fight, but he believed he would only get in the way. But no way was he just going to sit around on the sidelines doing nothing other than just watch. He went through several hand seals, ending on Tiger before bringing his hand to his mouth. Katan, Gokaku no Jutsu. Fire release, great fireball technique. He blew a large projectile fireball aimed at where Zabuza and Kakashi and the water clones were fighting. While it traveled, Naruto appeared by jumping out of a nearby tree and started running in the shadow of the fireball. He was a mere 4 feet away behind it, and he kept up the same distance as it made its way to the men. What is he doing? Tazuna wondered. The 2 genin were stumped as they watched the spectacle. The fireball was noticed by the men, and each leaped away from the other to avoid it. The 2 water clones who had their backs turned to the fireball in their previous efforts to flank the copy ninja were destroyed, and as the third dodged it, Naruto decked it in the neck with his left cup while tossing the right one to Kakashi, ordering him to catch it. Befuddled, he caught it in his left hand as his right one was gripping a kunai. What is this? The silver-haired man yelled. The boy continued running past before he angled a foot in front of him and skidded on the ground to a stop before joining his sensei's side. The boy didn't say anything but glanced to his own cup repeatedly. Kakashi took the hint and saw what looked like instructions engraved on his. 1. Channel chakra. 2. Point after 4 seconds and hold on tight. 3. Have a nice day. The man was stumped at what it meant until he saw what looked like a small arrow that ran along the side that pointed at the opening of the cup where the film was. Come to think of it, it sounded like something was rattling inside. What the hell happens after 4 seconds? Leave it to him to confuse enemies should he go up against them with these gadgets of his. Wait, 4 seconds? Tags are 5 seconds. Must be an explosive tag inside or something. But why the hell would I hold onto it? It'll kill me, least of all, take my hand off. The man mused, now alarmed. Naruto. He stared at Zabuza while whispering to the boy next to him. What dash? Hold on to it, the boy interrupted grimly. You attack first with yours and I'll finish him with mine. He can't block it. He whispered back through clenched teeth to ensure that the misnine didn't catch on. Go back to the others, Naruto, he said calmly. Trust me. The man hesitated. Did he trust the boy beside him? Dare he trust him? He'd thought of it earlier. The boy was extraordinary and capable. Naruto regularly took him by surprise, and he seemed like he was handling Zabuza and his tactics without much effort. All right. I'm first then. Stand back. He nodded to Naruto before he dashed off to engage Zabuza with his right kunai, with the man, most enthusiastically, agreed to by trying to stab the man in the chest with his. The clash came incredibly easy to the Hatake. With his Sharingan being used, he spotted all openings he could exploit, but the man covered these as best he could. Although Zabuza lacked a lot of experience using kunais to fight, due to using Kubikirabocho instead, he was still a formidable opponent. What's that for, Kakashi? You gonna have a tea party with your brats? The Nuke-nin taunted. In the same moment, he had to duck the same iron mug before it brained him. Kakashi channeled a little chakra into the cup and started counting down the seconds on his internal body clock. 4. He slashed at the man with his kunai, but the man caught it on the hilt of his and it slid off. 3. As Kakashi rectified his error, he struck the man's knife hand with the mug to disable the man before he got stabbed. 2. The man held on to his kunai, not going to make the same mistake twice, and let go of his weapon again. Besides, it was his last kunai. He had it in an iron grip now and stabbed with it at the Hatake, which his antagonist slapped away with the steel covering on his wrist. In the same moment, Zabuza grabbed the man's mug hand, which he was attempting to strike him with in the head. 1. Zabuza was incredibly strong by wielding his extremely heavy blade and forced down the man's hand with sheer strength. Kakashi, growing worried that he wasn't going to land a fatal hit, submitted partially, the container now pointing at Zabuza's leg. An explosion erupted from the iron mug and all Zabuza knew was a searing pain in his right thigh. He nearly yelled in agony, but all he let be heard audibly was a stifled grunt and a groan. Blood pooled to the surface in his leg and fell in a pitter-patter to the ground, beginning to paint the ground crimson. Both men glanced down at the injured leg, only to find a multitude of bits and pieces of tile embedded in his leg. Some were below the skin but others protruded, allowing the whole world to see what a gory mess of a leg he had left. Naruto began running to the two men as soon as he heard his creation go off. Zabuza's eyes widened when he saw the boy rapidly approaching with what could now be called the cup of death. Leaping back, he grimaced as pain arced from his leg. Regardless, he still wasn't able to stop the boy from thrusting his mug at him. Instinctively, he raised his arm to protect his chest in a V. In a sudden second explosion, pain once again reigned supreme, but it was now centered in his arm that he used to block. His arm looked shredded and quite a few pieces had gone through and his block into his chest. There, although they drew blood, they were unable to fully pierce and they jutted out from his chest gruesomely. Gah! He glared at the boy and lunged with his still good arm right at the boy's eyes with the kunai. Naruto merely brought back the empty cup in front of his face and caught the knife right into it. The kunai failed to pass through the thick base of the mug and the man decided that enough was enough. He needed to leave, but where was Haku? Tsusenbon took him in the throat and his eyes rolled up to whites. The man toppled over backward, motionless. Without any warning, some other ninja fell out of a tree close to Zabuza and grabbed the man. Before Kakashi could yell for them to stop what they were doing, the two ninjas shunshined away. Well, shit. Didn't see that coming. Naruto said, shocked. We won, right? Chapter 7. Naruto walked over to Kakashi, a bit on edge. He resealed his mug and took back the one from his sensei while continuing to look all around. Kami. That just came out of nowhere. Kakashi did not answer. He merely recovered his Sharingan eye and watched the mist recede and finally disappear as if it had never existed. He then gazed over to his other two genin who stood, watching the transpiring events with a kunai in their hands to guard Tazuna. The bridge builder had eagerly watched the happenings, which was vaguely surprising. It was probably because Team 7 proved themselves able to protect him. The man excused himself from behind the genin and ran as a man of his stature could over to the two males who had fought Zabuza. You two were amazing. You beat him. Naruto couldn't help but smile as well. Yeah. We were pretty awesome, right Kakashi-sensei? Said teacher was lost in his thoughts. His visible eye looked over the entire area of the battlefield. Only two things stood out in his mind. 1. Naruto having foresight. 2. Why did someone throw Senbon needles at the Nukanin's neck and immediately flee with the body? That was a hunter nin, wasn't it? If that were the case, then Zabuza was as good as dead then, wasn't he? It's been a trying day. Let's just get Tazuna-san to his house, then figure out our next move, the Hataki suggested. Tazuna-san, do we still need to follow the river seeing that there is no longer a mist? No, the man stammered, thinking it through. Just follow me. There's a shortcut, a foot-beaten path close by, I think. We should be at my home in maybe 15 or 20 minutes, whereas the river was 40. Good. Lead the way please. I'll walk alongside this time. Sasuke, bring up the rear. Naruto and Sakura will walk just behind the client and I. Yes, sensei. Let's get moving, then. They started walking briskly, eager to just get to the home. Sasuke and Sakura kept eyeing Naruto's waist, where he had seals done in on his pants and on fabrics that hung from his belt. They were intrigued by yet another of his eccentric weapons as he had fancied them, now eager to find out if he had any more. Naruto, what kind of weapon was that? The bomb ball, Sakura? No. That mug thing. Oh. I call it a mugshot. Or shot mug. Couldn't find anything else to name it. I'm partial to mugshot. I think something called a shot mug ought to be bigger. He laughed to himself at this, but it only worried Sakura, who couldn't even imagine what a bigger version could do. Probably tear a man in half. I'm going to be frank, Naruto. Kakashi commented, I panicked when that thing went off in my hands. It's like holding a bomb. Naruto shrugged. It is a bomb, but it's going off in one direction. To be fair, I panic every time I use it too, sensei. Wasn't this the first time you're using it, Naruto? Sasuke queried. This is the first I've seen it. I had to test it, didn't I? The silver-haired man paled under his mask. How come you haven't lost an arm or more? I got it right the first time. Lucky me. Gets things right the first time. Something like that? I've got to ask him. Although the second ninja that popped up surprised him, I think he has some sort of foresight ability. I'll just wait until we're in private. If he is or does, the last thing I want is this getting out. How did you figure out the workings for that? It's kinda easy, sensei. I just got Mr. Higurashi to superheat one regular metal tumbler and fit it inside the mug for extra strength and durability. The cups are then fused together. Then inside that, I put in a D-rank explosive tag, balled up, and glued to the bottom of the inside. It has to stay there, cause, if it jiggles around and goes to the top of the mug, well, we get the idea. Then I put in some ceramic tile, bagged up in some plastic, and placed on top. Then I cover the top of the mug with some fabric, to keep everything inside. But it was a black plastic taped to the top. That's taped over the fabric. That's for cunning. You know, in case you can just fool someone that the cup is empty. Or maybe has dark liquid inside. You never know. If they tried to drink from that, it would blow a man's head off. Tazuna cried in mortification. The boy shrugged. I don't recommend using this weapon for clean kills. Could be fine if you want to paint a wall behind someone red. Sakura quickly caught on to what he was saying. Ugh. Leave it to you to find a way to kill someone like that. You're going to have to kill eventually, Sakura. I don't like it, but the world sucks. I've learned that killing isn't a good thing, but it's necessary sometimes. It's supposed to take the banes out of society or end someone's pain. So the Hokage said. It made sense. The weapon had piqued the Uchiha's interest. Maybe something like this could take Itachi by surprise. If Naruto continues to excel at making these far-fetched gadgets of his, there's no chance that he would have experienced or seen it before. Anyway, Tazuna said suddenly. We're here in the village. Home sweet home. Finally. They all stared at the village that at the very least was described by what Naruto said next. Aha. Dump sweet dump. Naruto. See and blind, hear and deaf. Have some tact. Sakura exclaimed. No, no. He's right. At least now you see what I want to do and why. Tazuna stated. Let's keep moving. My house isn't far now. Needless to say, in 5 minutes, they had arrived at Tazuna's quaint home. The man opened the door and let them inside, and each of them took off their footwear at the doorway, depositing them in a beer crate. As if on cue, Tazuna's daughter entered the room from another, wielding a broom. Oh. I nearly thought that it was a thief again. She exclaimed, anxiously sighing. Only I, Musum. This is the team of ninja that I went to the leaf to hire. More like bamboozle, Sakura muttered under her breath. Naruto strode forward. You have a lovely home? He trailed off, hinting so he could get her name. Kakashi was almost expecting the boy to already know her name but reprimanded himself that it would have been a stupid probability. Furthermore, even if he did, he wouldn't make such a mistake that he couldn't possibly explain away. The woman smiled as she put her broom back in a corner. My name is Tsunami. Tsunami-san. My name's Naruto, this guy here's Sasuke and she's Sakura. A pleasure to meet you. Likewise. What about Sensei? Doesn't he get an introduction too? The pinkette frowned. He went back out again. Didn't you see him leave? She blushed a little in embarrassment. No, she stammered. It was now Naruto's turn to frown. He had thought it obvious. Was the girl that far behind in her observation skills and all-around ninja capabilities? He thought that something had to be done about her. He'd leave that for later. I'm going to find him. The blonde put on his sandals again and went outside, leaving the others inside to converse quietly among themselves. Immediately, Tazuna began regaling his tale about how the ninja fought each other, particularly focused on Naruto taking on people more dangerous than he. The boy walked outside, inhaling deeply. The wind blowing in from the sea had a pungent aroma that seemed to relax him. His nerves had been badly disheveled ever since that ninja took down Zabuza. He had never been that startled for 3 years, not counting Mizuki's betrayal and Irika's murder. There wasn't much that could surprise him, but that came completely out of nowhere. Wait a minute. He started analyzing all the battle details before he realized that there was a new memory. Did someone kill one of my clones? Or did the clone trip or something? Out of 50 clones, one was destroyed and it was the one heading for Konoha, the very same with Zabuza's sword in the storage seal. Shit! Naruto yelled. Shit, shit, shit. He stomped with each word shouted, punctuating it clearly in the dirt. What the hell? Are you kidding me? Easy there, Naruto. Wah! He looked around wildly before he settled when he saw his teacher sitting on a tree branch. Oh! With a mental command, he dispersed the other decoys, since there wasn't any other use to them. Hey sensei. Take it easy on the language. Everyone's probably wondering why you're yelling. You're not on your own out here, you know. Save it for when trouble comes. That's what I'm afraid of. He jumped up onto the branch as well and sat beside him, staring forward. I've got bad news. What is it? Kakashi got the feeling that he didn't want to know. Strange. Naruto's usually calm and collected. Must be serious. The shadow clone carrying Zabuza's sword in the seal got destroyed. And it was making good time back to Konoha too. Not only am I still going to be broke, someone has the sword, and if he continues to wield it, we just might get chopped in half if he's working for Gato. Aha. No need to worry about that. I'll handle Zabuza. If Naruto could manage to disarm him, I suppose I can too. Worst comes to worst, I'll use Raikiri and fight at close range before killing him. But why was he surprised? Frightened? If he can see the future or something like that, nothing should surprise him. You will? Shouldn't he be dead? I mean, some other ninja just swooped in and killed him and left. Must have been after the bounty or something? Naruto asked, a tad perplexed. Nope. He's alive. I've seen professionals kill people with Senbon before. They always go for the eyes, or the vitals in the upper torso, like your heart. Those needles didn't go anywhere near his jugular veins or other major blood vessels in the neck. Could have been a ruse to fool us. Well, to hell with that. In all this, I don't get to buy any new shuriken. Maybe I could make some more money gambling after all. Cheating. But people would soon figure out that something's up. Maybe not. Don't understand why Ayamne loves it so much, though. The Hatake side. Here goes. Good chance to ask him, if any. Naruto, can you see the future? Naruto stared at the man. Yup. Of course. That's why I don't get frightened. Did I look like I expected that ninja to kill Zabuza? He yelled in the man's face. The man was at a loss for words. He didn't detect any lies right there, but he didn't give a straightforward answer. He had to give him some credit. He's mixing in a truth and a lie to mix them up. He's also using raw emotions to make it hard to look for physical proof that he was lying, like pupil dilation and heart rate. I need a yes or no, Naruto. This is serious. Ever since I met you, you know things that you shouldn't have known already, knowing what to do, when to do it, and where. This is just between you and me. There's no one else here. You asked me to trust you today. I allowed a genin to fight alongside me against a Nin, the demon of the hidden mist Zabuza Momochi, and you can't trust me. Naruto paused at this. He was really careful about telling others about things, trying to avoid cluing them in. Kakashi was a legend in his own right, obviously figuring it out from watching him, noting his habits no doubt. Perhaps he already knew and was waiting for him to confirm it. He might be able to work this into an advantage. He didn't know how, but this made his word as good as gold whenever he informed Ayam of something. She believed him, anything he said, no questions asked. He'd saved her once from getting raped on her way home from work, and the only way to convince her then that trouble awaited her was to explain that he knew the future. Kakashi knowing might improve team synergies. Cluing the man in on future events could help fix the troubles before they happened. It could even get the man to make the right decisions, without making it obvious to the others that Kakashi was following his advice out in the open. I'm not at liberty to discuss how I know future events. I don't trust you that much. Besides, how do I know that you won't blab all of this to the Hokage, especially when there are people with him at the time? You're under oath to tell him all that happens on a mission, and I don't need this conversation on paperwork for everyone to see. Naruto looked to the other side, away from Kakashi's gaze. He was a bit afraid he'd lose his resolve. Maybe I'll tell him later, under my own conditions. But I want what's best for the team, honestly. That's all I wanted to hear. Maybe not now, but I hope that someday you can trust me with any details. Right now, I just wanted to be sure that I can trust your judgment and decisions. The man sighed heavily. You were the one who said that it was your dream to be wise and always make the best decisions, to be somebody that anyone could rely on for anything. I said it was impossible. You replied that all one needs was a little foresight. I did say that. Well, I hope you don't regret telling me. The Hatake smiled. By the way, should I carry an umbrella tomorrow if it's going to rain? Stow the crap. It's complicated. By changing some things, other things happen. Like how you got Sasuke killed. I fixed that today. What? I killed Sasuke? The man frowned. Why would? I didn't. What? Calm down. It was an accident. But most importantly, it happened today. I don't understand. Your test, Naruto said heatedly. Your test with the demon brothers killed him. You were too hands-off. Naruto. The man ran his fingers through his hair backward, now frazzled. I don't understand. How did I get him killed? It didn't happen because I saved Sakura. Well, either you're crazy, or I'm crazy, or we're both crazy. Kakashi was about to leave by jumping down when Naruto grabbed his elbow. Listen very carefully. The Jonin did not answer and waited. I knew we were going to get attacked by those 3 Chunins. I created the clone as soon as we left the leaf and it followed behind us so it could defend Sakura, instead of Sasuke. X=X=X=. 1 down. The man with the scythe grinned in a smirk as he regarded the dead man. And the rest will follow. Kakashi-sensei's as an elite ninja. He's not dead. Naruto mouthed the words to his teammates who set their faces. He flipped the scythe deftly to make a reaping motion and raised it over his head to swing it. As he brought it down in a diagonal slash, she ducked to the inside of it, trying to stay clear of it. As the momentum of the weapon brought it down, he merely used the handle and slammed her in the face with it. Fortunately, it was mostly negated because it had struck her Hitaiate, but the pain of it was concussive regardless. To her growing horror, she began to see doubles and the man ready to swing the weapon again as hard as he could. She had lost her depth perception and silently prayed for her sensei to intervene. Suddenly, the blur of someone came into being between her and the scythe-toting man. At first, she thought it was Sasuke, but the colors did not match, nor did the size. This person, while they had on dark blue, it was on their lower torso. Their upper torso was a blurred green and she could make out the gray on top. "Kakashi-sensei!" she cried out in relief. Said man caught the sickle by the handle with one hand and thrust-kicked the man in the gut, knocking all of his wind out of him. The man wheezed out a gasp and toppled backward, releasing his weapon. In fact, the entrance of his teacher close by made Sasuke look to his side where the fallen man had thudded onto his back. That was his error. "Never take your eyes off who you're fighting, boy!" Gozu yelled as he launched his shuriken chain at Sasuke. The boy quickly looked back to the demon brother, but as he did, he tried to stop the shuriken with his kunai to keep it from hitting his chest, since it was already too late to dodge. While he was successful in keeping it from hitting his chest, the shuriken struck the kunai and slightly deflected, embedding itself partially into the Uchiha's upper arm, making him recoil in his injury. He quickly yanked it out, but the damage was already done. Gozu tried to retract the chain, but he ended up with a kunai hitching itself in his throat, courtesy of Kakashi. The man choked on his blood as it bled outside, as well as inside into his windpipe. Seeing this distracted Meizu briefly and he got his throat cut, swiftly done in by Naruto's blade baton. Kakashi quickly ran over to Sasuke and held him by the healthy shoulder. "Oh no! It's probably poisoned," he muttered with rising horror and scaring the others. He quickly searched Gozu and Meizu's bodies for an antidote but found none. Kakashi grabbed the Scytheman by the collar and held him up. "Where's the antidote?" he all but yelled into the man's face while releasing killing intent. "We never needed one," the man wheezed, chuckling a little. "We poisoned ourselves a little each day until we got used to it. We didn't need one for us, why would we carry one for other people dash?" Kakashi broke the man's neck and without another word, grabbed Sasuke and immediately began dashing to the Leaf Village as fast as he could to get Sasuke treated. =X=X=. But as the saying goes, no medicine or doctor had skill enough to save his life in time, Naruto muttered to Kakashi, who had an unbelieving air. He didn't want to believe it, but it made so much sense. He would have done exactly what the boy had explained in that situation. He felt afraid and almost unable to pin down why. "I nearly got the last Uchiha killed today," he mumbled. "Yeah," Naruto grunted, "today honestly sucked. The worst part is, he died with his Sharingan activated, but I guess that no one would want to take his eyes, seeing that he got poisoned. Think he activated it when he saw the shuriken chain heading for his chest. While I don't know what happened to you, all I know is from my point of view. Sakura and I escorted Tazuna back to the Leaf, where we found out that he died. Tazuna got squat and was forced to leave the village, Sasuke died, the team got broken up and all because of your little test." The man did not say anything. "Who knows?" Naruto continued. "Maybe Zabuza killed him quick and painless in the end. He is known for that, you know. Taking people by surprise in the fog. Although he probably died afraid dash." "I get it, Naruto." The man sighed. "Just, leave me alone. I've got a lot on my mind. I probably have got more than you. How do you think it makes me feel, huh? I actually experienced that for myself. All you got was me telling you what would have happened, second hand. So I don't want any flack from you telling me to leave you alone. You don't understand." "Oh, Kami. It's the same damn outcome. I nearly got my team killed." Kakashi shunshined away, leaving Naruto alone in the tree. The boy scratched his head, wondering what had just transpired. Same damn event? So it's not the first time he got or nearly got his team members killed. Guess there's a lot more to sensei than him reading porn and having a Sharingan eye. He must be dealing with some really heavy shit. He let himself drop out of the tree and stood with his arms crossed. "This is getting dangerous. If things continue to change like they did today, I won't be prepared for every eventuality, and I was fighting in the dark after my clone saved Sakura. It was close. I'll need to train harder. I need a larger jutsu repertoire, better taijutsu, and even better reaction times. It's not just knowing what my opponent will do but having the reflexes necessary for something I wasn't originally prepared for." Without any further ado, he spawned a half-dozen shadow clones, which began chucking stones at him. Inari had fled to his room long ago. They had realized this when Tazuna finished his tale about Kaiza, the hero of Wave. And after he was killed, Gato started increasing his influence. Over time, things just degenerated to the condition you see it in now. That's why I want to build the bridge. Naruto stroked his bruised chin. Why didn't you just hire an assassination squad to kill him while you still had the money? Instead, the bridge probably now costs a whole lot more to build, not to mention the manpower needed. Don't even mention that part. Tazuna heaved a sigh as he said this. The workers were getting real antsy and scared before I left to hire ninja in the leaf. I can't imagine what they're like now, not to mention if they'll continue to work or not. The only good news is that all the material for the bridge was found on this island. We had a quarry on the southeast end of here. We exhausted it to get the resources. Ah. So you can only build it once. We better do something about Gato, cause if he ruins it, we can't build it again. Tsunami got up and started gathering everyone's plates. The place that was set for Kakashi was still untouched and under a dish cover. He had never come back in. No one asked or said anything pertaining to this. He could be about somewhere doing whatever he thought was necessary, presumably. Thanks. Although I was about ready to do it myself. Or eat it, it's that good, he added as a joke. It's no trouble, Naruto-san. Sakura stared at her teammate curiously, observing the multitude of bruises on his person, especially on his hands, but he had a few on his face. Naruto, where'd you get those bruises? I got stoned. Stoned? She got no further response. Mealtime had come to an end, so the Uzumaki went outside under the tree with his backpack and sat down in a half-slouch. He then removed a tin with some ceramic tiles, a small roll of explosive tags, some fabric, and a roll of black sheet plastic. Finally, he unsealed his mugs from his waist with his right hand while fishing around in the backpack with his left. Finally, he retrieved a small bottle of glue and a pair of scissors. It took him 10 minutes to finish reloading the mugs and place the black plastic over it for the guile. When he had completed the task, he looked up and saw Kakashi sitting on the roof with his feet over the edge. Both held each other's eyes for a moment before Naruto broke it and placed everything back where it came from. After resealing the mugs and placing the scissors back, he felt his hand close around something small and round in his bag. He quickly took out the now familiar-feeling object and looked over the round marble-like piece of iron. He smiled a bit, thinking of the uses he would have for it in the future. Kakashi, on the other hand, looking down at the genin, wondered if he was smiling because he knew of something good happening, not knowing that the boy was devising the buckshot for his weapons. Naruto placed the metal in a side pocket of the bag before going inside and prepped himself for bed, falling asleep at 6 p.m. in their assigned room. X equals X equals. The hands worked quickly. They quickly lowered the ninja on the table and removed all clothing that obstructed their work. Using a pair of pre-sanitized scissors, they cut through the fabric, and soon, the scissors were swapped with makeshift tweezers held in one hand. A senbon needle was held in the other. They soon dug out a large piece of ceramic tile from the offended thigh while the surgeon used the tweezers to hold the tile close to their masked face. Oh Kami. Just look at that. What if they're poisoned? The senbon was placed down on the table and the white mask was then removed with the same hand. A beautiful face was revealed, with deep brown eyes and framed by 2 locks of hair held in place by small metal bands. The person held the bloodied tile to their nose and smelt it. It doesn't smell as if it were. The hands resumed quickly, pulling all the tiles out of the leg. Quite a few times, they had to be careful around the major arteries and veins, particularly around the femoral artery in the leg. In the past and even till now, that specific artery hadn't received as much notoriety as the jugular in the neck. Arguably, the jugular was responsible for the bloodstream linking the brain and other carotid arteries and veins, but the femoral could make a man bleed out just as fast, and probably more efficiently, especially if he was trying to flee. This was why the caution was extremely thick. Finally finishing the work on the injured leg, they went to work on the arm used to block the second attack. The arm looked horrible. The flesh was gone in some places, hung loosely in others. Couple that with the blood loss from the arm, potential bone and nerve damage, plus the chest that had a few places hit. Haku sighed. It was going to be a long night. 16 hours later, the ninja operated on was in a relatively better condition with bandages wrapped around the chest, arm, and leg. Haku finally pulled out 2 senbon needles in the neck, gingerly and carefully. With that deed done, Haku slowly walked over to a nearby chair and soon fell asleep, losing the fight to exhaustion. No sooner had been eyes closed, they were opened again. A stocky, short man wearing a pinstriped blue business suit was poking Zabuza with his cane. His two goons were on both sides of Zabuza and conversing with each other quietly. Anger flared inside as the ninja responsible for Zabuza stood up so quickly that the chair was sent flying backward and broke against the wall. It drew the attention of the three men in the room standing close by Zabuza. "Don't you dare touch him. Calm down, for fuck's sakes," Gato retorted. "I'm just trying to see if he's dead or something. He's not even breathing. I couldn't even feel a pulse." He poked him again one last time. "See? He's not moving." In a blur, the ninja had already thrown the two goons away, making imprints in walls, and had the tip of Gato's cane in front of him, pointing at the businessman's throat. "Did you not hear what I said, swine?" Gato merely stared angrily at the ninja, and in another second, Gato had the ninja underneath his foot. "Know your place. I hired both of you to kill the bridge builder." "Is he dead?" the man yelled at the ninja. Sednin was surprised at the might and speed the tables had turned on them but did not move. The point of the cane rested squarely over where the heart was located. Haku answered nonetheless, suddenly realizing that Gato somehow had the swift release or at least some form of ninja training. "No. He was guarded by the copycat ninja, Kakashi Hatake. We had to pull out." Haku bit out angrily, visibly upset for being overwhelmed so easily. "Kakashi Hatake? I think I heard of him before." Gato released his weight off his antagonist's back. "Get up, Haku." Haku complied and got up off of the ground, glaring at their boss. "What is it? Is Zabuza dead?" "No. I just placed him in a death-like state so he could be fully unconscious while I worked on him. And tricked the team into thinking I killed him. I didn't have many options at the time." "Good." Gato nodded. "I still need the two of you to kill the bridge builder. I'd do it myself but I can't get my hands dirty with this one. I've had too many inquiries into my business already by the so-called law-abiding ninjas from the mist, and the last thing I want from them is a fucking embargo. I want him dead inside the month. If he's not dead by then and he finishes the bridge, it's going to be on you two to demolish it, and that nonsense doesn't expect extra payment. Do I make myself clear?" "Yes." "Yes, who?" Gato asked dangerously, releasing some killer intent. "Ha Gato-sama." "Good." The man made an about-turn, and while he was midway to the door, he called out to his bodyguards. "Let's go, you idiots. Get a move on, before I start looking for your replacements." The men struggled to get back to their feet and followed their boss out, leaving Haku alone. In the room, all one could hear was the slow, gritting sound of someone grinding their teeth together. "I can't kill Tazuna myself. I'm outnumbered. I need Zabuza-sama's help. That so-called genin nearly killed him with barely any help from his sensei, while my clone had to chase down his to get back the sword. If the boy is capable of holding his own against Zabuza, what can the sensei do?" Haku heaved a sigh and went to kneel beside Zabuza, who lied stock-still in the bed. "I have to get Zabuza-sama back to peak fighting ability again. I'll fight by his side." "And what of Gato? How was he able to subdue me like that?" "He's had some sort of ninja training and, perhaps it was because I was tired dash." Haku fell asleep promptly, not even getting the chance to finish the line of thought. X equals X equals. Just keep trying to focus the chakra at the bottoms of your feet and run up the tree. Sakura, keep going. You need to build your reserves. Just because you did it right the second time means that you're anywhere near the boy's level in overall potential. Kakashi admonished. "I understand, Kakashi-sensei." Sakura gave a mock salute. "I'm not trying to be insulting, but when you get your chakra levels up to snuff, I'll teach you a jutsu. Sounds good?" "Yeah," the girl cheered. "Well, get going then." Kakashi smiled before looking up to the Uzumaki at the top of his tree. "I didn't know that you knew this technique already, Naruto. There's plenty you don't know about me, sensei." He jumped out of his tree and rolled as soon as he made contact with the ground. "What do I do now?" "I saw you stoning yourself yesterday. I'm not too sure why, but continue doing that training. Once you're done with that, come back to me in 2 days. By that time, your team should have already caught up." "I was trying to increase my reaction time and reflexes, sensei. Looked more like you were trying to beat yourself up. I could get you psychological help. First Old Man Hokage and now you too? Does the entire village think I'm insane?" Naruto shouted, to which he was ignored. Sasuke reached halfway up his tree and had to flip off when he forced himself too hard by using too much chakra. How come Naruto already knows this? "I'm failing. I need to surpass all others so I can beat my traitorous brother." He was about to charge up the tree again when his mind turned down a new path. Perhaps it would be in my interest to just ask for his help this time. I tried helping him once. He owes me. "Hey, Naruto." "Sure. I'll tell you how to go up the tree more efficiently," the blonde answered. How did he know that was what I wanted? the raven-haired youth thought to himself. He gazed up at the tree he was training on. Noting his ladder-like kunai markings in it, he shrugged it off. Maybe it was obvious. Since I told you how to make Bunshin's dash, I said I'll help. Geez, I'm not asking for favors or giving any. Since you're a teammate, I have an obligation. No problem. He'll never know how I saved his life. I wonder why he was supposed to die. Doesn't matter. He's fine. He'll stay that way. But, everything that happens is normally for the best case scenario. What's gonna happen since I saved him? Naruto didn't want to know. Chapter 8. He walked right up the tree, at a perfect 90-foot angle. Sakura and Sasuke felt badly outclassed, tired, and pathetic. Naruto stopped and remained stock-still halfway on the trunk. He then turned his head sideways, so at the very least his vision was level with that of his teammates. He took in their ragged countenance and frowned. Progress seems kinda slow, he commented. The pinkette glared like carbon ice. You're moving too fast, is what it is. Sasuke didn't feel like speaking. Seeing Naruto like that made him feel extremely furious at his squadmate, himself, everything. He wasn't jeering, making a joke, or anything like that. He only said it as if he was simply stating the truth. He was so casual about it, and it was aggravating. He ran at his own tree again and was about to perform his exercise again when Naruto jumped off of his and stood in his way. The Uchiha slid to a stop and frowned. Get out of my way. Do you even hear yourself? I've noticed, Sasuke. I've seen what you were doing. In fact, I'm wondering if Sakura over there realized it yet. The aspiring kunoichi of the group had been squatting on her toes, trying to recover some of her overall vitality. Noticed what? That Sasuke-kun wants you out of his way, she asked ironically. Naruto shook his head. Both of you are completely out of chakra. At the same time. Her eyes widened. But his chakra reserves are larger than mine. Yeah, they are. But he's been trying to use it all up at once, using his max effort strategy, as I like to call it. That's why he's piss-tired. That's his tree so gouged up from his attempts. That's why he's always forcing himself off, while you keep slipping off when you're running up. Naruto reached behind him and stroked the abused tree. Poor tree. Sasuke stormed off into the house, leaving the two alone. He'll get over it. The Uzumaki said as if to no one. Sakura sighed. It was now day 3 of Naruto supervising their training. Kakashi had decided that since the bridge builder was such a high-profile target, he would guard him during the building of the bridge while the 3 genin continued training. She believed that their place was to be at the client's side as well to defend him. But Kakashi's word was law at the moment. It was strange though, Naruto had been the one to suggest the idea and arrangement the very first evening when he demonstrated that he had the know-how of the training exercise. Kakashi looked like he would have wanted to object at the time, but Naruto seemed to have just stared at the man silently. A moment later, the Hatake agreed. Showing that he knew the tree-walking exercise perfectly, both in theory and practically cemented the idea's carrying out, and no one had any further objections. She didn't know where she stood on the team. Kakashi was a supposed legend, Sasuke was the last loyal Uchiha, and Naruto was a whole lot of other things. He was the most talented, versatile, well-rounded, unpredictable, predicting ninja she ever saw, going around blowing people to pieces and shredding them to near ribbons with ceramic tile pieces. And she? She offered nothing to help the team. She wasn't special, wasn't talented, gifted, unique. Besides her hair of course, but that was useless when it came to hiding. So not only was she not moving forward, but she was also a step or two behind. She was like the extra player to a game who needed a position filled in order to not automatically forfeit. This was exactly her place in the team. She was like the genin kunoichi she heard about who tended to die before fulfilling 2 years of active service. She did not want to become another statistic. So, despite learning a mediocre form of the chakra training tree running exercise, she still needed to increase the size of her reserves. She had heard the idea which Naruto called the rubber band theory, in which a person increased the size of their chakra reserves by continuously using it up. By always running it down to near zero, the reserves would grow a little upon recharging, to accommodate the next time the depletion happened, the body's way of trying to prepare for the eventuality. It was in the same manner of a rubber band that's taut when it's new, but as it got older and more used, the elasticity grew. Or in the same manner when a muscle is torn, it repaired itself on the ruins of its forerunner to be stronger than before. She could feel her reserves growing. That was good. So maybe Naruto supervising them wasn't such a bad thing. If only he didn't make them look like they hadn't done anything in the academy. And he was so cold about it. She wondered how he felt about the team, about her. For a minute, she pondered that, like Sasuke, she could ask him for extra help, but there was no way he would have forgotten that they got along as well as cats and dogs. She decided not to. She sighed as she stood again, preparing to make another attempt at the tree. Before she could even dig the toes of her sandal in to start running, Naruto motioned her to stop. Hold on. We're done with this for the day. She was about to whoop in celebration, but he interrupted her before she began. You're going to do some running. Running? She parroted. Running? Yep, running. We're a bit pressed for time before things probably get worse out here, so to mix muscle building and stamina increasing, you'll be running with these. He unsealed a large cloth-wrapped item from one of his many seals and gingerly unwrapped it. After doing so, he paused for effect before revealing 2 makeshift dumbbells that consisted of a steel pipe with 2 cement castings the size of bricks. From a glance, one could tell that the cement was made with gravel to increase the weight, but all the bumps that stuck out were sanded off. I can tell from the look on your face that you're excited to start. The Haruno started to sputter, beginning to think that Naruto must have lost his mind if he thought that she would run with weights. Time's short, so go do some laps around somewhere large. When you think you can't do any more, do 5 more. More sputtering. But the training. What about chakra training dash? You're welcome. Now get to it, before I put you through my training. Sakura had seen the boy create teams of clones that, from a general view, tried to stone him to death. They used gravel, pebbles, river stones, even bricks and the occasional glass bottle. She had no idea why he would train doing something like that, but if there were 2 things she knew, was that 1, she wanted no part of that training regimen. Secondly, he was serious. She grabbed the dumbbells from him and ran away with the clumsy weights hampering her center of gravity, which almost forced her to drag her hands on the ground. Seeing her awkward form grow smaller with distance and the rest obscured by shrubbery and foliage, Naruto grunted in approval before he created a dozen clones. Kagebunshin no Jutsu. The 12 doppelgangers came into being and looked to their creator, showing signs of subordination, waiting and listening to instructions. You guys know what to do. The 12 copies glanced to one another before they all stooped and scooped up a handful of stones that lay strewn around a specific area. Naruto raised his hands in preparation to defend himself from the imminent onslaught. As he did, he revealed his bare palms, which were riddled with bruises, welts and places where the skin had broken, even earlier that day. He had realized that the Kyuubi would heal his injuries, but his continuing was like creating a clog-up of healing necessities. He kept half healing, then reopening wounds before they were done. This could cause serious scarring, as he was cautioned by his teacher. He shook his head in finality. When had he ever decided that listening to an adult might benefit him? Besides, scars were cool, not to mention the fact that he didn't have much time to get his reflexes up to snuff. Throw, he yelled. X equals X equals. Besides the sounds of construction, the site was filled with the loud noises one usually associated with a market. Kakashi stroked his forehead, trying to chase away the prelude of a soon-arriving headache. The workers were yelling at each other, but most frequently at Tazuna. It wasn't just about getting leave, a lack of pay, or the general complaints of working in a rat hole. They were talking to their boss loudly and politely, as one put it, trying to tell him how the job didn't pay enough, how they didn't have job security, and how they didn't have life insurance. What the fuck is a Rio every 2 hours, Tazuna? When the bridge is done, then what? Gato's gonna murder us. What'll my family do? One man moaned to no one in particular. Maybe celebrate, for starters. Another grumbled under his breath. Somehow, amid all the shouting, the man who had moaned heard the man's offhanded comment. What did you say? He asked with a hint of a threat. They'd celebrate, is what I said, the man retorted, not in the least intimidated. Your woman got real skinny ever since you 2 got together. Must be because you eat everything in her goddamn house almost before it goes in. You son of a bitch dash. The 2 laborers broke out into a fistfight. At that point, Kakashi by Tazuna's side finally spoke up. Your jobs are safer than mine, you know. Well, you can defend yourself. The one closest to him replied. We go to bed, hoping we don't get our throats cut in our sleep. The grass is greener on the other side. Many times I've prayed that I'll eventually die when asleep. If I only get my throat cut, then I'd consider myself lucky. That's better than being stabbed in the heart with a lightning attack, getting your eye removed while you're still awake, getting crushed by falling boulders. Kakashi's visible eye closed and he took a deep breath before continuing. Getting stabbed dozens of times in the chest and gut before impalement through the eye to get nailed to a tree, getting blown to bits with a bomb in your mouth, getting your guts ripped open almost horizontally, getting burned alive with paint thinner on your flesh, getting your body parts shredded with pieces of tile. He opened his eye to see the crowd silent with their mouths agape in horror. He had heard them settle down, but to see their expressions made him feel happy. Not sadistic or anything. Just to know that they now knew it could always be worse when things seemed to already be at their worst. But that's... Tazuna began incoherently, recognizing some of the latter details. What I first listed were things that happened to my team and myself when I was younger. The second part was things that my students did. Students? Those 3 kids that came with you? Yes, he deadpanned, the students. The gathering of the workmen collectively grumbled and mused to themselves. Hearing their morale still plummeting, Kakashi spoke again. Tell you what. I'll help build the bridge. When it's done, I'll make sure that no one who didn't help in its construction benefit from it. Not only that, I'll personally kill whoever does take part of any of the proceeds and profits the bridge will turn over. It's only fair. He picked up a large sledgehammer easily in one hand and took up a bucket of cement and gravel in the other. Tazuna-san, show me what to do and where. The workers hurriedly stopped the jonin and relieved the man of his tools. It wasn't too long after that when the men went back to work, keeping an eye on the jonin to make sure he didn't participate in their laboring. Normally, he would have just eye-smiled or frowned if the situation had demanded, perhaps read his erotic literature. But he was only privy to his mind and continued to watch over Tazuna, while actually monitoring the sea. Seems that whoever was watching us decided to leave when they realized I wasn't going to be careless with Tazuna's guarding. I couldn't sense them after I finished telling the men what the team and I have gone through. Guess the intimidation worked. He glanced towards the so-called master bridge builder, who was yelling his lungs out at 2 men on a rickety scaffold to take it easy, as the damn thing was made out of a condemned house. If worse comes to worse, maybe Tazuna should be armed with something. Something discreet. Ninja won't expect him to take them on. They could just underestimate him, and when they get close, he could stand straight. Fuck damn it. If you die, I'll have to be the one to tell Caution that her husband fell off a piece of shit scaffold held together with wood glue and rusty nails. Wood glue, the worker boggled. For Kami's sake, Tazuna, you don't pay me enough. Nah. He's not subtle enough. He would probably just wait until they can see him clearly before he charges at them or something. Kinda like Naruto used to act before his 10th birthday. The man chuckled dryly before his mood soured completely. I wonder if his predictive powers or of the sword is tied to that birthday. That was when his whole outlook, personality, hell, his whole character changed. What's this I hear about not getting paid enough? The panicky man on the scaffold frantically shook his head. Ya didn't hear nothin' but seagulls, man. He picked up his tools and resumed work, doing it sure and steady. Keep up the efficiency. X equals X equals. Haku walked briskly back into the chambers that Zabuza was housed in, anxious to find out about the man's condition. After a brief check, Haku realized that he was still out cold. It was good this way, so long as he remained unconscious he wouldn't feel any pain that lingered from his wounds. However, if he stayed too long in the death-like state, his muscles would be atrophied and he wouldn't be strong enough to go for a second attempt on Tazuna's life before their pay was cut in half. She went to a small cubicle in the room and promptly changed from her hunter-nine appearance and clothing to her casual pink kimono that held punctuations of plum-colored swirls here and there. Soon coming back out, the kunoichi sat in a chair at the head of Zabuza's bed and heaved a great sigh. She had gone out to the bridge to see if she could find out more about the jonin, maybe even get a lucky opportunity to kill the bridge builder, scouting from one of her ice mirrors in which she had hidden in behind one of the breakwater rocks close to the shore. All she had gotten was disappointment, but she did find out more about the team. She realized from the reports that the jonin recounted was specifically what his team did to the 2 Chunins of their party, Meizu and Gozu, or their friend who got ousted by his fellow Jashinists, whoever or whatever that was about. Pieces of that man were found scattered with some tile shrapnel here and there, and the large pile of ashes that surrounded scorched skeletons. Yuki groaned in frustration as she tried to connect the dots. Start from the bottom up. Body parts shredded with tile. That sounds like Master's arm and leg. Next, burned alive with paint thinner. That must be the brothers. But who would fight and then burn people alive with thinner? She became puzzled quickly but continued nonetheless. Getting guts ripped open horizontally. I suppose that could have happened on any combat mission. And getting blown to bits with a bomb in your mouth. That could have happened to the man with the scythe. Oh Kami. She muttered to herself. That's how they killed him. It must be the boy who used the bomb with the tiles in it. He seemed to use shrapnel weapons, especially ceramic tiles judging from what I've seen. He shot Zabuza with it, used the bomb on his water clones, just like killing him with the bomb. Her pale skin nearly whitened to the complexion of chalk. In the mouth? Haku fidgeted uncomfortably in her seat. And then one of those genin stabbed a man dozens of times before nailing him to a tree through his eye socket, straight through the skull. She glanced to Zabuza, now noting the man's background as opposed to the genin. They're monsters. Brutes and monsters. Zabuza, of course, did not reply. Maybe I should watch them instead, especially the one who uses the bombs. He made a fool of my master. It's fair to say that he was a decisive factor in your defeat. But I need help, master. Please wake up soon. X equals X equals. The last clone finally dispersed after throwing the last rock. It sailed through the air, the sound of it was prevalent and making its way to Naruto's ear. At the last second, the Uzumaki made an abrupt about turn and caught the rough rock, his hand flowing backward while maintaining his grip on it to gradually dissipate the momentum. When his hand came to a stop, he dropped the now blood-covered rock on the ground, and a few drops from his hand followed it there. The blonde frowned as he headed back to the house, leaving a trail of drops of blood on the ground that fell from both of his hands. They were wounded in what could be called a training mishap, but as far as Naruto knew and was concerned, there were no accidents whenever his ability was working. There was always a plan, a big picture. He could see a horrible event here, catastrophe there. Maybe a miracle happening all by its lonesome. But they were all intertwined, and they always had an endpoint to working out in his favor. That's why he couldn't understand why they showed him that Sasuke died. Was he supposed to die? For his benefit? What benefit could there be to losing his teammate? Naruto was sure that even he wasn't seeing the big picture. At the most, he was only seeing a larger part of it than other people. Never mind the why and how, it was dangerous to only be seeing a part of it. He had made his training successful, by changing what he knew was to happen. He wasn't supposed to train today, and he was vulnerable now. But by training, he didn't expect how and when and what his clones threw at him. His hands had paid and were still paying the price, but he knew that he couldn't take any chances on his reaction time. He won't always be able to depend on it. In all fairness, he had it almost every other time, especially when he wasn't deviating. He was powerful, simply by knowing. He didn't need to be faster. If he knew where and where not to be, that didn't matter. He didn't need to be stronger. If he knew the weakest point to strike and when, all he would need is the strength of an insect. He didn't need better eyesight. If he knew what would happen, he would simply avoid the danger. He didn't need more chakra. If he knew what force he was up against, he would know precisely what to do and avoid chakra wastage. But I want to be strong, someone that anyone can rely on. I don't want to have to rely on this all the time. Maybe by having the necessary increased reaction time, his ability to perform on the fly should increase exponentially whenever he deviated. A damn pity that it depended on his body's basic needs. Truly a pity. Maybe he would be killed for it one day. He ran to the side of the house where he knew there was a standpipe. It was there that the blood that ran from his hands was washed away. It bled a little, but not much after that. Soon, he walked into the house and took a seat between his genin teammates. Kakashi sat by Tazuna's side at the foot of the table while Tsunami and Inari sat at the head. Tsunami quickly got up and started dishing out the day's meal in everyone's plates before sitting down and gracing it. After that, no one needed more prompting to eat. Everyone except Inari. The boy scrutinized the ninja present with a scowl, especially the genin. After a while, Naruto realized that no one was going to address his behavior and spoke up in the most eloquent manner he was capable of. "What?" he asked irritably. Not one word came from the boy. "Would you like some money? Say something and you'll get it. If you don't say something, it means you have a thing for old men." Sakura rolled her eyes. Naruto wasn't as mature as she thought. "Do you think this is some kind of a joke?" Inari demanded. Naruto leaned back, almost as relaxed as a sunbathing cat. "It worked. That's what matters. Now, what's bothering you? Scared you're not as handsome as I am or something? I can draw whiskers on your cheeks if you want. It's a great look. No tattoos, Naruto." Tsunami warned. "No offense, Tsunami-san, but your son's been acting like a prick ever since he met us." Wah? Confusion reigned supreme in the woman's face. Maybe she didn't hear him or wasn't familiar with the vulgarism. "A dick." "Naruto." Sakura chastised. "I still don't follow." Sasuke groaned in exhaustion, wondering how best to explain the insult to the woman. "He says he's a penis." "Of course he has a penis, what does that have to do with anything?" The befuddled woman wondered. "Besides doing someone," Tazuna muttered under his breath, before laughing at his own joke, getting stared at his daughter who was still unfamiliar with the terms. Naruto slapped his face in a facepalm, muttering something about old people. Kakashi eyed the scene with an amused air. "Let me make it clear. I'm not offending you or his father when I say this. He's acting like a little bastard." By now, Sakura had to wonder how the woman had so much patience as to not kick Naruto out. Maybe she likes him, or Tazuna talks so much about how strong he was going up against the enemy ninjas. Inari tried to ignore the ever-recurring grief of his adopted father's demise and was able to defend himself mentally, at the risk of having to deal with twice the normal amount of emotional baggage the next bout it arrived. Why do you train every day? He pointed first at Sasuke, then Sakura. He can barely keep himself awake, she has to keep her arms on the table to eat because she can barely lift them to feed herself. The girl shrugged off the observation. So? We're tired from training. The boy glared at the girl before continuing to speak to Naruto. But you, even from where I'm sitting, I can see you staining the chopsticks with your blood. That's the third time in a row. Naruto sighed in resignation, but the boy wasn't done talking. You don't need to train. You're all going to die. No one can beat Gato. We couldn't even beat his lackeys, what makes you think that you could? We're just that awesome. Besides, I'm sure that all of us here could tell you bloody stories that could make you piss your pants. Except Sakura. She's had it fairly good. No offense. I mean, it's a good thing. The girl nodded, but Naruto continued. But I don't care what you think. He held up his palms for everyone to see. Suffice to say, one could only stare in morbid fascination as they eyed the unhealed areas where the skin had broken, bruises, welts and a long slice in his left palm when his clone had thrown a broken bottle. There was even a little blood still oozing from an opening. It was insignificant, but still granted points for presentation. Do you see my hands? These are fighting hands. I've killed with M, I know, but I've saved with M, I create things, destroy things, and most importantly, I use them for my best possible purpose and intentions, not just for every whim or fancy. I'm trying to look out for myself, my team, and the people who are dear to me. They're all I have, so I'm gonna do whatever it takes to keep them alive. Whatever you can do to help yourself, you should do too. A tear streamed from the boy's eye as he remembered Kaisa's speech. He angrily swiped it away at the memory. He lied, and you lied, was all he would say, horrifying his own family. We all know what happened to your father. I sympathize, but I think it's time you moved on. Cry for him, but don't project that on us. We're trying to protect you and your family. This isn't about my two-san. It's about the uselessness of your training. Gato's too strong. He could wipe us all out if he wanted to. The Uzumaki laughed a little while closing his eyes. Then why hasn't he? He needs you all alive, a ghost town is bad for business. That's all we are. You've had it real easy, never having to live a single hard day in your life. Naruto stopped laughing. Never make assumptions. There's always someone worse off than you. By my reasoning, I'd say I'm cursed. Cursed bad. 2 curses, as a matter of fact. Cursed? Tazuna butted in, his plate now empty of all food since he was eating while he listened. Oh yeah. The blonde replied with a twirl of the wrist as if it wasn't a big deal. There's this dem dash. Naruto. Kakashi warned, trailing off. Guess I can't talk about that one, the boy remarked offhandedly. But the other one. It's my favorite curse. I get feelings about things. An example. You know about your mother's cooking, for instance. Her cooking's great. But suddenly, one day, you get a feeling. You feel like, what if someone else's cooking, maybe just down the street from here, is better than hers? Are you gonna stay put, or are you gonna try and look for that person? Wouldn't you try? Or are you gonna stay comfortable in your house, never really feeling satisfied anymore? Pa! The boy nearly spat. Okay, but you probably get it. Naruto tapped his forehead as if he knew a secret but refused to tell. Oh yeah. But let me tell you what's going to happen. 'Cause I'm getting a feeling now. Tazuna looked on interestedly. However, he could have sworn that he saw Kakashi lean forward as if he was eager to know what Naruto was going to say and thought it was weird. This ninja we defeated. Zabuza. And his pal that flung Sanban needles into his throat. They're alive and out there, licking their wounds. And they're gonna come back. Hold on. Sakura began, shocked. He's alive? Hear me out, Sakura. I need all of you to listen. Especially you, Inari. They come back. One's got a sword that's as tall as you and my sensei put together, lined up straight. This big-ass cleaver sword. And the person who's so accurate that they can throw weapon needles through a guy's throat without killing someone. Those two are gonna come back and kill us. There was a general wailing of hysterics, and the Uzumaki waited 5 minutes for it to settle before he continued. Sakura gets bisected right off the bat, from the skull straight down the middle like someone using an axe to chop logs. Damn shame. The first thing she sees is the sword, and the first thing she does is scream, instead of dodging. Wouldn't have made a difference in the end anyway. But maybe, just maybe, she would have made less of a mess. The pinkette grew unnaturally pale. Naruto had a penchant for expecting things, predicting even, so hearing this was enough to put her in a panic. The boy was important to the team's morale, and now he was attacking it. Sasuke's prized eyes get punctured clean through with Senbon needles. He dies pretty quickly without pain. He got it the best. Never saw it coming. The Uzumaki chuckled wryly. Sasuke got up from his seat and left the kitchen to go to who knows where. Kakashi-sensei gets desperate, gets sloppy, gets double-teamed, and gets murdered. Horrible to watch. How he died isn't something I want to get into. Use your imagination. Well, that's news. The man spoke uncharacteristically and leaned back as if he resigned himself. When they're done scraping some of Kakashi-sensei off of themselves Wait. Off of themselves? Kakashi interrupted. I did say it was horrible. I also said use your imagination. Now. For me. I shot off my mugshots, blow shit up, and no matter what I did, I got my head chopped clean off. Zabuza was laughing the whole time. Naruto clicked his tongue. After how much I said I hated when other people touch my hair. But your family, they got it horrible, Inari. Want to know why? Inari wasn't sure he wanted to know, hoping this was just a sick joke, but he nodded. They had no one to defend them. Couldn't even defend themselves. I mean, what the hell could you do if we couldn't? Tazuna. Killed. Naruto yelled, frightening the civilian listeners with his abruptness. Beheaded. It was so fast that his head flew like a friggin' ball. Oh damn it all. Where the hell's my sake? I need to get drunk, the man muttered. His eyes swiftly set on the lady of the house, who was startled. Tsunami-san. She lived. I live? It sounded unlikely but found herself wanting to hear more. Oh yeah. You're a pretty woman by anyone's standards. Don't you know what happens to pretty women? I'm not trying to be flattering. Take a guess. Go on, he requested encouragingly. She racked her brains, thinking of a play she had seen before. They're left alone the hostess began. No. Naruto whined, almost disappointed with her answer. Really? They're sold into prostitution. Used as a sex slave for Gato, then sloppy seconds for his thugs. Oh Kami. The woman looked like she was going to weep. Naruto. The warning came again, but Naruto ignored it and continued regardless. The boy held up his hand, fully intending on continuing. His verbal onslaught was reducing everyone. There's more. Let's not forget Inari. Poor boy. He had it the worst when it comes to pain. Naruto remarked with a hint of sarcasm. Inari frowned like a thunderstorm, beginning to look worried. He turned to the boy, as serious as a judge. You lived. Surprise. You got to live, only because of your mother's love for you. Naruto whispered. She sacrificed her chastity so that you could live. You got released. Exiled from Nami no Kuni, almost like some twisted parole. But by the time you finally got some guts to defy Gato, it isn't any surprise that you got killed. Like an animal. Tortured, before he finally died of a weak will. You gave up? Naruto roared the accusation into the boy's face. Chopped to pieces, right in front of Tsunami-san. Boiled then fed to mongrel dogs in the street. Tsunami quickly got up and ran out of the kitchen. Moments later, the sound of vomiting was heard, and everyone looked disheveled. The Uzumaki calmed down and spoke lowly when Tsunami returned. "'Cause yeah, I've got a feeling. It's a curse. I would have liked thinking that something like this can't happen. But it's not just the army of bandits anymore. It's the bandits, plus Zabuza and his buddy biding their time. We lose. This is all because of our incompetence. You don't think we should train, that we should prepare. We'd end up weak physically, because you were weak mentally, because you believed in the wrong thing. You believed so much in Gato's power that we all got annihilated. Why don't you start believing in the right thing, huh? Have a little faith in us? That's all I ask. Tazuna has faith that things can change, and that's why he's trying his best to build the bridge. Your mother barely has the money to feed the lot of us, it's why we four try to only eat once a day in here and eat fish and rations the rest of the time. She didn't have to in the first place, but she's trying to build us so we don't look like sticks when trouble comes. But here we have you." Inari was silent. "You think I just dragged everyone here through the mud? All I said was what could happen. You're worse. Because in truth, it's what you expect to happen. But Gato's not so tough. He killed Kaiza. Gato killed one man," the boy said with the fiercest of acids, stinging as the boy started to cry. "He killed Kaiza, and did the rest of Nami no Kuni not exist? The strongest man in the land of waves, because he was the only one who had faith that things ought to be better. They just watched him die. But here you are, expecting us to lose, and you want us to just watch it happen with you, and not do a single thing about it. I bet that if Kaiza were here, back to life, you'd watch him die all over again." Naruto got up and left the others behind to stew in their thoughts. X equals X equals. He pulled out his sleeping futon and prepared for bed. It was precisely 5:55 p.m. if the clock on the wall was correct. Without dawdling, he settled down on it and lay on his back. It was a bit of an unspoken rule of smarts for ninja, to lie down on their backs so they could get up quickly should they get attacked, to avoid getting hurt by rolling to the sides from the easiest position. He closed his eyes. He was practically counting the seconds that ticked away on the clock on the wall. It was perfect white noise. But that was all he heard. Just the clock. "What do you want, sensei?" he called aloud. The man climbed in from the window nearly instantly before standing in the middle of the room next to where Naruto lay on the floor. "How did you know I was there?" "After what I just said, it would be strange if you weren't talking to me about it. Maybe cussing me out." The boy placed his hands behind his head and stared up into his teacher's masked face. "Even though I was only teasing you about the first so-called curse. Got no intention of blabbing about any of them." "Is it a curse? More or less?" "Knowing about the 9 is like getting poisoned food when you're hungry. It sucks having it, but it does have a few decent perks. So why are you here?" "Your prediction." "Meh. It was fake." "Fake?" The man's visible eye half-lidded in confusion. Then, "Fake. Lies. They were just well-intentioned lies. Couldn't you tell? I must be a better liar than I thought." The way you were getting caught up in your moment I couldn't even tell," Kakashi admitted. "And you were so graphic?" "Nope. I only mentioned what I knew already and made up the rest. The Sasuke thing. I just said that so he wouldn't put too much trust in his eyes when he finally gets his Sharingan. I should help him get it, though, 'cause my back's starting to hurt from carrying this team so much. As for Sakura, I don't think Zabuza would use his sword in an axe drop. That would be a terrible move with his sword. A diagonal drop or a sweep from the side seems the most logical to me." "That's true." Mentally, Hatake berated himself for not realizing that fact. But he nodded for the boy to continue anyway. "Go on. Your death. I didn't have any ideas for that. It just felt like they would try to pair up on you and kill you or something. As for me, Zabuza had been threatening to chop my head off from the beginning, so I figured. And the family? Geez. I got caught up. It hurt me too for saying that, but I was preparing them for what can be the worst eventuality. From personal experience, I know that if you prepare for the worst possible outcome you can imagine, then you won't be shocked, or caught unawares if it does happen. And if it doesn't happen, then it's a small victory anyway. Have to count all the little wins." The Hatake didn't reply, and Naruto found himself wanting to fill the silence. "We need everyone on the same side. It just seemed like Inari wants to cheer for both teams. I'm just trying to get him to pick the right one. And it's this one. I suppose those could be famous words." "Great." Naruto yawned. "Now leave me the hell alone. I'm tired." "About that? It's only 6. And you never keep watch. Your point is? More sleep, more rest, more productivity. Besides, I contribute in other ways. Get off my back, or you're gonna find yourself backing the wrong horse." "What are you implying?" the man asked with an air of danger. "Are you threatening me? Like that?" Naruto sputtered in embarrassment, despite the situation. Forget about that. I meant that for someone else." Kakashi found himself piecing it together, bit by bit. "You helping someone with gambling on horse races?" I said forget about it. No sooner than the hour hand had struck 6 a.m. on the clock when his eyes opened with a jolt and he sat up immediately. Looking around, he noted that the others were still asleep in their respective sleeping areas. Making as little sound as possible, he got out of bed, put on his clothes and went outside, closing the door behind him. As he stared in what he believed was the east, he watched the sun rise over the landscape and radiated its seemingly eternal ethereal glow over it. His countenance felt positive, and he decided that he would do some variant to his usual training. Chapter 9. As he stared in what he believed was the east, he drew in a deep breath and inhaled the crisp morning air. Where, how, and when? All of the knowledge was there, and he knew that he had to do what needed to be done. It was a strict guideline. Ending something like that, however, was as scary as it was necessary, and no matter what angle he tried to think of, he knew that he would eventually do it. How could he allow himself to get knocked out like that? He couldn't do that. It was like a trust fall. Anything could go wrong, even from the beginning at the point of the amount of force. You gotta get knocked the fuck out, Naruto, he said to himself, so don't spoil this. It's gonna be a good day, so don't spoil this. It was around 7 or so minutes past 6. No time could be wasted. Quickly checking if all he had was secure, particularly his weapon, he dashed straight towards the north. He needed to get into the clearing in the forest over there and prepare himself before she got there. Equals x equals x equals. It was around 8 in the morning. She fidgeted with the choker around her neck with her left hand as she walked. The damned neckwear was chafing her underneath, but for sentimental reasons, she kept it on. Perhaps one day, common sense would overrule the sentimentality, but not someday soon. The light weight of the basket in her right hand reminded her that she needed more medical plants and herbs for Zabuza to recover more quickly. Fortunately, he had woken up late last night, but as he claimed upon consciousness, was that she should put him down, 'cause death would be painless. If the man could have said that about the pain, considering the high pain tolerance that he had, it must have been extreme. What, or who is that over there on the ground? She walked a bit closer, but more in a strafing direction that would take her closer to it, instead of directly at the object/form. As she neared, she saw that it was a boy with blonde hair and dark clothing, lying horizontally to her approach. A few meters distance closer, she saw more details. The hair was spiky, the shirt was blue and the pants were black. And he wore gray shinobi sandals. What? She couldn't believe what she was seeing. Wasn't that the same boy who was fighting Zabuza, and even went as far as to steal his sword and sent a clone off with it? She recognized him easily from her observations. Her enemy, the sole genin, besides the jonin teacher, that gave her reason for worry was just lying there. Is he sleeping? She instantly thought of killing him. Not even Sanban. A sharp piece of ice in any of the multitude of vital areas would suffice. No, Haku. He was just trying to do his job of protecting his client. Not to mention, even while we followed the team from the river, he carried on as if he wanted to avoid something troubling. Perhaps he's a good-natured person who likes to avoid fighting when possible. Her other side argued. It was more logical, probably ingrained in her by Zabuza's teachings. Or he's a censor. If he was a censor, how come he's not reacting to your presence? He's completely asleep. Besides, he fought unhindered by the mist. He's a killer. Idealist. At the very least, even if he isn't, we could get some info out of him about the others. Remember what his teacher said? That boy is not normal. He maims with those weapons of his. His shrapnel is deadly. Her argument nearly made her dizzy, her heart racing in skips and hammers. Without even realizing it, she was at his side, and she needed to make a decision. Her morals were warring with the teachings. Just wake him up. Just kill him. Wake him. Kill him. She knelt down beside him, placed her basket down, and reached for his shoulder. Her hand was nearly upon his right shoulder, and if she formed an ice sanban just right, he'd have a hole in his jugular, bleeding out in the grass. Just wake him up. He doesn't know you. He hasn't any reason to suspect you. Keep your fights on the battlefield. You can kill him here as well as anywhere else. You killed your father before, your own kin. What's to stop you from killing some nameless shinobi who's your enemy? Her heart started out of rhythm now, and the edge of her decision was as thin as a hairline. She was tottering on it. A mere slight shift in weight would cause her decision to be determined in an instant as soon as she committed to one. Killing is a necessity, but you've never needed to kill. She could hear Zabuza's burning reproach, similar to all the other times she'd refused to kill for him. You're a disappointment. I ask my tool to get the job done, and she wakes him up instead of killing him. Haku, you're useless. His growling voice spoke like a terrible voice of reason in her mind. In a fit of anger and rage that lasted a second, a shard of ice erupted from her finger that elongated towards the vein. Her vocalization was nearly a yell as she did this, eager to please her master. The boy's eyes snapped open, and he quickly shifted his head and neck towards his left shoulder. The ice stuck into the ground, and in the same moment, the boy on the ground reached his hand up and grasped her upper arm, and pulled down. A split second later, his knee slammed into the side of her head, strong enough to wrench her from his grasp and send her tumbling behind him as he threw her. He quickly got up, and assumed his usual stance with his arms limp and swaying by his heels. Promptly getting up as well, she formed an ice sanban and watched him. Studying him for a second, she was thrown for a loop by his seemingly harmless stance, but she was surprised to see moisture fall from his face. The morning was still very cool, so it was nigh an impossibility that he was sweating. As he looked up at her, his now unshadowed eyes had a few tears running from them freely down his whiskered cheeks. Why? She didn't know how to answer his poignant question. Still confused, she hazarded one. Why what? You were supposed to wake me up. Haku froze. One. How did? I wanted to, but I couldn't, she responded at last, after a long moment. My will is not mine, but I'm an extension of Zabuza-sama's. He'd want you dead. So I have to kill you. The boy shinobi sighed. Maybe there's still a way to prevent this, he said to her. My name's Naruto. And you're Haku, right? How did you dash? I know a lot of things, he interrupted. He felt afraid. There were two things he could do. Tell the truth and kill her, or tell the truth, and she could very possibly kill him. It depended on how much he said. If he acted outside of what he knew, anything could happen, and the consequences would be far-reaching. He spoke the likelier first. I just know a lot. The most important of which is that you won't live past today. But I'm hoping you will, by simply walking away. A threat? Her eyebrows furrowed in an extreme frown, while maintaining a level-eyed glare. No. It's a fact. But it's preventable if you just walk away. Pretend we never met. Why don't you walk away, if you are so caring enough to be concerned with my life? She pondered in sarcasm. Naruto laughed. It was actually a bit refreshing to hear it from someone else for once. Funny thing about that, and time. Two things happened, and there's so much that could happen, but I'm afraid of it. Guess I'm just a fucking coward. We either talked about the idealism of having a precious person to fight for, to protect. She kept quiet, but she was so loud internally, her thoughts racing and her blood started rushing through her inner vessels at a dangerous pace. How much did he really know about her? And after that, we both walked away. We became friends. But in a second format, he continued in all seriousness. We fight, and I killed you. This was a strange thing to announce. How was he speaking like this? No, why? No. That's not the right question. It's what? What is he talking about? Is it that he can see the future? Or dream of different ways the past might have played out? Or simply lying? Who's to say that I won't kill you, instead of me perishing? She stalled, trying to figure out her next move, trying to ascertain the truth or figure out if she was being bluffed. There's no one to say that. But I hope that you'll still just do as I say, Naruto answered. I don't know what you're thinking, I'm not that strong, really. You're stronger than I am. I can't fight you if things change, if any of us change things. He sweated. It was hardwired in him. He was following what he knew, speaking exactly like his visions. How could he possibly expect things to change if he was doing things the same way? He wanted her to make the second decision, for her to do the unexpected thing of going against his visions and leaving because he said so. He, the idiot, doing things by the vision that was going to make him kill her, beginning by turning his back. He knew she wouldn't. But he had played this game of shogi with her, using the same tactics, the same steps. She was going to fight him if he didn't change things. She was stronger than him. She was stronger, faster, had a Kekai Genkai. The only way to beat her was by doing things by the vision, but the visions were always right. The visions showed him killing her. He started to cry afresh. He wiped them away. He hoped that she would do things differently. But to show you how much faith I have in you, Haku, I'll walk away from you. Just do the same. Please. Just leave too. I can't die here, and I don't want to kill you. Please, just go. He turned his back and started doing just that. He prayed. Haku suddenly felt the need to laugh. Was he a shinobi? Blind faith in total strangers? Never mind how he knew so much about her. But she knew nothing about him other than the fact that he was strong enough to fight Zabuza. Perhaps she should take him up on his offer. No. He said he wasn't strong. That had to be a lie. He couldn't be trusted. Useless tool, Zabuza said in her mind. All reasoning fled from her. 3 ice senbon formed between the grips of her fingers and she threw them, aiming for his heart. They flew without a sound. Naruto was still walking away, and just before the ice needles killed him, he turned sideways to the needles and they passed him harmlessly. Holding her eyes for a moment, Naruto's heart dropped. The sound of the needles embedding in a tree suddenly caused them to sprint towards each other, but just before they clashed, he seemingly hesitated and stopped, reassuming his stance. She rushed fully towards him, forming more senbon midway, and held them in between her fingers like claws. She lunged forward with it to his ostensibly unguarded torso, but he caught her hand at the wrist with his left hand and slammed his right into the crook of her elbow. With a slight change in the angle of her hand, he had her curling her own creation back to her face. He stopped for a second, having her watch the senbon stop just an inch before her face. As the moment passed, he pushed her away from him. Just walk away, Haku, was all he stated. He was still following the vision. He knew she wouldn't. She didn't. No. You don't understand. This is something I must do. As she uttered the last, she had reached back to him again. Lest he make her death look like her own accident, she released her grip on the senbon and settled for pure taijutsu. She threw a punch at his throat, trying to incapacitate him. He seemed deliberate to wait before he grabbed her hand with both of his own. In a single wrenching moment, he made a full-body swing with her arm and she went with the turn. She fell flat onto her back in a small toss-up and away. Her kimono was soiled now, but she didn't care for that as her wind was knocked out from under her. He walked over to her at the side and looked down. Please, just stop. Please. He thought of running. He didn't, because he had no idea what would happen. She wanted to kill him. She had somehow pursued his shadow clone through mist and guile and killed it. She was faster than him. He'd be vulnerable. The vision said he had to stay and fight, and he needed her to stop fighting because he couldn't stop himself. She kept her emotions under control with a single gasp for air, before forcing herself up from her back and raising her whole leg to kick him to the temple. Again, he caught her offensive right leg at the ankle and started swinging her. He got the flash of a memory of what he did to Mizuki as he did this, and it scared him. Rather than swing her into something particularly hurtful, he was considering just letting her land back in the grass in decreasing speed, but then he got a glimpse under her kimono. Ah, damn it. He let go abruptly, severely flustered. All he had seen was underwear, but that was almost more than enough for his hormones. I should have remembered that. Damn. The girl fell head and shoulders first away from him and finally landed in a crumpling heap not too far from a tree. Deciding to just abandon taijutsu, she went through several hand seals and announced a technique. Hayaton, Chime Teki Sudaraiki. Ice release, mortal strikes. Ice started forming on each of her fingertips on both hands, taking only a split second to be 3-inch elongated spikes. She threw them off her fingers with a slack wrist, and all 10 spikes were heading for the blonde in haste. Naruto ceased his episode and readied himself with a kunai to close the distance towards them. He sidestepped some, deflected others as he inched his way towards her. She was chucking them off rapidly non-stop but somehow, in her befuddled mind, was still able to be unharmed by them as he reduced his own time to react to them. She knew she was fast. But he wasn't fast. No. He was quick to react. He was at first 10 meters from her when he first started repelling her continuous attack. Now he was 7 meters away. Then 5. Now 3. In desperation, she decided to use her trump card, using several hand seals unique to her and using more of her chakra since she had no water for natural aid. Haku no Hijitsu, Makio Hyosho. Haku secret jutsu, demonic mirroring ice crystals. Haku suddenly saw her breath in front of her upon exhalation. The ice mirrors were made. Naruto saw ahead of him, and his peripherals and previous experience told him he was in a dome of said mirrors. However, he didn't miss a beat on his advance. He sprinted at her dead-on when she created the technique, and by the time it was completed he was only a mere 2 feet from her. At that distance, she was in the act of leaping backward to enter the mirror, but the attempt went for naught as he used all of his running momentum, and his forward lunging force in his right hand to catch her throat in a grip, and slammed her into the ground. Her air threatened to leave her all at once, but the strangling grip of his on her throat forbade it from occurring. All of a sudden, his index and his thumb on her throat pressed almightily on the blood vessels under the jaw hinges to the back, the act cutting off blood flow to the brain. He was crouching next to her writhing form on the ground, looking repentant while practically cutting off all living requirements between her head and body, not to mention oxygen, and she panicked. Her vision became speckled and marred with dark spots to the corners and increased, like small puddles of water joining together to make a large one. Her vision became tunneled, shrinking as she began to die. No. She gurgled in desperation for self-preservation. I-L-L-L, Ave. St, op. Pl, ease. Naruto felt like he wanted to cry as he watched the girl in her hysterics to live. He let up a bit, and the girl was quick to capitalize on it with a substitution. She hadn't the presence of mind to use an ice clone that could skewer him with ice shards. She only used a log that took her to the trees. The dome's mirrors fell to the ground, and Naruto was quick to step out of their way and dodge them. As they collapsed like a stack of cards, he finally dived out of the scrum before the last of the overhead ones crushed him. Rolling as his upper body made contact with the ground first, he ignored the still relatively intact mirrors and stared at the girl who was panting for breath in an attempt to recover. Well? Will you leave? Haku didn't answer straight away, but she soon did as she tried to correct her breathing. You still hurt my master. That I must avenge. If I beat Zabuza, what chance would you stand? I'm not implying that you're weak. The Uzumaki hesitated. We started as friends, in another time. It's because of this why I don't want to kill you, so you can escape and leave. Don't you want to live? Haku stared at the boy. It sounded as if he was pleading with her. And he was right. Several times, he could have dispatched her. Why was she still fighting? Why won't you leave? She asked, almost stern. He didn't know how to explain. I'm strong at certain points of the day. No one can beat me in times like those. But when I stop, and start trying to escape, it wears off. And I get weak. You'd beat me, no problem. I don't even know if you would spare me. I'm afraid. It was a confusing response, but at the core of it, she could hear the lie. That's not the real reason, but I suppose it's fair that you can't divulge your secret to your enemy. but for Zabuza, I am his tool. I must be prepared to fight by his side at all times. She replied with an equally emotional tone. I must be prepared to die for him too. Naruto did not move for a full minute. When he did, he assumed a new stance. His legs were still the same, but his right fist was reared back fully and rested close to his side, and his open palm out in front of him. Tears ran anew down his face as he did so. Haku, run. I'm a coward. I'd do anything for my friends, but the visions don't want to risk me letting you escape. They've always been right. I'm sorry. I was afraid of this. Everything's winding down to the cutoff time. I'm begging you, Haku. Run. I'm about to kill you. I don't know how to do anything else. I'm going to kill you, he screamed. Run. She was still silent. Her look was still questioning, but beyond that indication, she got the feeling that the boy was grieving, speaking as if he was out of control of his body. She felt afraid. Reason, fear, and the flight response in her screamed for her to run away as quickly as possible in the direction away from the boy. He could have killed her so many times. Her conscience, ideals, and the Zabuza mentality yelled for her to continue fighting, and she remained. By the time she was ready to make her choice to fight, she fell victim to a dizzying haymaker to her jaw and she fell out of the tree on her side. Ack! As her eyes stared upwards, she saw that a clone of Naruto crouched on the branch next to her previous location that still had its arms stuck straight out as if to emphasize how hard a hit she just took. The kunoichi heard footsteps running towards her, and she quickly got up to face the sound. She was greeted by the sight of Naruto going on the full offensive in a headlong rush. Within less than no time, she had up a shaking guard to protect her chest, a lowered chin to protect her neck, and tensing her gut in readiness. In pointless readiness. Now face to face with each other, the boy let loose. Quickly grabbing her arms, he pulled her closer, practically flinging his Hitayate-covered forehead into her bare one, crashing it into her skull. Stunned, she stumbled backward, flailing wildly without bearings, but he kept his grip on her arm. His fist curling upwards towards her elbow, savagely broke the joint with an audible snap. Agag! With all of her experience in the medical field, she knew that she could never continue her job as a kunoichi, let alone continue the fight. A break like that in that particular area was horrible, on paper. In real life, it was much worse. He still didn't let go of her arm. In pain and horror, she realized that he was breaking her down. The close range was where he excelled. She tried to beat off his grip with her free hand, but it was a doomed attempt. She knew that. He also did, but he wasn't about to release her. He yanked on her broken arm back still closer to himself. Ignoring her yelps of pain, he grabbed her uninjured arm as well and held them both out straight before planting his foot squarely in her chest. With that, he pushed his foot forward away from him, while pulling her arms towards him. He continued despite her screams until with a grunt, he yanked her arms out of their shoulder sockets. Naruto was nearly deafened at the vocals, but he couldn't bring himself to stop. The visions walked him through so far and still did. Right until the bitter end. He released the grip he had on her arms, and he slammed both of his palms on her ears. Her eardrums nearly ripped apart and all she heard was a ringing drone, not even her own screaming as he grabbed onto the back of her head and brought it down hard, to meet his rising knee, almost shattering her nose bridge. Haku was knocked back. If pain was a sound, it would be her screaming. Naruto raised both of his fists and readied himself for the last. One straightforward punch to the gut made her double over, a reflex she instantly regretted as she got a curling upwards uppercut punch, a knuckle almost destroyed her eye, and made her stand straight again. Haku found herself wishing for death, and knew she would soon have it. I failed you, Zabuza-sama. I couldn't beat him. The logical side was silent. A thrusting kick to the left knee with his right heel nearly broke her kneecap, and she fell flat, face first into the grass. The boy didn't leave her be. Naruto went behind her and lifted her by the shoulders, and forcing her to be on her knees. He held onto her hair, keeping her upright. It was undignified. She wasn't about to die on her feet, dying for Zabuza on the field of battle. She was going to die alone in a field. She was a mess. She had broken bones, yes. All of her felt like glassware smashed to bits. She prayed for respite in between as she gasped for breath to assuage the lung that wasn't punctured by broken ribs. Blood dribbled up, and she coughed it out, splattering the grass in front of her. She felt something circular press into her back, but after a moment of thought, she realized that Naruto was holding his creation there, the same that had shredded Zabuza in the leg and chest. With it pressed into her heart like that, it was certain to kill her. I'm sorry, Haku. It's okay, she whispered hoarsely. She had mostly lost her voice. I shouldn't have gone so far. Maybe, sometime during your practical torture, I thought you would substitute and run away. He sounded like he was trying to explain something away, to excuse himself, but it was pathetic sounding. I wanted you to do something else. I hoped you'd run. The girl gave a long, heaving sigh, followed by a slow painful intake. The boy was so strange. She hadn't figured him out. I don't know you. But you seem to know me so well. I dislike boasting, but why insist that you're weak? She couldn't see Naruto but could feel him shifting like he was fidgeting in nervousness. A secret? I can see the future, he said at last. Her eyes widened in surprise. She'd considered this in the beginning. She had been right. Haku suspected that he'd just admitted more to her than to most people in his life. He wasn't going to let her live. By now, it wasn't a gloat. He said it, trying to absolve himself of her murder, hoping that she'd understand. Haku knew the answers to her own burning questions, despite knowing the answers as the pieces began to fall together into place. If you'd told me that earlier, she started morosely, I would have left. But you'd have told Zabuza. I probably would have. It's clear you wanted me to leave in peace, but you expected me to stay. Is that what you saw in the future? Did you see what's happening now? He started crying. I can barely do anything right if I don't rely on the visions. I was just doing what I saw. Then you were weak, she agreed. She thought that she had figured him out now, and it made her feel better. It makes you a bit selfish, and rather stupid. You can't expect different results if you do things the same way you predict them. I know. But they always show what's best for me. And they showed that you would kill me? Was that what was best for you? He didn't want to answer. I let you go right now, what would you do? Her eyes dimmed. She was starting to drown in blood. I'd muster all my strength to make it to Zabuza and warn him that he cannot win. She thought of his earliest reaction. He had described an alternate future. He knew of a time where they had become friends. A different time? A different Haku who decided to wake him up instead of making the mistake of trying to kill him? How were they now? What did he see? Somehow, Haku found herself jealous of the one who made the different choice. I wanted, he said slowly, I want to be someone that people can rely on. That's half of it. I want to be someone that people can rely on, visions or not. Like I am now, they're not relying on me. They're relying on the visions too. I think they're selfish sometimes. I hate them, and I hate that I need them. I need the crutches. They wanted to let Sasuke die, and they forced me to kill you. It's hard for me to try to do anything outside of what I see, because I'm scared of things not working out. I understand. But they can't absolve you. Everything's still your choice. The visions are risk-free to you. They preserve your best interest. They might not be in yours, or the people dear to you. If you want something outside of what you see, then you'll have to wade through it blindly. He didn't speak. She was right. He had to take chances. You'd have escaped if I had told you the truth, Naruto argued weakly. Tell Zabuza. Tell anybody who you thought should know. Then everyone would have been after me. I'm sorry. Maybe I didn't want to risk it. I'll take it to my grave. But I wanted us to be friends. She could hear him crying. She felt chakra being molded behind her but knew not why. She guessed it was the weapon. She was about to be killed. I want us to be friends too, she replied with a weak smile. One eye had swollen shut, and the other wandered. She spied a few of the herbs nearby that she had originally come here to collect for Zabuza's medicine. Strange. I didn't come here to make friends. I didn't come here to die. And he's going to fight my master. She then thought of the boy who had now killed her. They were so amicable and got along well. He'd put her through so much, holding back, pleading, capturing, the torturous beating. He wanted her best interest, but he didn't go about it correctly. She hoped that she had helped him change for the better. Isn't that what friends did for one another? We can be friends later, Naruto-kun? She meant the afterlife. Friends. Naruto agreed, shedding a tear. Haku, for some reason, realized that she was happy. It lasted only for a moment. The fuse in the bomb tag at the base of the mugshot ran out. The weapon fired shrapnel like a dragon's breath that blew Haku's heart out apart to the floor to pieces. X equals X equals. Naruto sighed as he left the area in a small daze. Immediately walking to the sea in the location that wasn't too far where the others trained in water walking, he just let his whole body fall in. The sea became colored red with the blood that washed off of him, none of it was his. Dirt washed off of him too. First, it became instant mud that dissolved away that clouded the water around him. Kakashi Hatake just watched his student lie face down in the water. Naruto, we missed you at breakfast. Naruto spun in the water and lied belly up so he could respond. I'm not in the mood for your jokes, sensei. What kind of, or whose blood is that? The man was puzzled. Have enough reason to believe that it won't be yours under any circumstances. So? My friends. The man's head swiveled around to see Sasuke and Sakura watching him with wide and concerned eyes, and then turned back to the Uzumaki. They're right here. I met her this morning. You killed a girl you met this morning? The man sputtered. What ? She was the mist hunter Nin who rescued Zabuza. The man was so confused. I don't understand. Just give me a day to myself. The boy said in a choked-up voice. Hatake was a man of many talents and skills. But he couldn't discern if it was seawater on the boy's face, or if he was actually crying. Taking that his sorrow-filled vibe was any indication to give him time to grieve, he walked his other two students further down the beach from the blonde. X =X=. It had been a week since Zabuza last saw Haku. At first, only two thugs that normally accompanied Gato brought him food and water, but he was perturbed when he hadn't seen his subordinate. Where is she? He muttered to himself for the 50th time since waking up that morning. Somewhere, deep down, he knew that he should go out and look for her. As he rehabilitated himself by training, he actually missed her voice telling him to take it easy. His normal rejoinder was to reply something along the lines of her worrying too much. Now it was he who must be worrying too much. All of this was downright weird and suspicious. The girl wouldn't leave him alone for more than 16 hours straight, much less so many days. He felt the need to go investigate, but the call to train to kill the team took priority. Finally, he just gave up. He got beaten and made to look the fool by a punk, a genin, no less. Bereft of his skills, of his sword, and losing his senses. Oi, Momochi, a nameless thug called. The cook sent dinner for you. He mumbled something unintelligible that the thug decided to accept as a sign of gratitude before leaving the plate of food on the table. Getting up, he felt a sharp pain arc through his chest, but he pushed through it. He must have strained himself again. Finally reaching the table, he was surprised to see a note underneath the bowl as he took it up off the tray. I'm sorry about Haku. But I blame you for her mentality. She felt that she had to die to serve you as some pathetic tool, and I was forced to kill her. That's my fault as much as yours. You'd better watch out because I'm coming for your head. Naruto. The man read through the note once. Then twice, then 5 times more. He read it a countless number of times before he turned back to his food and dashed it to the ground in the angst of his emotions. He killed Haku? He asked himself unbelieving. Then she was just a worthless tool, after all. Did she let him kill her or something? She was too soft. Scarcely a second later, he was off into the night by bounds and painful leaps, deciding to just look for the area that she claimed she would be in to get medicinal herbs. Upon arrival, the full moon revealed nothing strange or out of the ordinary in the clearing. The flowers gently swayed in the night wind as he looked around. Yelling her name once, he saw what looked like a wide patch of dirt. It was made noticeable due to the fact that everywhere else was grass. He walked over to it slowly, wary of a possible trap. When he was certain of none, he noticed her basket on the patch of dirt, and he feared that it was a grave marker. It can't be. It's a trick. He yelled mentally. You're saying that because you're afraid to check if I'm there. Haku's voice sounded in his head. You're not in there. He growled back. A pity. You must be scared of desecrating my grave, afraid that it might be profanity. That's a lie, he shouted. I'll show you. He was like one insane. He pulled Kubikiribocho off of his back and slammed it into the patch, digging through it like a shovel. After 10 seconds, he stopped and dug with his hands. His hands hit something hard, and he discovered that it was a branch of a brittle tree. There were several of these large boughs, and he ripped them all away. Something told him to stop. It was a cover, likely to stop burrowing animals, but he continued. As the sight underneath was revealed, he turned away. It was too late. The image would stay. She was set in the position of that of a corpse lying in a casket with her hands folded over the chest area, and lying straight. Her favorite pink kimono with the plum-colored swirls was muddy and dirty and bloodied. Her pretty face was marred with the onset of rot, but plain enough to show peace. Her chest had gaping holes in it. While Zabuza could tell what weapon did that number on her, there seemed to have been some effort on the boy's part to partially piece it back together, but he'd failed. The deterioration of her body in the grave and the maggots that made their home in her flesh made sure of that. The smell that rose up was atrocious. Naruto. I'm going to kill you. Zabuza bit out. He heard footsteps behind him above in the grave and he looked up to see the very same looking down on him. I'll get you first, Zabuza. Doesn't matter if you come for me, or try to run. I'm gonna kill you. I promise. The shadow clone of Naruto then dispersed. The swordsman was all alone again, in the grave standing above the girl who died to serve him. Chapter 10. Kakashi slid backward in a running man stance. Without missing a beat, he was already dashing the stocky man again, with his hands already going through hand seals. Raiton, Jibashi. Lightning release, electromagnetic murder. Even his enclosed distance, the man still leaped to the side and dodged the electricity that arced through his previous place in a showy burst of speed. If it had been more direct, Kakashi suspected that he wouldn't have missed. He glanced over to Naruto, who was squaring off with the demon of the hidden mist, and secretly worried, though this was despite Naruto telling him frequently not to. Pulling his attention away from his student, he refocused on the shipping magnate, who seemed to be like some sort of soft and pudgy speed demon. The man was fighting in his business suit. Of all eccentricities that Kakashi had seen, even larger than his own, or even guys, this one had to be the strangest he had ever laid eyes on. Kakashi Hatake of the Sharingan Eye? Gato said with a rather devious, yet taunting smirk. I expected more from you. And I expected you to be like this, he replied plainly. Naruto had already told him how the day was going to turn out, so like him, nothing could surprise him or faze him. It didn't stop him from fretting though. What with Sakura and Sasuke holding off and even killing Gato's thugs and general no-gooders, Tazuna having the nerve to drink while watching them, and Naruto fighting a very dangerous A-ranked missing Nin who was one of the legendary swordsmen, with an even more notorious sword. Kakashi struggled to find a reaction in himself. He wondered how he would have felt if he hadn't been told about the day's events. Is this how Naruto lives? The man muttered. To expect everything, and unable to genuinely react unless it's truly earth-shattering? To know people's hearts before they themselves knew? A gift? A curse, as he said? He shook his head. For now, it helps. I still need to. Although he expected it and braced himself for it, he got decked in his right cheek and sent flying away a dozen meters and straightened up in a bounce as soon as he touched the ground. I can't believe I had to get my hands dirty. The shipping magnate cackled. And I can't believe I had to fight a mediocre user of a swift release, the Hatake said dryly. I've heard tales of people who've had it, and they're supposed to be strong. You're just a little faster than the average jonin, and I've got a rival, he said, the word sounding strange in his mouth, a rival who's plenty times faster than you. He rubbed his face with the lateral side of his arm to alleviate the sting. The man wasn't necessarily even strong, but he was using his entire body to overpropel his attacks. He had to run and intercept the scarecrow at full speed, before hitting him to exaggerate the attacks. The punch was more of a push than an extended piston. Gato clearly wasn't an experienced fighter. Good against untrained civilians, that much was true. Other than that, Kakashi was sure that his head would have been knocked clean off his body from the single punch if the man even knew how to properly throw one. Regardless, he was still an annoying person to fight, like a fly that always escaped getting swatted at the last minute. Without the Sharingan, at least. Naruto claimed that he needed to stall the man. But what next? Naruto, on the other hand, wasn't lost in thought like his teacher, or lost in a melee fight like his teammates. He was lost in a memory, thinking of how he should have met Haku. 1 week before, meeting with Haku. He had decided to try some variant to his training that morning. He took to the forests for some privacy, and once there, had created a gauntlet of shadow clones to run through. He had once tried this training regimen a few days prior, but Tazuna wasn't pleased that a stray rock nearly brained him when he came out to investigate the noises of yelling and grunting. Lest he harm someone else, he needed some privacy. The gauntlet consisted of 2 long lines of clones who were all armed with Kage copies of his blade baton, rocks, and anything else they scavenged about the place, 2x4s, even a metal pole. Naruto got the feeling that he was under control. Not his, but something else's. He recognized the feeling and knew that it was what he called the 4 experience. He decided that he would just let things progress naturally, and so it did. Halfway running and fighting through his gauntlet, suffice to say, he got knocked out by a flailing large block of wood to the back of his head. HWK, up. His eyes rolled around under his eyelids as he came to. He felt some pressure on his shoulder and it shook as if someone was shaking him by it. As he opened the windows of his sight, he saw that what he had presumed was right. His vision was blurred at first but soon cleared as he saw someone crouched next to him. Hey, wake up. You shouldn't sleep out here. He pushed her aside as he got up. I wasn't sleeping. I was, well, unconscious, yeah. But not sleeping. The girl frowned. Unconscious? As he turned from her, she saw him grasp the back of his head in pain. Were you attacked or something of the sort? You ask too many questions, he bit out shortly. He had no idea why he would speak this way, but he was under the influence of the 4 experience. All he did was for a reason, but it was only a few times he did have control over himself during this rather mystical event. That wasn't always preferable and could make things unpredictable. I'm sorry, right, he heard himself say. Ugh, my head hurts, and it's doing wonders for my mood. She nodded in understanding. From Naruto's perception and eye for detail, He felt that she may have seen his case already with other people. That's quite all right. Are you sure that you're fine? You just said that you were unconscious. And I can see. She looked around and saw only the few things that he brought to train. A metal pole, stones, and a piece of lumber. Glancing aside, she saw his weapon. And this thing. You were attacked? She asked again. He turned to her to see what she was talking about and saw that she was holding his primary weapon. Hold on. Best give that to me before you cut yourself. She gave it to him laterally. He felt that it was a bit too much of a show that a civilian would go through to hand over a weapon. Many would just give him handle first, thinking that he wouldn't kill them with the sharp end, or for their safety, hold the handle first and give it to him at the sharp end. This person, however, gave it to him laterally to avoid offending him, while negating any risk of hurting herself. Furthermore, it gave her a decent leeway to dodge should he become hostile towards her. Huh? Okay. He thanked her as he took it from her. You didn't say you were a ninja. Her eyebrows lifted. I'm not. What would give you that idea? The way you gave me back my weapon. Or the fact that you so easily noticed something as barely out of place like a river stone, nearly surrounded by the grass. You just assumed that I had something to do with it. She smiled, which confused him. He tensed himself but was surprised when she giggled a bit. Well, that's true. I am. He frowned at her blatant confession. Weirdo, he said, yet the offhand insult only amused her. Well, thanks for your concern, and I'll take it that your non-violent approach towards me was done to avoid a confrontation. Guess I'll honor it. Seeing that you he made dramatic air quotes at this, have some actual concern for me, what did you want? She brought a finger up to her chin and stroked it. Well, I came here to pick some herbs. Since you and I both know that we're possibly countercombatants, would you still help me collect them for my master's ill health? What was this girl up to? She was so open with him. It's Zabuza, isn't it? She didn't even hesitate. Yes. Naruto wasn't sure how to react and settled for trying to look disinterested. Meh, I knew he was going to live anyway. The sooner he gets back up to fighting snuff, we can duke it out and everyone can go about their daily lives. He said firmly with reckless abandon. Sure. Point out the kinds of herbs you want. Following her direction, they then each made their way around the clearing side by side, picking out what she needed. They chatted like friends during this, rather than enemies. There were several key topics argued like what kind of moral and idealism they both fought for. Naruto told her his, and she hers to him. She quickly had all the herbs she needed, so much so that the basket was nearly overflowing, but they continued talking long after that. Naruto hoped that this incident could be repeated. He did enjoy her company and hoped that they wouldn't need to fight to the death the next time they met. Well, thank you for your time, Naruto-san. Yours too. Hold on, if you can help Zabuza, can you fix my head? Oh, yes, she said with a giggle. Because you have that much faith in a complete stranger? Hey, you're definitely strange, but you're not that much of a stranger to me anymore. She patted his shoulder. As are you, friend. Yes. I have some experience in using the mystical palm technique. But you'll have to exercise blind faith and turn your back to me, while I lay hands on your head. Do you have that much trust in me? It was apparent that she had expected him to refuse, but he surprised her by accepting. A few minutes later, his head no longer hurt him. Well, this has got to be the weirdest day I've ever had the pleasure of living. Blind faith, huh? Friends? He held out his hand to shake. She took his hand without hesitation. Friends. If we see each other on the battlefield, let's just fight to knock each other unconscious, he asked hopefully. She formed 3 sanban from ice between her fingers. I excel at doing that, you needn't worry for your life. Naruto was only mildly surprised. Oh, right. The ninja who jumped in to knock out Zabuza with needles to the neck. His realization took a bit longer to catch up. Haku, you scared the hell out of me at the river, he yelled. And sanban to the neck? Damn, that's crazy. How'd you even practice something like that? She chuckled wholeheartedly at this and only replied that it was talent. Really? I guess I got talent too. Maybe you'll find out soon what it is. He took out his weapon and swiped it down hard to release the catch. I'll fight to knock you out too. But don't do me dirty with that senbon to the neck thing. It's really scary to think about. Like, what if you miss? Haku laughed it off. Goodbye, Naruto-san. Take care, until next we meet. Sayonara, Haku-chen. And with that, the friends and enemies turned their backs in an about turn and left in separate directions. Blind faith in one another, to not strike each other in the back. And he admired that. He wanted it to happen again. It didn't happen. A tear ran down his cheek as he barely expended the effort to dodge the man's dropping slash. Was it because I was a coward? Because I didn't want to knock myself out? Is it because I decided to just take a half-hour nap hoping for the same effect? Is it my fault why I bonded with her without her even knowing of it, and then killing her? All I had to do was allow myself to get knocked out, and I freaked out. I've never forced myself into a vulnerable state like that. Even when I'm asleep, I know I'll be okay. But being unconscious? Anything could have happened to me during that time. I could have even gotten brain damage for Cammy's sake. I was afraid. You son of a goddamn bitch. You killed my tool. Your fucking life is mine. More tears ran freely. They clouded and blurred his vision, but he had the knowledge necessary to even dodge the elder man's strikes with his eyes closed. I messed up. Did I poison time against myself? He yelled at the man. The swordsman was confused, and even the others looked up to see the Uzumaki awash in tears. Is it your fault? Or mine? I did one thing wrong, just one thing. One thing. And she's dead. Is it my fault? No. He whispered in stark realization. No. She wanted to fight for you, said she would die for you. It's your fault. It's your fault? The swordsman saw the youngster caught up in his moment and stopped as well. What's your problem? You killed her. Not me. I'm avenging her, not you. Pull yourself together, Naruto, the boy muttered, as he visibly flinched from the Nukanin's accusation. Damn it all, I don't know anymore. I just wanted to be her friend, you know? We met, and we became friends. But just before that actually happened, I messed things up. Because after all my training to inflict self-injury, it turns out that I didn't have the balls to knock myself out to meet her in the end. I just took a nap. Does that make sense? He spoke more to himself than to anyone else, but his voice carried to most of everyone there. Naruto. Kakashi called out in jest. If we survive this, I'll see to it that you get counseling. If you don't mind, wrap this up before the rest of us get seriously hurt or worse. 3, 2, 1. The man said in a countdown as if preparing himself. The man was sent flying away by another punch to the face by Gato. I'd rather worse, the businessman said, dragging his cane against the ground, filing it down to a sharpened point. Naruto turned back to face the swordsman. I suppose my teacher's right. The future isn't always set in stone, but I poisoned it against myself. I can't keep second-guessing my actions. Whoa. Deja vu for that deja vu. And again, alright stop. I hate that cycle. Naruto slapped his own cheek in chastisement and ignored the older man's befuddled stare. She's right. I can use what I have for everyone's benefit, and I'll have to be the one to change things if they don't. I suppose I can grieve later. That won't happen, provided you have a snowball's chance in hell of killing me, but, well, you can't fight me. I know everything that you'll do. You can't win. Zabuza hesitated for a long moment. The brat knew what he would do? Like a Sharingan, if that was how it worked? Seeing the future? Time traveling? Preposterous. You've got some dojutsu, brat? I can tell that you don't believe me. But I don't care. Come on, Momochi, let's finish this, the blonde said plainly. He lifted his blade baton and pointed at the man in a challenge. She's not here to bail you out if things get tough, and you don't have to worry about my teacher's intervention. This is strictly between us. Zabuza studied the boy with care. So far, he had demonstrated himself to be more than a credible threat. Even when he had gone all soft with his emotions, he still made him look like a fool using a sledgehammer to kill an ant when a single sandal would have been enough. He was quick to dodge, probably had brutal finishes, and seemed to have some sort of trump card that ensured his victory, or was at the very least trying to get into his head. Before he could hesitate or lose face and influence, he lifted Kubikirabocho and slammed it midway on the side of the bridge. He repeated it twice more until it cracked and kept on it like a wild animal until he broke it in two. The large upper part fell off into the water below, but he did not mind. Once he killed everyone, the sword would rebuild itself from the iron in the blood. What he broke off could be dubbed as old blood, and the brat in front of him had the new. Naruto wasn't fazed in the least, he had expected the action. Now, half the weight and length means twice as easier to swing. Twice as easy means you'll be dead twice as fast. Zabuza remarked with a toothy smirk. If the sword makes the man a swordsman, Uzumaki countered. Then you're now half of zero. You've defied logic to become worse than you were before. A growl was all he had as a warning before he had to leap back to avoid a horizontal swing. Nothing elaborate. Still relies on brute force, rather than intricate swordplay. He tapped a seal at his belt while expending a little chakra to unseal a yellow balloon. Watch me disarm you without me even hitting you. Ready? Naruto quickly gripped the baton in his teeth while removing shuriken from his pouch. A second later, 3 shurikens were headed for Zabuza's face, chest, and gut. Fearing that he could be subject to a trap if he avoided them, he decided that he'd block them by holding his sword upside down at a diagonal angle. Although it briefly blocked his vision of the boy, he was able to peer around the blade, just in time to see a balloon breaking on impact on his fingers holding the sword. It didn't feel painful. "What was that, brat?" the man demanded as he reassumed his stance. "Vegetable oil," he said simply, after removing the baton from his mouth and holding it tightly again. "Why don't you take a swing, huh?" Zabuza couldn't believe the audacity of the boy. Did he think that this was some kind of a game? Cooking oil? He ignored the boy's jest as he charged at him. The boy simply stood still as he deliberately waited. He didn't move an inch. Zabuza sensed no further action from him. He was being baited, but he could perceive no comeuppance. The boy still waited. Fine. He'd chop him in half. Zabuza swung the sword at the boy's midsection in a wide swing, and Naruto only blinked. The man was sure that the brat was done for, but his weapon slipped from his grasp from his customary excess force and the sword's weight. The Zanbato swung and curved around Naruto and flew off in a spinning frenzy until it cleaved through two bandits at the waist who never saw it coming as they charged at the other two genin. Halved organs, blood, and other such gut filler splattered over the people there and was enough to startle Tazuna enough to quit his drinking. He continued soon after in celebration. "Hip hip hooray for friendly attacks," the man cheered in a slur. "The good-for-nothings could use some more hits like that." Sakura was disturbed as some splashed her all over her lower torso, but Sasuke seemed to handle it fairly well. "Scratch 2, from Naruto," he muttered. "That means 2 less for me to put down." "What the fuck, Momochi?" Gato screamed. "Watch what you're doing." Zabuza turned away from the sight of his sword bereft of him, and back to the boy who still hadn't moved, who glared at him. "You do realize that you're going to die, don't you?" Naruto remarked with stark evenness. "I'm not some harmless fool just because I lost my sword," the man answered angrily with a scowl. Leaping backward, he ran through nearly a dozen hand seals. Suetun, Daibakufu no Jutsu. Water release, great waterfall technique. A huge deluge of water rose from the side of the bridge and forced everyone to move to avoid getting pummeled. Recognizing the event from Naruto's descriptions, Kakashi had to grab Tazuna and leaped back away with his charge over his shoulder. Naruto, instead of running away like smart people, sprinted to the waterfall before it crashed down onto him, and practically dived through the foot of it. Zabuza was gloating as he was sure that his A-rank technique had smeared the boy, but the boy emerged on his side breathing heavily. He whispered something to himself along the lines of path of least resistance, before he sprinted towards the older man in a near kamikaze run. Before Zabuza could regain the offensive by using another technique, Naruto was already swinging his baton, blunt side down, in a drop at the man's head in a right-handed feint, before using his left hand to punch the man in the liver. The older man went to block the baton, and also caught the boy's fist in his right. He was about to simply knee the shorter boy in the chest when Naruto twisted the baton and pulled it back to him. His arm stung, he'd been cut. Naruto boy had dragged the blade portion of the baton over his arm. Deciding to just grit through the pain and kick the boy after all, he followed through, only to hear a cracking sound below him and yelled in pain. Quicker in thought and knowing ahead, the boy had just smashed into it with his baton handle when both attacks met each other halfway. "Graph. I'm right arm dominant," Naruto commented coolly. He then slashed upwards at the man's hand that still held onto his fist, and made a savage cut there under the wrist. It wasn't sharp or powerful to cut clean through the hand, it was strong enough to cut through his tendons that controlled the fingers and severing blood vessels. Blood ran freely and dripped as Zabuza's hand downgraded from being able to make fists and hand seals to only doing a limp slap. No more jutsus, no more zanbato, and no haku. The Uzumaki neatly backpedaled a few steps before Zabuza could throw a haymaker at his throat with his better arm. He knew that Zabuza was practically finished already, and it was barely 15 minutes since everyone met each other on the bridge. Damn it, Naruto thought, is this why the visions made me kill her? So you wouldn't have any backup if I let her escape on bad terms? She could have been killing my team right now, or backing you up against me. Could I have fought you both at once? Probably not. He twirled the baton and caught it neatly at the handle again in decent showmanship as he prepared his stance. Time to go, Zabuza. Zabuza felt a pang of fear but quickly suppressed it. If the boy was this strong now, what would he be like in months? Years? He had a brief strike of cold shivers but stood as best he could on both his hurt and uninjured legs. Do it then. All of this won't bring her back, anyway. I know. Naruto ignored all else as he held his baton to the side, angled low to the ground as he charged the man. I bet it's your fault. If she didn't feel like she had to die for you, things would have turned out differently. Naruto knew he was taking out his frustration on Zabuza, trying to make him the reason and fault that he had killed Haku. Zabuza held up his better arm in preparation, holding a kunai, while holding his worse-off one close to his chest in a flimsy injured stance. He thought of escaping. He ought to run. He would be hunted by the ninjas here, he, on the run and being chased and killed by a genin without dignity, or the mist hunter nin soon enough. He wouldn't get far on a useless leg, and he'd be leaving his sword and haku behind. On the alternative, he couldn't fight anymore with his injuries, he was done for. With stark clarity, he chose to die where he stood. Do it. The boy roared as he made it within arm's reach and expended effort to jab the end of his weapon through the man's old wound in his thigh. It was actually the same leg as the handicapped knee, and virtually left Zabuza standing on only one good leg. The boy ignored the fact as he yanked out his weapon and slashed with it upwards, the blade carving across the man's exposed gut and his poor arm. Flinching from the assault, Zabuza tried to pull back unsuccessfully, as Naruto brought the blunt side of his weapon down on his healthy wrist. Hearing a crack there and knowing he had broken it, the boy didn't stop. He swung it again, and walloped the man on his hip, making him collapse. Quickly creating a gang of shadow clones that surrounded the man, they all raised their bladed jutties. In the next few minutes following, Zabuza's reality was filled with nothing but pain as the gang of them, in a flurry of swipes and slashes and blows, lacerated his flesh all over, breaking and shattering bones below the flesh. Nothing was spared, except for any straight-through stabbings. He got his tendons cut, arteries cut, veins parted and muscles nearly diced, and himself broken like matchwood. Some of those present watched in horror. All the clones dispersed except for one which hauled up the hemorrhaging man to his knees and yanked his head back by his hair. There, Naruto faced him and bloodshot eyes stared into each other. One pair was filled with physical pain, and the other, emotional. Zabuza knew that he was close to complete exsanguination, and wished for nothing more than to be healed again. At that moment, he recalled Haku who would usually tend to his wounds. The boy's motives made no sense. He was avenging Haku, but Naruto was the one who had killed her. The pain is difficult, isn't it? He heard a garbled voice coming from his would-be killer. Realizing that he was dying, he readied himself fully for it. Do you have any last words? Zabuza's scowl deepened. Yeah. He coughed up blood and it spattered his torn bandages. You killed her. Not me. You killed her. Don't know what went on between the both of you, it won't bring her back. You're the one who should be on your knees in front of me. He was right. Naruto hated it. Naruto hacked his blade into the side of the man's neck at the collar. The man's thinning volume of blood poured into his throat and rushed likewise down his chest to mix with the earlier wounds he had suffered. The blade was deep in his flesh, and the shadow clone behind him hacked his own into the other side as well. The shadow clone repeated his action and slashed into the bones of the man's neck. Naruto doubled it as well. Blood almost gushed as vital jugular vein and carotid vessels were cut in two. The process nearly done in a few more drop hacks, the clone dispersed and Zabuza's head bowed and sagged, hanging by little sinew. Naruto drew back his leg, steeled himself, and punted the man's head off of his shoulders, little sinew that had truly kept it connected to his body. The resultant energy also forced the headless corpse onto his back, and Naruto inhaled deeply. He then expelled it in a shuddering breath as blood flowed in a slight torrent from the dead man's neck like an emptying bottle. Stepping aside, he unrolled a storage scroll as he approached the head. Taking it up in both hands with his fingers grasping the back, he stared at it for a minute and realized that the murder didn't help with the guilt. Somehow, he felt worse. Haku, I'm sorry. He sealed the head into one of his spare scrolls. I'm telling myself that it's his fault. But I know it wasn't. You would have died on the streets if it weren't for him. It's my fault. The visions, time and time again, show me my best future. They look out for me. I had a chance to make it work with you too, but I didn't. I promise to do better when they get selfish. I promise. Somehow, making the oath helped. X equals X equals. Well, you were right, Naruto. Of course I am. Kakashi had his Sharingan revealed and held Sasuke behind him. Naruto was at his side and both stared at the stocky businessman. For Kami's sake, Naruto, if you hadn't done that when you did, Sasuke would have gotten his neck pierced clean through with the man's cane. Hey, it was all you. Besides, we had to let it go that far so he could just get his damned pink eye. I told you that I'm getting tired of doing all the work. The boy with the christened Sharingan almost squirmed as he tried to get between the two ahead of him. I want to fight him. I must test my new eyes. Calm down, Sasuke. Naruto chided. This fat midget here is faster than Kakashi-sensei, as hard as that is to believe. He's using swift release, and he can kill you faster than the blink of an eye. The raven-haired youth blinked his eyes slowly and smirked. I'm faster than him as well, then. Kakashi chided them both, not the time for jokes, you too. Naruto, what's the plan? Why are you asking him? The last Uchiha queried. I trust his judgment, the man muttered, and his weapons are useful. He hoped that the tart explanation would be enough, and luckily, it was. Sasuke couldn't disagree. We shoot the bastard, Naruto said firmly. He saw his teacher about to argue and continued. Yeah, 5-second rules apply, and he's too fast, not to mention the fact that the muscats work better up close. Someone's gotta be holding Gato while someone else blows a hole through his chest. It's an experimental new mugshot I got. It's no longer just spread and shrapnel. I put some big iron pellets in this one. Could say that it has something of a bit more brute force to it. But who the hell's holding him? Sasuke asked, and both Sharingan users turned to Naruto. A few minutes later found Gato slipping on some cooking oil slick on the ground and his arms captured and held by at least 2 shadow clones on either side. Kakashi grabbed the man's legs using a double decapitation suicide and pulled him down to his waist into the ground. It was then that Sasuke got to use a mugshot for the first time. In so fashion that Naruto had described, the thing had a few iron marbles in it. No one needed an explanation how Gato had multiple pieces of tiles seemingly growing out of his chest, and at least 3 holes through which, if one were to look carefully, see daylight on the other side. X=X=X=. I've been thinking about your weapons, Naruto. I like it. But why did you engrave "Have a nice day" on it? Ugh. Only Naruto, Sakura remarked as Naruto took one out and showed it to her so she could finally have a closer at it for herself. It wasn't reloaded yet, but she still feared it. She had seen what it was capable of, and right now, it was as if it were threatening her safety just by holding it. She quickly passed it back to Naruto, who replaced it in his backpack. It's just for laughs, alright? Never pegged you for a joker, she deadpanned. You're like some cold-blooded killer, now. What with how you killed Mizuki, the bandits and Chunins, Zabuza and his so-called apprentice, and your assist on Gato. I'm not a cold-blooded killer. And she was my friend, okay? Naruto mumbled. I regret killing her. How can she become your friend in one morning? Sakura asked, still confused about the fiasco. And if you became friends, then why kill her? Naruto didn't know how to tell her, or even if he should bother trying to explain. I guess we never even met. We were both enemies in the end. It's difficult, rough, and I'm dredging up too many emotions. Naruto held his head down and stared at his feet. It's my fault. I should have just done what I did the first time without a single deviation, and by doing so, I followed the second one. It was just some stupid mistake. Kami. Sakura thought that he looked like he was about to cry, and she frowned. But we're out in the field. Anyone could be an enemy out here. I know, he yelled, turning on her sharply and startling her. I know. Before he did, she realized that he had frightened her. He had frightened her. Now it all made sense. Now she realized why the boy was still so emotional. There's something wrong between you and the village, Naruto. The enemies aren't out here. They're back at home. Her revelation was the one that had shocked him now, and he tried to tell her that she was wrong, but she didn't want to hear it. It doesn't matter what happened, or what the real truth is. It's not about them, it's about us, me, you, and Sasuke-kun. I don't know, so it can stay that way. But what's real is that you don't have any friends or not many of them. People you can talk to, hang out with, share a meal with. Her voice grew quiet. My Kaa-san hasn't said a word about what you've done, and by now, whatever it is, it doesn't concern me. I've never had a reason to, but I've always disliked you, treated you horribly. I was nervous around you as a teammate. There's bad blood coming from the adults, pressuring us to stay away from you. And it's been that way for so long, almost as long as I can remember. It's so bad that I haven't even told you thanks for saving me when the scythe guy nearly killed me. So, you gonna say thanks or what? Naruto mumbled, not sure what to take away from what she said. This was new. Somehow, this was different from his vision. He was supposed to be sarcastic in response to her mentioning that enemies were on missions, but instead, he had yelled at her. It had made her concerned instead. All the little changes. He hadn't expected it to be this much. I'm sorry for how I've treated you. You've done a lot for us, for me, Sasuke-kun, even Kakashi-sensei. We're your teammates, and we weren't even your friends. You couldn't even make friends in the village and tried to do it out here on the mission. I'm sorry it didn't work out for you and Haku, but I want it to work out between us, no matter what everyone else thinks. Naruto laughed, feeling mildly embarrassed before he pointed at his other genin teammate. Hey, don't you like Sasuke? What's going on? And what the hell, talking like you want to go out with me when he's standing right there? Don't be an idiot, she rapped her knuckles over his head, before hugging the blonde. We're friends, you hear me? We're friends. Yeah, bring it in, Naruto grumbled in good humor as he smiled. He realized that she was right, they hadn't been friends until she had come out and admitted it. He hadn't even grasped the fact that he had bonded with Haku so much for the very reasons that Sakura had said. They hadn't been his friends yet. And what about you, Sasuke? Does it matter? It does. Sasuke turned away. I don't see why. I will throw hands right now, Sasuke. Fine. We're friends. And Sakura too, right? It's a lump package. Sasuke merely grunted and walked faster ahead, making Naruto laugh. I don't know what you see in him, but yeah, we're all friends. You can't run from us, Sasuke, he yelled after Sasuke, we know where you live. Quit embarrassing me, Naruto, Sakura complained before she smiled shyly. But thanks for saving me back then. I appreciate it. One day, I'll return the favor, if I can ever catch up to the both of you. For now, go catch up with Sasuke first. I might have just friendzoned you. He and Kakashi stopped as she went on ahead to follow Sasuke, and both Naruto and his sensei shared a look. I wonder if I'll ever tell them at some point, the boy commented, about what I can do, or even about the fox. Maybe. But not for a long time. Sakura's got too many stars in her eyes, and Sasuke's too, what's the word for it? End goal oriented. There's even a chance that your team will be dissolved anyway when your ranks change. Going like you are, Naruto, you could turn Chunin in no time. Responsibilities will change too. He looked down at his charge, who seemed distracted. You're still thinking about the girl. Yeah. I'm still thinking about Haku. I killed my friend. Kakashi put his hand on the boy's shoulder. I can relate. He gestured for Naruto to follow him so they could speak privately. He told the boy an abridged version of his youth on the battlefield, telling him about Rin. Well, so in essence, you could always think of it that you freed her from living her life as his tool, the same way I tell myself that I saved Rin from living a life of destruction. Haku told you that Zabuza was her purpose for living. There wasn't a delicate way to handle that situation. I suppose so. Hey, it sounds like you two really hit it off. If you can be friends in the afterlife, that doesn't mean that you should go off yourself. Stick with the ones you've got now, at least. Sensei. Naruto chastised, don't make me have to shoot you. The man I smiled. Sure you will. He ruffled the boy's hair, which said Uzumaki detested, and squirmed away from the man. Anyway, come on. They're about to name the bridge. To hell with the bridge. I just want to go home, the boy groaned as he approached the rest of his team. This mission has been taxing on my nerves. And this one taxed my mental health. Might need to see Inoichi myself. You too, huh? Hey, sensei? Naruto peered up into his teacher's face. Don't tell them back in the leaf that I know future events. I have to, Naruto. The report demands all the details. Even if I don't, how are you going to explain how I let you fight Zabuza? They'll write off my judgment to be as trustworthy and credible as a 6-year-old's. I'll tell him myself in private first. Let me talk to him first. Naruto pleaded, as he now eyed the festivities. Apparently, Olive Wave seemed to have a turnaround in the 1 week since Gato's death. The country had assimilated his wealth, and the bridge was already built. All that was necessary was the bridge to be named, and fully christened. You will? The Hatake was genuinely surprised. I strongly hinted it to him for a while. He spies on me. I'm sure he would have figured it out sooner or later. I'll tell him explicitly later, and about how it works. Naruto answered matter-of-factly. You sound sure. Does anyone else know? My surrogate sister, Ayame. You know, the one in the ramen stand? I told her the very next day after I found out myself about it. It saved her from getting raped in an alley. Sometimes, I help her with gambling. I don't like the practice, though. He scowled at this. He could make a killing by gambling but thought the better of it. I should get in on that. Nope. Don't bother. Just the 3 of you. No written records and I want it to stay that way. Imagine. A genin with my knowledge, with what I can do. Kidnappers, powerful people in high authority, hell, even Jonin sensei's dash. I know I would try to take advantage of what you can do, the man admitted. And it's obvious why you would keep it secret. But why tell me, instead of lying like the usual? You're my teacher. I decided to trust you. Besides, you're a closed book. You don't look like the type to turn this into small talk, honestly. And I guess I had a feeling that I could trust you. Naruto's sweat dropped. And the fact that you figured it out. Too damn observant. Don't make me regret telling you. 'Cause if you do, don't even think that you're going to fight me, 'cause I'm at least 1 step ahead of you. All the time. Kakashi suddenly had his index and middle fingers pointing at the boy's face, or more accurately, an inch from his eyes. He could have easily blinded him. All the time? Are you sure? The boy grinned. I'm sure. Haven't you realized where my hand is? Kakashi looked down and saw that the boy had a kunai centered between his fourth and fifth rib. Vitals. Nice work. He pulled his hand back. Scary genin. Thanks. They finished closing the distance and Sakura fumed. Where were the two of Huh? You guys are late. We got lost on the road of life. Naruto and his teacher said at the same time, making the girl indignant. We would have been lost for a lot longer if I didn't have an awesome sense of direction. Kidding, kidding. Have they picked out a name yet? Naruto questioned. He looked on at the clamoring drunkards in which Tazuna was centered, and smiled when he saw Tsunami and Inari chastising him. The super fantastic and great Tazuna bridge. The man yelled. Someone in the crowd dumped a jug of iced water over the man's head and slapped him in the face. Not a chance in hell, you bloody drunk. Naruto cleared his throat loudly, and for some reason, the sound carried. I have an idea for the name. This bridge was built with a basis in belief. It's inspired by people who wished for the better, by persons who fought for change. All of us had our role in its construction, and it is a product of one thing. What's that? Inari yelled in curiosity. Faith. The Bond answered simply as if it were obvious. That is my suggestion for the name. The Bridge of Faith. Something I have, and something I want more of. It's the best I've heard so far. The bridge builder mused. And I'm tired of having to hash it out with these people, the only thing they know about bridges is crossing them, he grumbled. The Bridge of Faith it is. Now bring out the sake. And a cheer was lifted then, that surely had the dead mutter that their sleep was disturbed. A huge celebration was about to erupt, but the team was ready to make their exit. Before they could, Inari sought them out, finding them just as they were about to quietly make their leave. What's the matter? Naruto asked. We already said our goodbyes. Or did you want more verbal abuse? Inari shook his head, and Sakura grumbled about Uzumaki's lack of tact. I guess I didn't do much except watch like you said, he said glumly. Kai'd be ashamed. Nah, Naruto refuted. I saw you helping Tazuna-san to build the bridge, whatever you could, knowing that it could have been destroyed in the end. Carrying tools, refreshments, observing the trade. It's better than just standing back and watching. In the future, you could be overseeing building other bridges, am I right? I'll get more active. I don't want to just let things happen anymore. The boy smiled. It was so ironic. Me neither, Naruto said. Chapter 11, Part 2, Yin and Yang. And that's what happened, Naruto finished. That's a rather strange tale. And a bloody one, I mumbled. I think we should move on to something less morbid. All those in favor, say, Aida. I, Sakura and Naruto called. Opposed? There was silence. Well, both Sakura and I think the subject should be changed, the blonde said. Kakashi-san, change the subject. Oh? The Hatake appeared mildly surprised. I feel a bit too much on the spot. What to talk about, You people rely on me so much to talk that you find it difficult to suggest a topic? Naruto asked in a mock-appalled voice. I feel used. Get over it, Sasuke muttered. Naruto facepalmed. Kakashi-sensei, I've been hearing rumors of a Chunin exam coming up. He offered suggestively. I've reason to believe that you wanted to talk to us about it today? That pre-knowledge thing is starting to become unsettling. But on the bright side, at least he saved me some face. And you'd be correct, Naruto. I had plans to nominate you to join. I'm not going to lie, you'll all be severely antagonized by other participants with much more experience under their belts, and you're all still rookies. Sensei? Sasuke spoke. Yes, Sasuke? Shut up. The man scratched his cheek. I suppose it was a stupid thing to say after all, after going versus people like Zabuza Momochi and Gato with his swift release. Damn right, Sakura grumbled. Aha. We all committed murder, and whatnot. The mission could have gone better, but it could have gone south faster than Gato himself. The man argued. What if Naruto hadn't been able to fight Zabuza dash? No second guessing, Naruto said firmly. You have to nominate us, train us, and then maybe, just maybe, you can bet on us to take the exams by storm. Bet? I asked excitedly. Bet. Kakashi echoed. You sound confident, Naruto. I've got a right to be. I barely used any jutsu and I beat up people to a pulp. I'm so hardcore, and my gear kicks ass and takes names. Yep. I'm awesome. Everyone stared at the boy, unable to grasp his audacious boast. It made him feel self-conscious and forced him to deflect. Now start training us, sensei. It's your job. I told you that I'm tired of carrying the team. Way to make the rest of us look bad, Sakura grumbled. And if I don't? Let me put it to you like this, Naruto said with an air of mischief, if you don't train us, I'll have free time. You don't want me, of all people, to have free time on my hands. Don't mind Naruto, sensei. Sakura piped up. You plan on nominating us, right? We have some experience, and surely we're not green rookies anymore from all that we've seen. Like seeing people get burned to death with paint thinner, people getting chopped in two, and also seeing someone get their chest blown open. After all that, we can keep calm under pressure. All we need now are some jutsus, some battle smarts, and we'll be fine. I'm sure of it. You have a very convincing argument, young lady. But it's only been 2 days, and you're still on break. You will all continue recuperating from your varying ailments, problems, and such. He glanced most subtly at Naruto, who saw and glared at the man. I'm over it, okay? Well, for the most part, at the very least. Let's just continue with the break, Team 7. When Monday comes, I'll nominate you, and then I'll start training the 3 of you. Yeah, Naruto interjected, ruining the man's dramatic flair. Now who's paying? I want to know before I pig out on ramen. I'm hungry. You're paying, Sakura said firmly. Even though we all got A-rank pay, you cashed in on Zabuza's bounty. You've got a lot of money, and then some. Not to mention you took up the guy's sword. What did you do with it anyway? Naruto grinned. It's safe to pig out. I was worried about you guys not being able to pay for it. As for the sword, I'm just holding on to it until I figure out what to do with it. But I sure as hell won't use it for a while. It didn't work on me. So why the hell would it work for me? X equals X equals. She was in her shared room, seated in a lotus position on her sheetless futon on the floor. The fairly small room was lit by a single incandescent light bulb that hung from the ceiling on its wire haphazardly. The dim yellow glow of the light was enough for the girl to go about her task, and it was also bright enough to reveal the Spartan nature of all the room's contents, namely that of 3 mattresses side by side, a chest of drawers, and a small table that stood against the far wall. As of now, she was all alone in the room, and Kin preferred it that way. Beside her, she had her comb and brush that she had stolen over time, and she prepared for the task of grooming her hair. It wasn't easy, her jet black hair was almost as long as she was tall. She slowly pulled on the purple bow that was close to the end to keep it together, careful to have all of its lengths over her shoulder and her lap. She began with the brush and started pulling it through it as thoroughly as she could while letting herself wander through the labyrinth of her memories. Come now, my daughter. It's time. Again? Again, the woman said with a broad smile. You don't want it in knots, do you? Can't you just cut it, Kaa-chan? The girl whined. It gets in my way too much. And sometimes, it swings around and makes running with the others too hard. The 9-year-old complained with a too cute pout. It's at my bum. Oh dearie, the woman chastised with a wagging finger. It's your pride. My pride? The girl asked in a confused tone. What's that? It means that it should be something for you to be happy for. That you should be happy that you have. Many girls in the village wish they had hair like yours, even the grown-ups. Even I do. You do? The girl was completely befuddled before she brightened. You can have it, Kaa-chan. It'll make me happier, and it'll make you happier. That's good, right? She asked to affirm, certain that she had just had the best idea ever in her short life. No Kin, it doesn't work like that. She sat her daughter down on a low stool while she sat in a much more elevated chair. As she began the process of once more grooming her daughter's luxurious hair, she began to laugh. You are truly blessed. The girl gave a humph while she began playing with her fingers. I don't feel like it. The hair is blessed, and since it's your hair, you're also blessed. It's like I can feel life itself in the hair as I brush it. And it keeps growing. It is? The girl nearly wailed. What if I have to drag it around on the ground with me? I can't live with it like this. You're all right, you big baby. I'm not a baby. Such behavior says that you are. The woman said snidely. I suppose we should be prepared for that eventuality. If it gets longer than that, I suppose you could wrap it around your shoulders. K.A.chan. I'm joking dearie, I'm joking. By dear Cammy, I'll just snip a little so it doesn't have to be dragged on the ground. Ah? The 9-year-old wailed. I'll make sure that it never has to grow to that length, Musum, the mother said in all seriousness now, all jesting evaporated from her voice as she ceased her brushing of the hair. I'll make sure that it never becomes a burden. You don't need to cut it. I believe it has more value than we understand. Spirituality, identity, and power. Kin pulled all of the solemnity her young face could muster as she turned to face her mother. I promise, Kaa-chan, to never, 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 ever, 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 cut my hair. But Kaa-chan? Hi, Musum? What does burden mean? She felt her mind close the avenue to that memory, leaving the figurative door open just a crack so she could return to it later. She was, by all means, someone who dwelled too much on the past, and sometimes, it was detrimental and counterproductive. The thick black smoke billowed into the air from the high fires of the small village. People ran this way and that, screaming their throats out as most were being cut down by murderers on horseback. The killers merely swung their bloody blades while passing people, and throwing their lighted torches through open windows, or onto thatched roofs. The cheap pitch pine wooden houses didn't stand a chance. The type of wood was waterproof and resistant to rotting, but it was extremely easy to catch fire and burn because of the natural flammable oils in it, the very same that made it waterproof. As the people ran helter-skelter and to and fro in their woes, they nearly trampled a 10-year-old girl in their hasty efforts to get away from their likely deaths. As the girl tried to run home to her house that sat a bit up the hill, she was knocked down by a grown man who had charged head-on through her to get away from a horse-riding marauder. Ack! She let out a cry of pain as she felt severe pain in her arm where the man's knee had caught her, moaning while tears ran from her dark eyes. She had no idea as to why a catastrophe was happening to her little world, or who could be responsible. She tried to ignore it as she got up and tried to run again to her home. She was hampered, her now pained arm, and as ever, her rather lengthy hair was making it difficult for her. Ka-chan still at home. She thought urgently. I should have stayed home to help her with the chores this morning. She cast all blame on herself as she limped through the hellish blaze of her village to where her house was. It wasn't burning, so that was a good sign. The temperature had increased to dangerous heights, but she paid it no mind as her young mind was filled with the images of dead and dying people, and horse people hounding the live ones like savages, yelling as they carried on. Blood pooled around the bodies of people she had known all of her short life, as well as flames that burned those who had caught on fire from the general inferno that was the village. Kin tasted something putrid in the back of her mouth and dry vomited it, but nothing came. Crying for the nightmare, she continued limping and trying to weave her way around the people, killers and victims, and the burning debris to the hill. Here, she began coughing as fresh air rushed to replace the bad one that had filled her lungs. She hadn't realized it, but she had been smelling the signs of destruction for all of this time. After her pause to cough and gather her bearings as well as regain some of her stamina, she continued making her way up the hill as fast as her condition could allow, her hair streaking behind her like a tail. Ka-chan. Finally making it to her house, she saw a brown horse out front of it, helping itself to some of the cabbages that grew in the garden. Upon seeing the horse and knowing that it meant that one of the marauders was inside, her heart fell into her stomach as she gave the horse a wide berth and ran through the open front door of her house. Ka-chan. Kin. She heard her mother screamed out from the bedroom portion of the household. In an even bigger panic, the girl ran into that side, only to bump right into a man who had had the misfortune of standing in the way. No, Kin. The woman screamed from her cowering on the floor. Run away. Ka-chan. The 10-year-old bawled as the man grabbed one of the girl's flailing arms as she railed on him to get to her mother. Let me go. The man smirked widely. He slung the girl into the wall with his brute strength. Ha! Feisty. Too bad you're going to die, little girl. No, the woman yelled in desperation. Don't hurt her. Please. I won't. The man said simply. All you have to do is tell me where we can find the entrance to the jade mines. I bet that your little girl's daddy was one of the miners who had some jade, but they all refused to talk where he got it. He won't ever talk again, sad to say. The man said condescendingly, before taking out a sword from a sheath at his side while grinning at the two females screaming. I'm not above killing women and children. So you're going to tell me where the mine entrance is? Your husband knew, and he must have told you. He didn't tell me. The woman bawled while on her hands and knees, trying to crawl over to her crying daughter, but the man kept kicking her away. In the last of his patience, he yanked her up to her feet and hauled Kin over his shoulder. Well, if you're not going to tell me, I'm going to convince you. If you really don't know, you can curse your husband out for not telling you while you die. Kin was lashed to the saddle tightly behind the man, and the woman herself had her arms tied to the horse with a 15-foot-long rope. The rope led right under the horse to its neck. The horse was in motion. The man laughed to himself. It was a hard death, and he needed to do only coax the horse to speed up to kill the woman behind him. Don't know the location, eh? Are you sure? He called behind him. The woman was being pulled along and had to run to keep up with the horse. I don't know. Please let me go. Please. The woman begged as she felt her body tire in a dreadful omen. We haven't done wrong. The man clicked his tongue in a manner that indicated that he was disappointed. TSK. Say goodbye to your mother, little girl. No. Ka-chan. The girl wailed as she turned her head and shoulders to gaze at her running mother. Let her go. She started to beat at the man's back with her good arm, but the man ignored it. Instead, he merely grinned to himself as he prepared to kill someone in one of his favorite and appalling ways. Hiya! The man yelled before digging his heels into the horse's side. In an instant, as the horse's slow trotting pace speeded up to that of a full run, the woman was yanked clear off of her feet and dragged by the moving beast. Ack! As Kin watched her mother being pulled along by the horse on the ground as she screamed herself as her mother was being dragged to death. No! Stop! Ka-chan. Agag! The girl's eyes became nearly impossibly widened as she watched the incredibly painful and imminent death of her mother as she was dragged. Her dress was dirty and in tatters, yes, but that was the least as her flesh was practically being sanded off by the rough ground. In her efforts to quell her dire situation, the woman tried to roll to her sides, and even her back, but nothing aided. Nothing. Then her mother's head mercifully struck a rock jutting out of the ground. Kin ceased her brushing in favor of using the comb. She was actually done with using the brush several minutes, or hours ago. She couldn't tell when she became lost in her memories. They were horrible. No one could say to look back and think of the happier times. She doubted she had any. After all, her mother was killed right in front of her, during the process of being dragged to death. A simple thing as a rock had broken her skull open like the shell of a peanut, with the contents for all to see. She froze and hadn't moved since. In fact, she was like her recently killed mother who just had the rope on her wrists cut off, lifeless. What about the kids? One man asked another. We got a bunch of just wandering around like dumb homeless people. They are homeless, you halfwit. We didn't get anything from here. No one had any info? I had to kill all of them. They told me that they have no idea what I'm talking about, as if I'm a lunatic. You're a lunatic. The man that had killed her mother said shortly. As for the kids, I dunno, just kill them. It'll be easier and more merciful. Can't have them starve to death, at the very least. Since we didn't get much except some food and supplies we didn't burn, how about we just sell them? The lunatic stated. Slaves fetch some hefty profit, they keep their miserable lives, and they get food if you're concerned about that. Slaves? Kin's antagonist asked. He turned to the girl, and for the first time, saw his full facial features. He had a brown right eye, and a blue left eye, and he had a self-made scar of a scythe on his left cheek. She thought nothing of it as she continued to stare blankly. Hey, do you want to be a slave? The alternative is getting your throat cut open. What do you think? Silence. The man sighed. She must have gone into shock. The lunatic laughed a bellowing giggle. She didn't say no, so it's a yes. If you don't want to sell her, just give her to me, and I'll take care of it. I could use the extra cash. Over here, folks. They're over here. High-quality slaves, willing and able. The man had been calling out for only 10 minutes and she, out of all of a dozen children, were left. She watched silently as all of her friends that she grew up with were sold like common-bred animals. Were they? It was one calamity, one right after the other. It was only at a point in the day in which she had no shadow when her home village was razed to the ground by these cutthroat bandits, the very same who killed all and everything she knew growing up, including her own mother. Now, they were condemning her to a life that wouldn't be hers to live, she and a lucky few who weren't killed outright. The sun was now setting, and the crowds of those who haggled with the man over their prices had thinned down to nearly nothing. Throughout the time she had been on display like a mediocre item, she had been prodded and goaded, those testing fingers to see if she were responsive. She had a lack of such, and therefore, she was faulty. Humph. The man grumbled, just you alone, huh? No one wants you. Maybe I shoulda let Otokaira kill you after all. The name stuck with her. Otokaira. The sun was nearly completely submerged below the land as the man continued his calling. The market was almost empty as the sellers and buyers decided that it was high time they got home. Too much time had been spent in the capital's market. Oi! Sir! You wanna buy a slave? The man yelled at a man riding a cart pulled by a horse. Judging from the few crops in the cart, the man was a farmer who had sold all he had carried save for a few and was now going home. The farmer turned to the man and frowned heavily. Slavery? I've got no interest in that, and I can do fine without them. Why don't you let the girl go, eh? He spat to one side, complaining with curses to himself. The bandit smirked, recognizing the man to be a soft mark. The girl will be sold eventually, and if not, maybe killed by a brother of mine. What? That's heartless. If you think so, why don't ya do something about it? The bandit grinned, before lifting the flap of his clothing to the side to show off his bloodied blade. It was obviously a threat and was perceived as such in the farmer's mind. It was plain that the man had three choices. He could try to keep defending his ideal and get assaulted or killed, with no witnesses around to see his fate. Alternatively, he could just keep on moving as if he saw and heard nothing. He picked the third. How much for her? Kin didn't catch the price, but soon, money changed hands and the bandit retreated to his horse, counting his loot for the day. Soon, he rode off. All in his day's work. The farmer crouched down to the girl's height to be on her level, face to face. Little girl? What's your name? Silence. Won't you tell me? Silence. She was so passive and jaded. The farmer grumbled to himself as he retrieved a small knife from a holster in his pocket and cut off the ropes that bound her wrists. I only did this because I didn't want anyone to kill you, or to have you as their slave, which is a fate that's probably worse than death. As he finished cutting the bonds, he continued speaking to the girl, rambling a bit in his need to fill the silence that she exuded, as well as the coming night. I'm releasing you. You should go back to your family. I've heard rumors of kids stolen from their homes. Your mother must be worried sick, wondering where you are. He paused, seeing the first reaction out of the girl, that of a steady flow of tears from her eyes. Oh Cammy. They killed, those sons of bitches. He stopped mid-speech, realizing his social misstep. She was already traumatized. No need to compound it. She was still silent. I'm sorry. The farmer had no idea what to say to a probable 9 or 10 or 11-year-old about the loss of family. Even his own mother was alive, and he was in his 40s. Do you want to live with me? Come on, we'll get some food into your stomach. She was docile as he led her away like a father would his daughter to his cart. He heaved her up and sat her down close to the front. Here, she leaned back as he sat down again, taking up the reins. Help yourself to any of the fruits back there. You must be hungry and all? She made no response right away, but after a mile of traveling, he chanced to look behind him to find that he had no more apples left. Funny thing was, he was sure he'd had at least a dozen left when he first set out. The girl's face wrinkled into a very slight smile. It lasted all of 5 seconds before it fell. She continued combing her hair as she became lost again. So, your name is Kin? The farmer's mother asked with a smile. It sounds very unique to one such as yourself. Aha! The girl answered enthusiastically. Kintsuchi. The farmer looked up from his cup of coffee. Ka-san, I have no idea how you get her to open up to you like that. When she first came, she wouldn't talk to me for a whole fortnight. You've been here for 3 days, and you get her to tell you her whole name. It's even the first time I'm hearing it. Like, the man scratched his head, unsure of how to feel. Methinks it isn't fair. I'm sorry, the girl muttered. My father was never around, and those men attacked my village. Men, she mumbled in a hateful hiss, and it alarmed the farmer. You know I'd never treat you like that. The farmer exclaimed. I must admit, some men can be some real bastards. Ahem. The nearly 70-year-old woman cleared her throat loudly to interrupt her son's line of speech. Young ears, Shiarda. Hi, Kaa-chan, the man grumbled. After all these years, it's getting easier to understand why the fellas around here think I'm a mama's boy. You're my boy, so hi you are. Now let the girl finish her breakfast in peace. She's done already, the man replied. She already moved on the apples I had on the counter. If I don't tell her which ones I intend to sell, she'd probably eat all of the apple trees I have on the farm. He raised an eyebrow while gazing at the silk-haired 11-year-old who had the decency to at least look ashamed if only a little bit. Sorry. It's fine, Kin. Now come on, duties call for me in the rice fields, and chores are calling you. Pretty damn loud, if the mooing the cows are keeping up with is a big enough hint. The pail for the milk's in the corner. I'm going. She had been there for 3 years, helping the farmer manage his farm. While it was mostly mixed because of the fruit trees and vegetables that grew in rows and furrows in their grounds, at least 70% of the large enough land was meant for the rice. This was the land of rice, after all, and it grew there in abundance. She didn't too care about the rice, but she was obligated to help the man with the paddies. He was feeding her and giving her a place to stay, after all. He had always claimed to have wanted children, but she wasn't sure she wanted to take that giant step yet, to allow him to call her his daughter. As for his problem, he seemed to have wanted children, but couldn't be bothered with making the effort to court someone. Eventually, the years passed and he wasn't the young man he once was. He would say he would have loved to have her as a daughter, and she always jokingly replied she would love to have his apple trees. It kept on, but she never called him a father, only his name and the usual suffix of respect. He used the affectionate one, but she didn't mind. Life was good there, and her only peeve was the near-daily conversation/slight argument about her hair. It wasn't completely bothersome, but it could get repetitive sometimes. As in the case of now as she worked beside him. When I first saw you, it was at your upper thighs, young lady. He extracted the stalk with the rice with years of skillful experience and stowed it carefully in the closely woven basket on his back. Now, it's at your knees. Do you know what we're standing in? Shin-deep water. And your hair, on the last measurement, reached the back of your knees. Can you figure out what's happening? It's fine. I have it around doubled over my shoulders. She continued her extraction as well, but it was slightly sloppy as they stooped while they worked. It's not like it's getting wet. No. Instead, it's hanging into your rice basket. What? She cried in a panic. I didn't realize. She started to take it out, but he stopped her. Just let it be. Everyone washes their rice before packaging and eating. But you will remove any hair strands you find in your rice. Am I clear, Kin? Yes, Shiarda-san, she grumbled. But I'm not going to find any at all, anyway. It's not it's falling out. Yeah, it's got an impressive length and with good roots, to be sure. But if you so much as miss one strand, people are going to think it belongs to a really long horsetail. Animal-ass hair isn't something you'd want to find in your food. It's better than a horse's tail. Kin defended. Aren't you going to cut it? It might be your vanity speaking, but to be honest, it gets in your way a lot. When you work, when you sit, even when I've seen you sleep on it. Not to mention the fact that you need either half an hour or someone else to help you wash it. The farmer said matter-of-factly. I can help you cut it. No. I can't cut it. She exclaimed forcefully. Never. Why? You've never even given me a halfway decent reason why not to cut it. It's only because I don't want you to slit my throat why I haven't tried to cut it in your sleep. I wouldn't do that. She placated. If you don't cut it, of course. Then why? The man pressed. You know why. I promised my mother. Kin exclaimed. I promised my mother to never cut my hair. The farmer breathed out a sigh, slow and long. I'm sorry I asked. But you made a promise at least 3 years ago and you're still keeping it? Kami rest her soul, but why let a promise to someone who passed on keep such a hold over your life? All the more reason to keep the promise, and my hair. She said firmly. She had dredged up some memories, but it wasn't anything she couldn't cry herself to sleep over later. Besides, she even swore that it would never become a burden. I'm keeping the promise. The farmer nodded as if in understanding. And what if you have to drag it around on the ground? I guess I'll just wear it around my waist as a belt. You'd better, pretty hair like that doesn't deserve to be dragged on the ground. Especially since I don't have any. He hinted at his growing bald spot. You sure I can't get any of yours? You can share, right? His reply came in the form of an apple core thrown at him, no doubt from her pocket. Keep dreaming. She finished her combing and set it down beside her. Her hair was all over her lap and straightened to keep it from knotting, but now, she needed it together, as much as she needed herself to be the same way. However, as she started pulling the ends together, she fell apart. You bastards. Leave us alone. Or what? You gonna beat us up? The hoodlum taunted. He kicked at the fallen man in his gut one more time before turning his back. Old people think they've got the balls to send us packing. Be a whole other story if I had my sickle. The downed farmer yelled between gasps for air. But is that it? Old people? Old people are the only ones you've got strength for? Leave us alone, you damned cowards. Kin tried to crawl to the farmer, but she was noticed by one of the half-dozen crooks, who proceeded to shin-kick her down at the shoulder. The girl got spunk. Pretty, too. What do we do with her? Just take the damn food and leave us alone. The farmer yelled as he struggled to his feet. You think you're all so damn tough, picking on one old man and a girl when there's 6 of you. You're all complete bastards. Say that one more time, and I'll make you regret it with your teeth, old man. The first one started to fume. Bastard, the man yelled at the top of his lungs in defiance. The man quickly stepped up the farmer and gave him a wicked backhand that sent him sprawling. Know your place. Stop harassing the people, the least imposing of them said. We didn't come to hurt anybody. Just take the food, and let's get out of here before a patrol office shows up. The man went up to Kin and pulled her up to her feet. I'm sorry about them. We're just hungry, and I hope you and your father can forgive us. Like hell, I will. The farmer shouted as he got back up. You want my forgiveness? Get the fuck out of here and leave honest people alone, huh? The man said nothing more as he picked up his basket of stolen food and started walking after his beckoning brothers. But even then, the farmer's voice still followed him as he cursed him out. Long after they were gone, the farmer and Kin leaned on each other as they limped back to the house. Damn parasites. The man muttered. Second time this year. I've had to work all my life just to get to where I am. I didn't just inherit land. I worked an honest living, bought land, and farmed like hell, sold all the food, buy more land, farm like hell. It's all right, Shiarda-san. Kin muttered. We have to be thankful. They didn't kill us. This time, the man said heatedly as they made their way inside to clean themselves up. What about if and when they come back? They're all bastards. Your mother didn't like hearing you curse. The farmer sighed deeply. Bless her soul. I should respect her wishes. He groaned as he felt his stomach. If I were 20 years younger, I'd fight them back and get killed. Kin finished darkly. Maybe I can do something. I've heard talk about a ninja training program being started up here. Maybe I could join to learn how to fight, and then you'll beat em up, Kin-chan? Shiarda asked, dumbfounded. Yeah. The girl said enthusiastically as if she had just had a stellar idea. Of course not. A girl becoming a ninja? Preposterous, the farmer brayed. He saw her frown, but he was just getting to the good part. An ordinary girl becoming a ninja is impossible. Reckon it's a good thing you're not ordinary, huh? The man said with a smile. You. She stared stupidly at him. You're all right with it? Hell yeah, I am. The man said in affirmation. Just hurry up and train and beat em up when you come back, eh? Damn, that's something I'd like to see. Sure. She grinned. But you'll be alone. She finished with a rapidly depressing expression on her face. I'll live. The man said, waving her off as he stumbled his way to the sink. I'm only 45, and you're 14. I've got plenty of time before I kick the bucket. In his trapes, he inadvertently kicked over one of his pails that were next to the sink. And it was then that they both begun to laugh, despite their pained offended areas. Hell, you know what I mean. It wasn't that bucket. I'll ace it and come back soon, Tusan. The man ceased his belly-aching laugh to gawk at the girl. This had been the first time he had ever heard her address him as such, and he looked as if he was about to cry but held off. It's a sure thing. I'll be waiting, Musum. Oh, the naivety. She and 5 others were led by the creepy-looking ninja through a maze of hallways. Your training starts tomorrow. Until then, you'll share rooms. Don't get comfortable with them, you'll get rotated a lot. The man stopped in front of a hallway with what almost seemed like the livestock Barak Kin had seen on her visits to the market with Shiarda. It wasn't pleasant. Neither was the interior of the rooms, which seemed to be devoid of anything Kin was used to, and she wasn't even grown on many comforts. Welcome to Odo, and try your best not to get killed during training. She finished tying the purple bow close to the end to keep it all together, and it was there, she came together as well. Yeah. Nothing but hellish training in the pits. It's been a year, and I can't even leave. I can't write letters, I don't get letters, so all this time, nothing between me and Tusan. She groaned. She stretched out on the mattress, her lengthy hair stretched down its full length beside her. Am I blessed, Ka-chan? I've been through more than my fair share of trials, used and misused, and for what? Only for me to make one mistake, and end up here? I have to find a way to escape. The door was wrenched open, but she only paid it a silent stare. Dosu? She only took a glance at his companion and by extension, their teammate whose hands were heavily bandaged. Did he break his own arms at the same time or something? Her eyes widened when someone else followed in behind them and she immediately jumped up to stand straight. Kabuto-sama? The silver-haired teen was taller than they, and he appeared to have a rather self-satisfied smirk as he entered and then stood to one side in the room while Zaku groaned like a droning wasp. At ease, Kin. I was just helping out your teammate with a little combat boost. Dosu's visible eye narrowed as he gazed at their superior. What kind of boost? Kabuto's spectacles seemingly glared back as he eased them up farther up his nose with an index finger. Nothing he can't handle, I'm sure. He'll be experimenting with his new gift within a week. As soon as she heard the slight stress on that particular word, Kin became horrified but didn't dare let it become evident in an emotional hint on her face. I'm guessing there's a reason why has to be up and about so soon. Ever the observative one. Kabuto half complimented smoothly. The Chunin exams are coming up in exactly 6 weeks, in the village hidden in the leaves. Although you've only been training for around 18 months, Orochimaru-sama has decided that you able-bodied 3 will go forward to represent Otogekyure. Kin asked in a dumbfounded tone. We are able enough? You'd better be capable enough. The medic Nin said in a calm reprimand. There is no room for error, as we both know what happens to those who do. I know your concern. We do have stronger ninjas here, but we don't need to kill flies with boulders. You 3 should suffice, and the exams will function as a proving grounds. She didn't even hazard a nervous swallow. It was the very same reason why she had to have come so far in such a small period. She believed that out of the small group that came in with her, only Dosu and herself out of that set were still alive. Judging from the Yakushi's insinuations, they could be on thin ice and this was a test for them, a test to see if they were worth keeping alive. We are honored that Orochimaru-sama has so much confidence in us. Dosu quickly said. We won't disappoint you. That'd be appreciated, Kabuto said snidely as he let himself out the door. Prepare for later instructions in the coming weeks. Chapter 12. He went through his finisher katas quickly and smoothly on the training dummy. In 3 precise hits, a Hatake who looked on was certain that the attack was nearly enough for the training tool to yell in agony. It didn't, but that which Naruto just did looked as if he had broken someone's back, ribs, and neck in a decisive 3 strikes with the baton portion. He then looked on to the others. Sakura was still running around with weights in her hands in an effort to build up her stamina and upper body strength. Sasuke was training his chakra control to be more refined as he waterwalked while trying to hold a leaf to his forehead with only chakra. It was difficult to be micromanaging chakra in 2 so very different areas of the body, but he was getting there. It had been 3 days. So far, Naruto was able to say that he was breathing easily, while the others were running on fumes. They had been at it since dawn this morning, running through obstacle courses that Kakashi devised, gauntlets that Naruto imagined up, and basically getting the tar beaten out of them every couple of hours by Kakashi. Naruto, on the other hand, was still able to hold his own. Just then, Sasuke took a rock to the upper arm, and Sakura took another on her thigh. Naruto caught his, but the others were growing exasperated, and increasingly becoming covered in welts, bruises and cuts. Naruto, tell your clones to quit chucking rocks at us? Sakura yelled. Why don't you pick a fight with M, then? I'm not going to make any more today, so if you disperse them, they'll be out of your life for good. He answered. Her eyebrow ticked in annoyance and continued running. Earlier, she had taken him up on that offer, but as one could tell, she had gotten badly beaten. It was better that she continued to dodge what she could, and hope she didn't get one to the head. I don't know why he has clones throwing rocks at me, though. I'm not the one training, Kakashi muttered. He caught an offending stone that was about to hit in the head and tossed it into the water. Thinking the better of it, he wouldn't throw it back at the clone. The clone would simply catch his own ammo, or dodge it so he could pelt it at them later. We're all training. We wouldn't want a soft teacher, Naruto spoke up. While you're famous and strong and all, there are a lot of people who are stronger. He's got a point. Sasuke agreed as he rubbed his pained arm. But the rock throwing is so crude. Do you all want to dodge pieces of tile shrapnel? Huh? Naruto shouted. Why are you all complaining? Silence answered him. Good. Let the rock throwing continue. All right, that's a day, Kakashi called after 5 more minutes. Everyone go home, rest up, recuperate or check yourself into a hospital, and come back tomorrow at noon. You can all sleep in. Tomorrow, we're not going to be training physically. Tomorrow, we're training your mindset, and basically, I'll be lecturing you. If you sleep late, you'll be rested enough to not fall asleep when I'm talking. Thank Kami. My arms hurt. X equals X equals. Naruto walked on through the village to go home and distinctly got the feeling of paranoia. It was a justified feeling to know when someone was staring at you, and in the village, such an event had never been wrong. He shouldn't leave anything to chance, for as of now, it was nearly 6 and his custom to go to bed at this time made him feel tired because of habit. He knew who it was. He knew. The only question was why. That, he did not know, because he had run away in his visions. He could follow it again, this time. He quickly turned the corner and waited. No second guesses. Time to get some facts straight. Let's make sure it's her. It was a bare 10 seconds of waiting before he heard the patter of hasty footsteps. Apparently, the person very badly wished to keep him in sight. They got a real eyeful as they rounded the corner and bumped into him. Hinata? And Naruto-kun? Aye. He pushed and held her off with one palm while he took a step backward, putting some space between them. Why were you following me? The girl seemed to have been trapped in her own little world while he waited on her answer. She had been caught flat-footed, and he looked expectant and impatient. She steeled herself for an answer she knew she'd regret later. It's a tendency of mine. He stared at her, completely dumbfounded. You've made a habit of stalking me? Wow, I don't know if I should feel, well, it's creeping me the hell out, and I feel, wow. A girl's after me. Wow. He finally wrinkled his nose after a bit of thought, staring at the crimson-faced girl before him who had her head hung a bit. Although I pegged you for one of those who were scared of me because of what I did to Mizuki. She nodded. Then why? I have feelings, the girl struggled to say before she was cut off by a sudden beeping on the boy's watch, alerting him that it was 10 minutes before 6 p.m. He decided to cut the meeting short after all and hurry to get home. Well, never mind, Hinata. Look, just mark that page, and we'll talk about it later. I have to go. I'm really tired. With nary a backward glance, he took off in a brisk jog, before full-on sprinting. He soon vaulted over a wall and was gone, leaving the girl frustrated with herself for not telling the boy of her feelings towards him but at the same time relieved, as she was sure she was making a fool of herself. She gathered her bearings after a brief moment, and made her way home, all the while wondering why the boy had to leave with such a flimsy excuse. =X=X=. Sakura came back with a gasp for breath, and her blood pressure was nearly audible to her teammates next to her. That was so scary. Kakashi made the SOSO sign with his hand. She seems fine, he commented to the other genins of Team 7. That's her third turn under the jutsu. Not much progress, but at least you're getting used to fright. The Megan, Makai Kanran no Jutsu, demonic illusion, hell viewing technique, is helping, I suppose. The Scarecrow stated. Shouldn't we learn how to break Jinjutsu? She said through clenched teeth and between pants. Besides, it keeps changing. She got up off of the ground onto which she had fallen and stood again next to the others. We're getting used to fear, Sakura, Naruto said as if he were mentioning something as obvious as the sky's color. Besides, Red Eyes over there can pretty much see through Jinjutsu and he's here, isn't he? It's not activated, Sasuke affirmed. Right, Kakashi agreed. So it's Naruto who seems to handle the fear the best with a perfect 3, Sasuke who panicked the first 2 times but got through the third in a fair fashion, and Sakura who went into hysterics the first 2 times, but ran out of breath to yell her head off in the third. Maybe we should subject ourselves to killing intent instead of Jinjutsus with worst-case scenarios. Well, not me, Naruto piped up. Zabuza had that in heaps and he directed most of that me. Like around 3/4, and Sensei got the rest. You fought fine. It can't be that bad, Sasuke mumbled. Sakura agreed with him on that point, and Kakashi clapped his hands with an air of finality to get their attention. Well, if you think that killing intent's harmless, time for me to teach you a lesson. I want both of you to take out a kunai. Go on. The Pinkette and the onyx-eyed youth were both skeptical about what the lesson was, but they still obeyed the man's request. All right. On my count of 3, throw them at me. At this range? Sasuke asked, bewildered. You're 5 feet away. We could even try to miss and we'll still hit you if you don't dodge or catch it. I won't dodge or catch it. Just throw it. Kakashi stated firmly. Now, ready. 1, 2, 3. They were promptly stricken under the killing intent the man radiated as they were about to throw their knives. Naruto merely watched interestedly as Sasuke gripped his kunai and was practically frozen in his throwing stance. Sakura, on the other hand, had dropped onto her but and inched away in a scurry, and after a few meters of that, got up and ran away to the other side of the training ground in her terror. Kakashi finally cut his killing intent. For the 2 genins, the sun came back out from the dark hole it had retreated to, birds chirped and all was perfect in the world again. Sasuke made a rapid intake of breath to assuage his need for oxygen. He hadn't even realized he had stopped breathing in those few moments of fear. That? Felt like he was going to kill you? Naruto finished as if in a suggestion. Yep. And Zabuza's was around triple that. Nasty feeling. Naruto. Sasuke growled. Yeah? Naruto asked back expectedly, thoroughly knowing what was going to happen. How are you so strong? He bit out. This question threw Kakashi for a loop and wondered what Naruto could concoct as a lie to cover this up. But the boy didn't. He answered in a truthful approach, but he was very vague. Because I know what, and what not to do. What does that mean? Simple. I don't make mistakes, the boy said sarcastically. He mumbled something along the lines of except for Haku under his breath, and stared down the Uchiha who was currently glaring at him. Fight me. That's not surprising to hear, Naruto muttered. Whether it's the first or second time. Sure. What goes, huh? Taijutsu? Ninjutsu? Weapons? I wouldn't want you to try to burn me with a fireball, and you wouldn't want me to blow you up with a bomb ball if you know what I'm saying. Taijutsu, Kakashi stated hurriedly. I don't want to carry any of you to the hospital, or the morgue. Sakura. Get over here and watch. You might learn something so you can tidy your own. Soon, Naruto and Sasuke stood 10 meters apart. The boys were bereft of all of their weapons, and all that was between them was a small distance and some grass. I want a good clean fight. No ninjutsu. Does that include the Sharingan dojutsu? If he wants to use it, it's fine. Won't make a difference. Are you showing off? The boy growled with a deep scowl. Naruto had whispered the same to himself to make sure that he was still following the visions and slightly breathed a sigh of relief. It was all right. No, he replied, following up exactly. So long as you don't use it as a crutch all the time, it's fine. But if you don't fight with it on and lose, you'll keep thinking about the outcome of the match, thinking that you could have won. Maybe if Sasuke-kun had his Sharingan in the academy, he would have beaten the ANBU in the taijutsu test, Sakura said. He got a 9. He probably would have gotten a perfect 10. Naruto had to give her credit. She wasn't worshipping him as much anymore, but he had to remind her of a fact. I was supposed to get a 10 back then, but I took a slightly lesser score? It helped with team placement, but I didn't want to think that I'm perfect. Keeps my head from getting too big, sometimes. Sometimes? Sakura asked sarcastically. This made Naruto laugh. It was so funny to hear that sort of mockery from other people. Let's just fight. Sasuke closed his eyes, and when he reopened them, it revealed the Sharingan. One eye had a single tomo, and the other had 2. Naruto, that's not a stance, he yelled at Naruto, who stood in his usual breakdown-style stance. You're just standing straight. I know. And yet, I still beat the ANBU. Funny, huh? Naruto replied with a purely condescending monotone. Come get some. Sasuke smirked but stayed. He settled into the stance of the Uchiha's interceptor fist that required defense, and he waited. Naruto merely shrugged when he saw this and walked over to him. Fine, I'm coming over there to kick your butt. Still going according to plan. He now stood at less than a meter from his sparring partner and grinned a bit, before setting his face. Without hesitation, he threw a straight punch while stepping forward, projecting his body weight into it, but the lad saw the move coming easily. He was about to simply grab it when Naruto curled his arm to have it as an elbow first while leaping off even more. A terrible feint, he was hideously open to counterattack and was completely vulnerable. Sasuke was still prepared for it as the blonde's whole body was overextending to hit him with the one elbow. He smirked to himself and blocked the offending joint with the palm of his left hand, and sent a haymaker at Naruto's jaw. The Uzumaki merely tilted his head to let the punch slide past it in a glancing move as he continued to press forward. He then lifted his still unused left arm and gave Sasuke an uppercut underneath his jaw. What's the matter, up too close and personal for you to see all the details? It was fortunate that his teeth were clenched together from the beginning, or he could have bitten off his tongue or grounded all of his teeth into cracked enamel. As he stumbled backward from it, Naruto continued again, only this time he darted to his opponent to rid himself of the small distance Sasuke just created. Sasuke was immediately aware of him and was forced to block a kick to the neck. Not willing to be outdone, he grabbed Naruto's limb at the ankle and attempted to twist it, but the whiskered boy quickly brought up his left foot and drop-kicked Sasuke in the gut. He fell on his back from this daring move, but he had sufficient time to get back up when Sasuke had let go. His wind was knocked out of him, but Sasuke remained upright to redirect a right hook from his face to the side in a veer. Naruto went with the veer with his whole body and twisted while he did it. At the same time, he was rotating his whole body like a top and smashed Sasuke's face with a backhanded elbow with his left hand. It was certainly enough to bruise him, and perhaps loosen a tooth or two. Nothing a little medical ninjutsu couldn't fix later. With that in mind, Naruto decided to wrap this up with flair. Catch the handspring. He hooted as took a sudden step forward and followed through with the next. Upon taking the third step, he swung his arms for extra momentum in a backflip attempt. It was successful, and the fourth step took root in Sasuke's chest. The fifth one was that took the Uchiha under the chin with a glancing hit with the very front of his sandal, making his head snap backward. Gah! He yelled his pain through clenched teeth as his abuse railed on him, mainly centered in his jaws. Naruto was undeterred as he followed through with the backflip midair and grabbed his knees closer to his chest. Just as he was about to land again on his but on the grassed ground, he forcefully extended his legs and kicked Sasuke's own from under him at the ankles. It brought the raven-haired youth to faceplant with his forehead onto a knee that had been waiting for him. Yeah, he got knocked about hard. The nurse told Kakashi. He has a bit of a concussion, but he'll be fine enough come tomorrow. He was beaten in a spar, you say? Yes, Kakashi answered, not too eager to answer any more than that. Beaten in a 1-minute spar. Naruto wasn't kidding when he said he could be carrying the team. Thank you. When he wakes up, tell him to come to train the day after tomorrow. The man then turned sharply and left the hospital. Upon his exit from the building, he saw his other 2 students waiting for him under a nearby tree. He's fine, Naruto stated matter-of-factly, just as Kakashi was about to open his mouth to say the very same. Yes. He is, he affirmed to reassure Sakura. Back to training for the both of you, I suppose. Really? Naruto whined. All right. But you're taking me out to eat. I'm starving. On second thought, both of you go home, Kakashi said hurriedly. Rest up, and return in 2 days. We're going to move on to ninjutsu. About time, if you ask me. Sakura moaned. I'm tired of having to dodge rocks. X equals X equals. Why don't you stop following me, huh? He yelled over his shoulder. If you want to say something, say it to my face, instead of acting like a second shadow. It's weird, Hinata. After a minute of waiting, she came out from behind a tree and walked up to him timidly. I'm sorry, and Naruto-kun. He eyed her carefully. Dunno why, but you look stressed out. How about you take a seat? He gestured to a bench under the tree close by, and took her by the upper arm, and led her to it. And, sit. There you go, he exclaimed in a congratulatory tone as he gently forced her to sit. You made it. And you're alive. He sighed in yawning exhale before he sat beside her. They were there for 5 minutes, and he called to mind that he wasn't too eager to wait out the remaining 40 in which she worked up the nerve to speak. It would compromise events, but he decided to go about this what she had to say clear-cut and frankly. It was okay to take a chance, especially since he now knew what this was all about. So, hello, Hinata. Hello, Naruto-kun. I know that you're infatuated with me, he said bluntly. Before she could react properly to that, he went on. The truth is, what's the word? Grateful? Honored? Probably flattered. What I'm trying to say is, I appreciate it. That it's so strong that you still retained it even after hearing about what I did back in the academy. What he said gave her the confidence she needed to say the next bit. It's not just infatuation. But I thought about it last night, and I realized that you did it because you were trying to avenge Irika-sensei. That had a major role in it to play, that much is true, he admitted. But honestly, I think that you need to drop it. I'm not trying to break your heart or anything, but it won't work. Your clan and father hates me, the villagers hate me, your father probably hates that you're fawning over me like one of Sasuke's fangirls dash. It's not like that. She protested. It is. A lot of chasing and stalking and such, he replied coldly. And the world's not pretty. I don't want anything bad to happen to anyone from the academy. It's time to stop and work on ourselves instead. Sad to say, I don't share any feelings of romanticism with you, Hinata. You don't? Her voice was breaking, and it was likely that her emotional heart was breaking as well. But there could be, in the future. That much was true. Maybe. I'm sorry. Hinata, there's probably a number of outcomes to something like this. I'm sure that almost every one of them has a me that would leap at the chance to be with you. You're pretty, smart, gentle, in fact, you're perfect. Confidence could be an issue, it holds you back, but you could work on that. Then why won't you, if you think that about me? She asked in a low undertone as if she was afraid to continue speaking. As you said, the world's not pretty. I feel as if I'm forced to admit it because life is short. I wanted you to know how I felt. I'm not perfect. I'm me. I think I'm pretty much cursed, and I don't can date anyone who's, he wanted to say predictable. Pure. You deserve better. There's also the fact that I think I'd be turning myself into a target. A target? She echoed in confusion. What do you mean, target? Naruto chuckled. I'm sure that people are willing to murder to be with you. He lightly slapped her on the back to bolster a good mood. I don't want to die. He said in jest. She smiled a bit shyly, as he continued. But you shouldn't be all about pursuing love, Hinata. You can, but you should be training, working to advance yourself. You don't want to be stagnant in your duties and skills, do you? No. She said shakily. He gradually warmed up. I'm glad we talked. For a long while, I never knew that people could feel that way about me. Was starting to wonder if loneliness was all I've got to look forward to. It's bad enough to make me want to date you, Hinata, to find out what it's like. But before that, I want to have more friends and to grow, to find out that you're not the only one who likes me for what I am, despite being what I am. I'd latch onto you too much, and make me dependent on your love. It'd be more than love from me, but almost worship. She was quiet. No doubt, she was thinking that he liked someone else. It was a fair assumption from what he spoke, or that he simply wanted to love someone else. If only one person loved you, he asked almost rhetorically, wouldn't you want to know why? Wouldn't you want to know if others loved you too? You'd never even be able to leave their side, and wanting all the love they have for you to be a replacement for every other relationship you could have had. That's why you think I'm perfect? She asked, and Naruto absently noticed that she lacked the stutter in that instance. Because I'm the only one who loves you? He looked away. Yes. I don't want to have to substitute it for everything else. You'd be okay with it for a while, keeping me to yourself. Imagine. Your love would have to replace my friends, my parents, my acquaintances, my team. We wouldn't be equal. I wish I had that much to replace them, but at the same time, I don't want to get between you and everyone else. I'd rather stand with everyone who loves you, Naruto-kun. I don't want to be the only one. You say, but I bet you do, he whispered with a small laugh. She went completely rigid. She pondered for all of 5 minutes on what he was saying. That's fine, Naruto-kun. It's comforting to know I'm someone you'd want to be with, but I hope everyone will one day love you as much as I do. That's your dream, and I have mine. But they're not so different. He had another friend now. Anyway, do you want to come along for some ramen? I'm buying. And no. It's fine. I can buy for the both of us, she protested. I got my cash, lady. I have more money. She argued. He folded his arms in annoyance. I've got A-ranked pay for my last mission, and a multi-million-dollar bounty cashed in. I'm richer, he boasted. It was supposed to be his first time treating a girl to some food. The girl now demonstrating that she had a backbone was a good sign. My family's richer than that. He thought of something maddening. You're not trying to buy me over with favors, are you? She didn't answer at first, and he grinned. You can be devious. You're even more perfect than I thought. You're paying for mine, I'll pay for yours. I refuse to argue about this anymore, he added in a conceited fashion. She laughed in her unpretentious way, and Naruto joined her. If only everyone could see you like this. I'm happy, Naruto-kun. I'm happy and I always will be, as long as you're not as sad anymore. She was observant, knowing him almost better than himself. I do like her. I deviated from what I should have done, and everything turned out even better. I've become complacent in doing what should be done, secure in knowledge. I won't grow or develop on a whole if I don't make mistakes too. I blundered my way about breaking a girl's heart, and it still turned out for the best. What would have happened if I had just gone with the plan and she would have simply pined for me, wasting away all of who she is waiting for me? I'll hazard some changes from now on. I am feeling happy. Thanks, Hinata-chan, for loving me. I'll always be happy too, as long as you're not sad either. =x=x=. So that's it, huh? This Daitapa doesn't sound too offensive. Give me something else, please. Something more potent? Naruto asked politely. Otherwise, I'm just liable to just try making more loud and violent weapons. Besides, I've got loads of chakra. No. It's a C-ranked one, just like everyone else's. Since Sasuke has both variations of the fireball jutsu, both of which are above C-ranked, I'll teach you a B-ranked one after you learn it. Sakura, the same rules apply. Sasuke, get to work. The Uchiha mumbled something undeterminable before he resumed taijutsu training with Naruto's clones. It was an endurance lineup, he started fine, but he would soon tire, and he'd probably be beaten thoroughly. All the clones wanted a turn, there were 30 of them. Sakura on the other hand gave an unsatisfied grunt as she considered her affinity. Katan? Couldn't it have been something else? I wished I had another affinity. I won't stand out like Sasuke's with his mastery of Katan. At least you can use fire to burn people. All I can do is cool them off if they get hot, Naruto whined. Both of them were promptly swatted with a switch made from a supple tree limb. Ow! Damn it. No complaining. I'm going to bet a lot of money, so I can't have you losing. Kakashi ordered. You and your big mouth, talking about he could bet on us. Sakura griped as she rubbed her shoulder where she felt the switch. I'd want some of the winnings, Naruto said, sticking out his tongue at her. At least by the end of this, maybe we can even make some combination techniques, Naruto said hopefully. I've heard about Kekai Genkai like Scorch, which is wind and fire. He got swatted as Kakashi begun to speak again. It's much more complicated than that. Of course you could try to make combination techniques, but probably not as potent as a bloodline limit. Theoretically, and as proven before in previous experimentation on the fields, you can create more intense fire techniques with futon. More can become apparent with proper practice. It's not hopeless, then. Naruto defended. He went through the 3 hand seals to create the Daitapa, and after announcing it, blew a strong wind. That was it. I think you need more chakra, Kakashi observed. More chakra? All right. How much? In a brief moment of forgetfulness, his sensei told him to give it your all. Before he could rectify his mistake, Naruto had finished the 3 hand seals again, ending on dog once more. Futon, Daitapa. Wind release, great breakthrough. He was looking at Sasuke fighting his clones when he did the jutsu. Needless to say, he literally blew Sasuke away and sent the yelling boy rolling along like a tumbleweed until he fell in the river 30 meters away from where he started. The clones more or less shared a similar fate, but when Naruto used all of his chakra in the jutsu, they dispersed. 2. Whoa! Sakura gawked at the sight. I don't think you can complain, Naruto. The boy was catching his breath so he couldn't respond right away. Methinks he should get out before he drowns. Sakura, let's see how you do your jutsu. Sakura shrugged before she went through 7 hand seals ending on tiger. Katan, Karyuden, fire release, fire dragon bullet. She attempted her jutsu but all that came out of her mouth was her breakfast as she hurled. What the hell? Naruto flinched and turned away. Kyuso, that's nasty. Sensei, clean it up. The Hatake sighed. Was he really to bet on this team? Between one genin probably drowning in the river, one who just used up his whole reserves to make a forthright hurricane, and a kunoichi who needed a pat on the back to keep her from choking on her vomit. Oh boy. I hope they don't get massacred in the exams. And I could use the winnings on something nice. It had been 2 weeks. As one usually observed in life, one noticed the same in this team. It had to get a whole lot worse before things improved. They were no longer dodging rocks. They were now dodging shuriken while water walking on the river rapids while still practicing their jutsus. They were getting exhausted, and they were likely to get seriously hurt if they continued. All right, time, Kakashi announced. All of Naruto's clones stopped chucking their ninja stars, and a rather guilty-looking one who looked as if he were about to throw one of Naruto's trademark bomb balls quickly put it back in his creator's sack before he was noticed. Get out of the water, and get on home. All of them limped out of the water, or off the water in Naruto's case, nursing cuts, and other such injuries like sore and scorched throats in Sakura's and Sasuke's cases from the constant and excessive use of katan. Naruto was wondering if he was getting asthma as his windpipe felt narrowed. You're all doing better. Kakashi congratulated. He was about to continue when a Kage Bunshin of his came into existence beside him from a Shunshin and whispered to him. It then dispersed and he spoke again. I'm not seeing serious training with the others. You guys are leading in improvement, I'm sure. But Guy's team is looking formidable, and they're always training, just like us. Especially the one named Rock Lee. He was eating his lunch while doing push-ups. So? Sasuke mumbled with a hurt tongue. On one finger, Kakashi finished. And from what Guy was yelling, he was telling him to do it for a few hours more. The kid said he'd do double. What the hell? Naruto deadpanned. Are they on steroids or something? Could be, Kakashi answered. That's just him. Niji is a prodigy from the Hyuga, and Tenten looks like a weapons mistress. Is it cheating to be spying on them? Sakura asked in an unsure tone. Before her sensei could answer, Naruto beat him to it. No. Besides, we're ninjas. It's basically our nature to cheat. It's not like the notion of honor I've read that samurais keep up with. That's true, Kakashi admitted. Maybe we should sabotage them, then? Sasuke asked, too eagerly for anyone's liking. No. The Hatake stated sternly. While I understand the need for information on what your opponent's capable of, I won't allow sabotage, especially of your fellow Konoha ninjas. Remember that they have to fight the other hopefuls from other nations as well. Fine, Naruto conceded, just when I had the idea of putting laxatives in their water supply, too. So what now? The exam's in a month. I'll give both you and Sakura learning scrolls for your B-rank jutsu. Sasuke, you'll take the time to polish yours. Tomorrow, you won't be training together. What? Sakura objected. You can't separate us. Yes, I can. He answered firmly. I'm sure you will be expected to fight each other sooner or later in the exams. You'll now begin to train yourselves at a tangent to develop your own skills and tricks. Only on Sundays and Wednesdays, you will all train together for team exercises. Any other time, it's on your own. Well, can we still ask for help from you from time to time? The Pinkette requested in a disappointed tone. She was also thinking of asking Sasuke for help. Tips from verbal speech, of course. Other than that, each of you get lost. Giant. The man shunshined in a puff of smoke, leaving those who decided to go to the hospital to do so, while the others went home to decide their next move.